Warning. Warning. Censorship. Warning. Censorship. Warning. Censorship.
Ezra Levant here in Toronto. Joining me from the West is our friend Sheila Gunn Reid, sporting her Rebel t-shirt. We will be your hosts for the next 5 or 6 hours in the second official election leaders debate run by the government. And that's a story in itself. I won't get into it now, but as you may know, we sent 11 journalists to cover these debates, and the government said no. So we had to go to court, and we got a court order saying Trudeau can't censor us. So we're going in big time. Sheila, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling great. I'm really proud of our team and the work that they did last night. I can see that the mainstream media is still pretty prickly with us. I mean, you can tell that all those bailout bucks, it disincentivized their work ethic. So they were sort of shocked to see that so many of us were there and engaged and asking tough questions. They were sort of offended by that because we did show them up. That's the thing. Keep us out, because then you have nothing to compare yourself to, and then you feel good about yourself. I think there's some of that happening with the mainstream media.
Yeah, you're so right. We have 11 journalists who are accredited. Now, unfortunately, only one of them can be in the facility. The other 10, they claim for COVID reasons, have to put our questions by phone. And we were able to have 4 questions that got in last night. But there were 3 occasions when the operator said, are there any reporters on the line? Any reporters on the line? Hearing none. And of course, we had all our reporters on the line. So we sent a lawyer's letter to the commission today demanding that they fix their problem, giving them the benefit of the doubt that it was just a technical problem as opposed to a way for them to censor us. So we managed to get 6 questions in total yesterday, 2 from Alexa Lavoie, our reporter who's on the scene, and 4 from reporters on the phone. My hope is today we'll get 2 or 3 on the scene from Alexa, and maybe 6 or 7. And you're so right, that irks the other media, because other media are failing so badly, partly because they're boring, partly because they're all on the government dole. And who wants to read just a government press release that's been rinsed through Post Media or the Globe and Mail or whatever? So we have 11 journalists, which is as much as any other companies, as much as CBC has accredited. I think only Canadian Press and its French equivalent have more than us. So we are the second largest news agency at the debates, and I love it because we are also the only independent journalists there other than Andrew Lawton, and I understand that Cian Bexley has actually flown in too. So it's us, 11 of us, Andrew Lawton, Good Egg with True North, and Cian Bexley, our alumnus, who actually was there last year too. So that's it, 13 independent journalists and about 200 government journalists, but we're doing a better job than them.
Well, and it's, the state of the mainstream media is really the state of, I guess, mainstream Canadian politics. They're completely indistinguishable from each other. I was talking to Catherine today on our earlier live stream, and I felt like when I was watching the debate last night, like when you go into a paint store and they're like, no, this is eggshell and that's off-white and that's ivory and this is some other color of white, but you can't tell the difference between the two except for the name on them. That's what I felt like watching the debates. I'm like, everybody's exactly the same. It's just how we're all going to get to socialism faster, I guess. That's really what it is. And that's also the state of the media. They're literally all the same. If you were reading something and they redacted the byline, you really couldn't peg who had written it. And so when we show up and we're asking spicy questions and we're being a little bit cheeky and we're hustling up to the mic, it's a culture shock for these people, both the politicians and the boring mainstream media.
Yeah, you're so right. Well, listen, we've got so much on the go. I want to tell you, yesterday was the French debates. Now, it's simulcast in the other national language too. So we were able to follow along. We just didn't hear the actual voices of the politicians. We heard translators. Today is the English language debate. So it's our second kick of the cat. I think it's going to be even worse than the French one because there were at least some interesting questions last night in French. I don't think it's going to be that way in the
No.
English debate. I could be wrong, but when you've got Rosemary Barton, a CBC state broadcaster who literally sued the Conservative Party in the last election campaign as a personal plaintiff, like she is so in the tank for Trudeau, I don't even know what questions she could ask that wouldn't be just, what is it like to be so dreamy? That kind of question. So it's going to be terrible, but that's why it's important we're there. We will not be moderating the debate, of course, but we will have 11 people being able to ask questions in the scrum. But I want to tell you what's exciting tonight, Sheila. In addition to watching the debates, in addition to our 11 journalists, including you, having a chance to ask questions, we will have a few special guests in advance, including at approximately 8:30 Eastern Time, the political leader who is now at 11% in the polls. Justin, I just sent you the latest poll from a Twitter feed called Polling Canada. There it is. Sheila, I'm not sure if you can see that. The
Sure.
Liberal Party is at 31%. The Conservatives are at 34%. NDP at 16%. All three of them pretty much where they were in the last election. The two dissident parties, the Bloc and the Greens, are at 4%. And both of them basically cut in half from the last election. But would you look at that purple bar on the right? The People's Party of Canada is up 9 points. The baseline there, if you're wondering what's that +9, -4, whatever, that's as compared to the last election. So this is the ECOS poll. Margin of error, 2.7%. It puts the People's Party, frankly, within striking distance, almost within striking distance of the NDP. Now, that doesn't mean that they're going to punch through and win a seat, because in our first past the post system, you can get 25% of the vote, but if you just came in second in every riding in Canada, you wouldn't win a single seat. But when you are at 11%, and the reason I say that is, number one, we're having Maxime Bernier join us in about an hour. Number two, how absurd is it, Sheila? You talked about the sameness, the Tweedledee, Tweedledum, the think-alikes of the journalists, but also of the politicians. I just saw a funny tweet from Marie Oakes who said, "Are you ready to see 5 politicians scream at each other about who's the most vaccinated?" You know, you've got 5 almost indistinguishable candidates, but the one guy who's shaking it up, who's being a contrarian, and who's got 11% in the polls, is the one guy they're not having in their debates. I think that just shows what a crock these debates are.
Yeah, you know, last night they actually had a small business owner from Maxime Bernier's riding
What are the odds?
come and ask a question, but what are the odds? And they didn't have him. And like as you were talking there, I was jotting down the numbers. So combined, the Greens and the Bloc have 8%. And Bernier's party is 3 points higher than the two that are included in the debates combined.
Yeah.
Like, look, that's absolutely unfair. They're at 8 combined. He's at 11. And for me as a Westerner, I see this as just a continued slap in the face to us, because the Bloc is in there in these debates, but there's no Maverick Party involved in any of this.
Well, you mentioned Maverick Party, and I'm glad you did, because I'm out here in Toronto, and so I am not as connected with the West as I once was when I grew up there. But I'm pleased to say, and I don't know if you know this, Sheila, but at 8 p.m., we're having Tariq Elnaga, the Maverick Party candidate in Banff Airdrie, who is, now I know we've interviewed, was it you or was it Adam who interviewed?
Adam did.
Adam did.
No,
Thank
Adam
you. Sorry,
did.
It's all a blur, all the video. We have so many videos coming out, I'm
I know.
having trouble keeping track. And, funny enough, another candidate in the same riding, Derek Sloan, who I don't know why they're all running there. Derek Sloan, one of my favorite guys, I'll admit it, from Ontario, but I don't know, maybe the polling showed that he's got a chance in Banff Airdrie. So we'll have Derek Sloan. I know he was talking about setting up a new party, but I don't think that happened in time. So we will have Derek Sloan in about 10 minutes, frankly. Tariq Elnaga at 8 p.m. 8:30, we'll have Maxime Bernier, and then at 9 o'clock, we'll listen to the 5 Shades of Grey. the 5 different
Shades
versions
of vanilla.
Well, this is vanilla. This is vanilla bean. This is extra white vanilla. This is, I mean, it.
Off-white, cloud,
Off-white, you're
eggshell.
exactly right. Yeah, it's like that scene from American Psycho where they're comparing business cards.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, let me say one thing before we go to Derek Sloan. We are live streaming tonight's broadcast on 4 different platforms. And we did that last night too, but let me just tell you very quickly what's cooking. So we are on YouTube. That's our main channel. We have 1.5 million subscribers. We are the largest news channel in Canada. Global bought a few 100,000 followers, and then they thought this is ridiculous. I think the CBC may have finally passed us, but we're by far the largest independent news channel in Canada, 1.5 million on YouTube. Trouble is, they're censoring us, they're throttling us, and that's why we've been forced to explore other options. Now, we'll never leave YouTube until they throw us out because we love our 1.5 million friends there. But YouTube just demonetized us, so we've set up an account with Rumble.com, which is more conservative oriented and more free speech oriented. And we actually have more people following us on Rumble than on YouTube, even though we have 10 times the members on YouTube.
Isn't that the censorship and the throttling in real time?
That is
you can
exactly
see it right there in real time.
Yeah, we literally have 15 times more subscribers on YouTube, but we've got more viewers on Rumble because YouTube's throttling us. So hello to our 1,820 folks who are watching right now on Rumble. There's another site called Odyssey, ODYSEE.com, which is a blockchain-based site which strengthens its censorship proofing. Like, I don't even know if it's possible to delete a video on Odyssey because it's on the blockchain. And they also have a cryptocurrency called Library, which is sort of neat. And finally, a startup based in Canada, as Rumble is too, a startup called SuperU, SuperU.net. And I love their motto, Sheila. It's free speech channel. And I want to say that on all these platforms, except for YouTube, which is throttling us, there's a way to give us a tip, like a few bucks, like here's $5, here's $10. We used to do a lot of that on YouTube. And if you do that, and if you have a comment associated with it, our trusty producer, Justin, will point that out and send it to us. In fact, we have the very first SuperU tip right now from the Walker, who tipped us $5, which is pretty friendly. Oh. And you know, that's how we pay our bills around here, because we don't take the government handouts like so many of the other journalists. There's a hyper chat from Odyssey already. History Club World, you guys should try to host a debate for the next election. Well, it's not a bad idea. Something tells me that Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh would not show up. Anyway, so that's a little bit of a hello, a little bit of where we are, where we stand. And we've got the 4 platforms. I'm excited about tonight because our team is so revved up. Sheila, it started yesterday when we had that surprise win at the federal court. Then we asked some great questions, the only interesting questions, I think. And I think our whole team is really gelling. We've got a lot of folks down there in Gatineau. We got our base camp here in Toronto. You're on our western outpost there. I feel like it's a national effort. Some of our journalists are in Vancouver. Some of them are in Calgary. You're in the Edmonton area. I'm in Toronto. We got folks in Ottawa, Gatineau. I feel like we truly are what we are, the second largest media outlet at the debates.
Well, and you know, we are covering everything while the mainstream media is sitting inside ignoring what's happening outside, because a lot of the story is also largely happening outside the debate. I just watched a video from David Menzies where he was covering the PPC people who are stationed outside of the debate, demanding, you know, a little bit of fair treatment by the Debates Commission and by the media. And we're the only people talking to them. According to the mainstream media, these hundreds of people that are gathered outside, they just don't exist. And if they do talk to them, they don't really talk to them. They talk about them as though these are the people who are mean to Justin Trudeau. So let's just pretend they don't exist. Yeah,
you're right. Well, listen, we've got so much on deck, and we've also got some fun videos. Like David encountered Mary Walsh, a retired CBC government comedian. But I'll give her credit. She talked to David yesterday. longer than Jagmeet Singh would, longer than Aaron O'Toole would. So we'll play that video for you later. I liked it. I watched it and I thought, you know what? At least she engaged and she gave as good as she got,
Yep.
and I have to give her some credit for that. But listen, Sheila, I mentioned we're going to have 3 special guests before the debate, and the first guest is on the line right now, and I know our supercomputer whiz, Justin, is able to patch him through right now. Joining us live via Skype from the Wild Rose Province is a frequent guest on this program, Derek Sloan, candidate in Banff Airdrie. Derek, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Well, it's a pleasure to see you again. We've known you as the former leadership candidate in the last leadership race for the Conservative Party. We saw how you were deplatformed and canceled by Aaron O'Toole on trumped-up excuses that I don't think anyone bought. And now you're running in Banff Airdrie. Tell me, are you running as an independent? Why did you choose Banff Airdrie? And can you give us a report on the campaign so far?
Yeah, so I am running as an independent out here. We chose Banff Airdrie after sort of, considering some other areas, but we wanted to, I have a lot of supporters in various different areas of Alberta, but we wanted to make sure that the person I was running against kind of deserved to be targeted. And we feel that Blake Richards is the most prominent Conservative that's sort of carrying O'Toole's water out here. He's the guy that's calling people behind the scenes, getting them to back down. There's been a lot of discontent behind the scenes, and I know this with some of the things going on in Ottawa. And people really were being told to stand down by the whip of the party. And so, we wanted to make sure that we're running against someone that deserved it. And I believe that Blake Richards deserves to go. And that's why we're running here.
Well, let me hand things over to our Alberta Bureau Chief and our Chief Reporter, Sheila Gunn Reid, who is in Alberta right now. Go ahead, Sheila.
Sure. I was actually going to ask you a bit of a prickly question, as is my job, to hold politicians to account. But you sort of answered it for me. How do you address concerns of people who say, what the heck is he doing out here? He's not from here. Did he just is he a carpetbagger? Did he drop himself into this riding because it's the most winnable one for him?
So it's actually not the most winnable one for me. There would be other ridings that would be more winnable. But I was out here already for I forget the length of time, but we did 15 or 16 meetings in a multi-week tour over Alberta. And we didn't know exactly when the election was going to be called. But as, when I was out here and I was, trying to get candidates to run in this, whenever the election would be, and we wanted to make sure that we had somebody kind of in Alberta and also back east. And so the election came a little bit sooner than I anticipated, but we decided to, set a stake out here and fight. And I think we picked the right spot. We have a lot of supporters out here, a lot of friends, and it's been a very good campaign so far. We're fighting very hard, and I'm glad to be out here.
Well, let me ask you, Derek, what are your thoughts on the national campaign? We just showed the latest ECOS poll that shows things are fairly static. I mean, the Conservatives and the Liberals sort of tied in the low 30s, where they were 2 years ago. The news that I'm seeing in the latest polls, and again, this isn't just about polls, but that the People's Party is zooming at, it looks like, the expense of the parties where people used to register their protest. I think it's fair to call the Green Party a protest party, and I think that Bloc Québécois is a perpetually protesting party by design. They can never be the governing party. It looks like, at the expense of them, and perhaps some from the Conservative Party, the People's Party has some momentum. I mean, could be just a couple of polls, but seems to be the trend.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's certainly, neck and neck as far as the Liberals and Conservatives are concerned. You're right. The PPC is doing well. People generally, I find, are just frustrated with all of the mainstream options, and they're not sure what to do. And how that will actually play out in the election will be, we'll see how that goes. But certainly, there's a lot of people frustrated and concerned.
Do you have any comments on your former colleague, Aaron O'Toole? You guys ran against each other in the leadership. Elbows were up. He later threw you out. I don't think he plays well with others who he regards as rivals. So, we'll take your answer, I suppose, with a grain of salt. But how do you think he's doing, both pragmatically in terms of the actual campaigning, but also ideologically in terms of what he's saying and promising?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the fact that the Conservatives and the Liberals are neck and neck is actually, kind of a surprise given how well the Liberals were doing only a few weeks ago. So that's a bonus to what they're doing. Now, is that because O'Toole is running a good campaign, or is that just because the Liberals are making mistakes? And I think it's the latter. I think it's just people are just tired of the Liberals. In terms of, the things they're actually standing on, it's hard to know because day to day it seems to change. And O'Toole is actually pretty good at kind of using a lot of words to kind of say not too much, which in politics can sometimes be helpful. It's not something that I really like, but it can help to kind of calm certain criticisms from the press. But it is clear that they're willing to kind of change direction and do a 180 immediately if they feel that they need to, which I suppose shows their acumen for campaigning. But a lot of people are going to find it hard to trust someone that can literally say one thing on Friday and something exactly the opposite on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about him. He's abandoned his position on firearms as well. Last question to our Alberta Bureau Chief, Sheila, and then we're going to bid you adieu, Derek, but we're grateful for you stopping by. You've always been a fan favorite, and ideologically, I know you're in sync with conservative ideas that many of our viewers share. Last question to Sheila.
Yeah, Ezra, you just touched on it with the flip-flopping on the gun rights issue, and that's an issue that I know is very important in Banff Airdrie, and it's actually been an issue that Blake Richards himself was a bit of a champion for to stop the demonization of lawful Canadian firearms owners. We're one of the most vetted segment of the Canadian population, but Erin O'Toole has just completely flip-flopped on this issue. So I guess, what are you hearing at the door? Because Erin O'Toole called the gun ban undemocratic, those are his words, and arbitrary. And now all of a sudden, he's totally changed course. So what are you hearing at the door from constituents?
Yeah, so a lot of people are upset on this, and it's kind of like, the carbon tax flip-flop was sort of strike one, and this is a big strike two. So a lot of people are upset about this, no question. And, they're frustrated that, frankly, they can't even trust what was a campaign promise from Erin O'Toole. So I think this is a big deal, and I think it's going to hurt them. I think it is going to hurt them for sure.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Derek Sloan, independent candidate in Banff Airdrie. Nice to see you again. Good luck, and we'll see how things go in that hotly contested riding. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks a lot. Talk to you soon.
All right, there you
Thanks.
have it. Well, the coincidence, we have another candidate that we're going to talk to from that same riding, and it's just a coincidence because it's a party that is new. It's called the Maverick Party, and it's led by a former Reform Party MP named Jay Hill, and it's sort of like an Alberta version of the Bloc Québécois, I suppose. Sheila, why don't you describe the Maverick Party? I think you're more familiar with it than I am.
Sure. I think you're accurate to describe it as the Alberta version of the Bloc Québécois. Tariq Elnaga, he sort of described it to Adam in his interview with him that if it's good for Alberta, then it's something that the Maverick Party is for. And if it's bad for Alberta, then they don't like it. And you heard a lot of exactly that rhetoric last night from the Bloc Québécois. They said if it's good for Quebec, then it's good for us, and it's something that we'll support if the Liberals do it. And so that's sort of, I guess, what do the Easterners call it? They call it the Bloc Redneckois, as though that's somehow offensive to us.
I'd vote for. I'd vote for that
right?
vote here.
Put that on a shirt for me. So that's sort of where they are. However, though, in my previous interactions with some of the Maverick Party candidates, they have been apprehensive to talk about civil liberties. And for me, civil liberties is a deeply Albertan thing. It is one of those things that I think sets us aside from downtown Toronto, downtown Vancouver. It is part of Western culture to care about freedom. And they've sort of been saying, well, that's a provincial issue. We don't want to talk about that. But I've noticed that Tariq Elnaga, he's been very vocal about the attacks on civil liberties during the pandemic. So he's been a very interesting candidate. And boy, Banff Airdrie is an interesting riding. There's a lot going on there.
Yeah. Well, you know, I understand respecting provincial jurisdiction. I get it. Our
Sure.
Constitution gives certain powers to the feds and certain to the provinces. You wouldn't want a provincial politician making foreign policy. You wouldn't
Sure.
want a federal politician talking about how to pick up the garbage every week from your street. I get it. But something is fundamental to our society as civil liberties. It's the cornerstone of our Constitution, how we work as a society, the relation between the government and the people. It's not something that you can say, oh, none of my business. They're violating freedom of association, freedom of press, freedom of conscience, freedom of assembly. No, not my department, because you see they're doing it in this sphere of, no. I think that it's something that is more deep and more transcendent than just Section 91(7) of the, of the Constitution. It's part of who we are. So Aaron O'Toole, when he's asked about lockdowns, he said, oh, I'll respect provincial jurisdictions. When he's asked
Same
about
thing on vaccine
passports, he says,
Yep.
oh, I'll let the provinces do it. No. And by the way,
Yeah.
every politician in Ottawa is falling over themselves to give an opinion on Quebec's Bill 21, which banishes religious symbols from the civil service. So that certainly hasn't stopped them from opining on what they regard as a civil liberties issue when they think it's a political winner for them. So I do not believe politicians when they say, oh, I can't talk about it. That's just cowardice, I think.
Yeah, I agree. However, like I said, Tariq Elnaga has sort of he's come around and been more vocal. He's been the one that I've been paying attention to because he's been vocal on these issues of civil liberties. And again, like I say, if you are the Western Party representing Western values, civil liberties are a deeply Western value. It's one of those things that we care about as part of our culture here.
All right, well, I want to do one thing before we go to Tariq Elnaga, and that is read some of these super chats, some of these Super U tips and whatnot. We've got quite a few of them coming in. Holy moly. Rumble Rant from BBCon, $3, love Rebel and what you do. Thank you for being the voice for others. Your friend Bruce. Well, thanks, my friend Bruce. Rumble Rant from G867, $5. Will Rebel cover Christian Heritage Party Convention in Calgary next week? Well, that's an unusual time to have a conference, but I don't know the answer. Maybe our Calgary reporter, Adam Sos, will if he gets an invitation. Hyper Chat from News Now Canada Independent Media. It's Donald from Vancouver. Keep up the good work. Well, Donald, it's nice to have you join us. Hyper Chat from Silvio27. You needed to have Mad Max just outside the debate and ask the same questions. Well, we've got him coming up in about half an hour, and I'll just read 3 more Super Chats super quick. From Super U, a tip from Stephen C. for 50 smackers. Stephen, that's pretty friendly. Stephen C. says, let's ask the question tonight. If you are the PM, when will you order the flags back to full mast? That's a good one. And I'll read one last one from Mike Mayer. Freedom Honey tipped us $5 on Super U. Well, thanks for that support, you guys. All right. Joining us now, I understand he is live on Skype from the same district, actually, of Banff Airdrie, is the candidate for the new Maverick Party, Tariq Elnaga, who joins us now. Tariq, nice to meet you. I know you've talked to my colleague, Adam Sos. Well, now you've got both me and Sheila Gunn Reid. How are you?
Good, sir. I have been waiting for this for a long time to meet you both, so thank you so much for having me.
It's our pleasure. I tell you, that cowboy hat, you're making me homesick, and I see you got the shirt as well. Can you summarize for our viewers, especially for those of us outside? I'm based here in Toronto. We got a lot of viewers in Eastern Canada. Sheila and I tried to describe the Maverick Party. How would you describe it in your own words?
So we're a regional party that really looks after the interests of Western Canada. So we're running candidates only in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. And our core focus is exclusively Western issues. So what is good for the West is good for us. That's really the premise of our party. Now we have tools as to how to do that, but what we're really looking at is equity, fairness, and true Western representation, an exclusively Western voice for the 4 Western provinces.
Well, I tell you, I watched that Quebec debate last night, and all they were talking about is what's good for Quebec, how much money can we wring out of Alberta to give to Quebec. That must have just got stuck in your craw as a Western party. I found it just shocking. What was your take on the Quebec debate last night?
Absolutely the same thing. So not once was the West ever mentioned. And this was supposed to be a French language debate, not a Quebec debate. But it was entirely about Quebec. And I look at it and I say, you know, if you look at our party and you see how wildly effective the Bloc Québécois are in getting Quebec what it wants, well, why isn't it good for the West? Nobody has exclusively ever spoken for the West before. And I looked at all the issues, and then Legault this morning, I believe, said, you know, basically endorsed Aaron O'Toole, saying his government would be the best government for Quebec. Well, what about what's the best government for Western Canada?
Mm-hmm. Well, let me turn things over to our Alberta Bureau Chief, Sheila Gunn who I know has a great interest in Western issues. Go ahead, Sheila.
Well, and I'm someone who has some separatist sympathies, and I'm starting to sympathize more with the people of Quebec these days. I'm thinking that maybe they were early adopters of a good idea. But I wanted to ask you about something that in my prior interviews with some of the people from the Maverick Party, I was a little dissatisfied with how lightly they weighed in on civil liberties issues. And for me, I think civil liberties are they're a Western value. If it's good 100%. For Albertans, and civil liberties are, I want to hear Maverick talk about them. And you know what? I haven't heard a lot from your leader pushing back against the lockdown. So I wanted to ask you about civil liberties and the lockdowns, what you think about those. Were they effective, and what would Maverick do differently?
Right. So, Sheila, first of all, thank you for having me, and congrats both on the lawsuits, by the way. I appreciate. Well done. On that, and I always say it, I'm running on straight up Western values. And part of our Western values are grit, perseverance, community, respect, but also freedom. A free West is a strong West. And I've always said that we support freedom. We never support anything that is mandated from the government, whether it comes to vaccines, lockdowns, etc. And I'm a big believer of individual responsibility. So you take what you feel is appropriate risk for yourself rather than the government's telling you to. And what we have today in Canada is politicians giving you health advice, and we have medical professionals or unelected medical professionals giving us economic advice. And I think we have that completely backwards there. So I'm generally to answer your question in terms of a blanket statement, a free West for me is a strong West.
How many candidates are you running? You mentioned 4 provinces. I saw a poll a few months ago that showed the Maverick was in double digits in a number of ridings. Can you give us an update? I mean, what is your goal? I've been looking at some of the polls for the People's Party, and I think that they're going to do well, but I don't know if they're going to actually punch through in any one riding. Right. What's your goal? Are you guys trying to actually win in a riding, or are you looking to place well, second or third in a number of ridings?
Right.
Do you have a 2-election strategy? What's the plan?
Absolutely. So if you ask every single Maverick candidate, including myself, and I've been asked this question before, I'm in it to win it, Ezra. We want to send every single one of those candidates to Ottawa. Now, we're running a group of 30 Mavericks. The largest concentration is in Alberta and Saskatchewan, but we do have a couple of candidates in BC, and we have one in Manitoba as well. So we're starting to see representation across all 4 Western provinces. We are being very strategic with which ridings we're running in. So we're running in ridings that are overwhelmingly conservative, because there is a decades-long attachment to the color blue here, and we don't want people to worry worry about splitting the vote. So statistically, there is no chance of splitting the vote with a Maverick candidate, because what it is the riding is overwhelmingly conservative. So our quote-unquote worst-case scenario is a Maverick or a conservative goes. Now, here's our strategy, and I want to address this because many of our, even our own members are worried about it. They're worried that if they don't vote blue, you'll get Justin Trudeau. We do not want a Justin Trudeau government. We hope that he gets a $600 million reward for calling this election by losing. But what we want is, right now, if you look at all the Western CPC MPs, they're not representing Western issues. So what we want to do is send a group of Mavericks, a block of them, not dissimilar to the Bloc Québécois when they vote for the interests of Quebec. And we go out and say, what is good for the West? And these are the Western issues that we support. What we do want to see is, if Aaron O'Toole needed a confidence motion to get him over the finish line, we will get him over the finish line without ever forming a formal coalition, because then that dilutes the Western message. But the lesser of two evils, if you will, between a Justin Trudeau government and an Aaron O'Toole government is to get an Aaron O'Toole government backed by a group of Mavericks that then say, if you want our support, well, these are the things we demand for Western issues. The first one would easily be scrapping the carbon tax.
All right. Well, let me give Sheila our last question for you. It's really nice to meet you, and I'm excited to learn a little bit more about the Maverick Party. And I can't help but wishing you well. I mean, it's exciting, and I think that the West needs a counterweight to the Bloc Québécois and the Parti Québécois and so many of the institutional preferences for that one province. Sheila, go ahead, wrap her up with Tariq.
Okay, so Tariq, what's the end goal? Is it just to be a counterbalance, or are you, if there ever becomes a juggernaut of the Maverick Party, what's the end goal? Is it to leave the country? Is it to form our own country? What's the end goal for the Maverick Party?
Right. So it's a brilliant question. And we found from all parties on either side of the aisle, left or right, that the West is getting no representation. Usually the government is decided not by the time Alberta votes, but by the time Manitoba votes. We want an exclusively Western voice. Now, we have two tracks that we're applying, the details of which are on our website and on our platform. But to summarize them, track A is what I call bringing back provincial autonomy to Western Canada on everything. So that's scrapping equalization. That includes managing our own provincial laws, managing our own provincial finances, and really, in essence, taking the power away from Ottawa and putting it back into the four Western provinces. Now, some of our members we have both. We have members that want to leave Canada, and we have members that say, you know what, we're patriotic to the Maple Leaf, but we're done with Ottawa's overreach. Now, as we build through track one and say, and start to what I really call, rather than a divorce of Canada, a divorce of Ottawa, and bring those powers back across all levels into the four Western provinces. If that is not enough, or if we haven't achieved the right tools to do it, not because Tariq said so or because the Maverick Party said so, if the Western Canadian voter, through a referendum, again, not dissimilar to the referendum in Quebec in the 90s, says, we want out, then we will be the federal party that supports that. But it's not what I say, it's what our party, it's really what the Western Canadian voter says. And that's the best thing about the Maverick Party, is we answer to exclusively one voter, and that's the Western Canadian voter. We don't need to worry about pandering or appeasing a voter in Quebec and Ontario. It is all exclusively about Western Canada.
Well, Tariq, I got to say, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for being such an energetic advocate. And I don't know, Justin, if you can call up some of that videotape of our Calgary reporter, Adam Sos, with Tariq out on some horses. Yeah. I tell you, that was a great video. We're going to say goodbye to you now because we've got a busy night, but thanks for making time for us.
You bet. Thank you for all that you do, and congrats again. Thank you. All right. Take care.
Right on. There you go. Tariq Elnaga is the Maverick Party candidate in Banff Airdrie. Coincidentally, the same district in which Derek Sloan is running. Two good guys in the same turf. And if we can find that, just splash some of that B-roll online, just of Adam and Tariq on horses. I tell you, that was
tough day at the office for Adam. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. No, that's great. Let's go through some of the super chats, and they're called different things. Super U. There's tips, and there's the hyper chat, and the different systems have the different names. Let's go through some of them. I'll do one, and then Sheila, do you want to take the rest? Because I've done most of them so far.
Sure.
I see. I'll just do one. I think I read.
Got a second one from Mike.
That's right. Mike Mayer from Freedom Honey gave a super U-tip and said, "Congrats on your legal victory. Give them help tonight. Keep fighting rebels. I'm so pleased that we won in court. It was a validation. Like sometimes you think, am I crazy or is the whole world crazy?" And I think it was Sigmund Freud who explained the psychology behind if the entire world tells you you're wrong, you can still be right. I don't quote Freud a lot. He's not my favorite. But you have to have that confidence that if you're doing the right thing, you still can do it even if the whole world says you're wrong. That's my feelings about the lockdown and about the extremism of the vaccine pushing, and that's my feeling about free speech in this era of censorship. Wow, look at this. That's a gorgeous horse. That's Tariq Elnaga and our own Adam Sos. What a great video that is. I encourage people to read it. All right, Sheila, I'll stop talking about Sigmund Freud and we'll stop showing those great ranching vids. Why don't you take over some of the super chats?
Sure, and just moreover to your Sigmund Freud point, I would prefer the C.S. Lewis point. His quote is, "When the whole world is running towards a cliff, he who is running in the opposite direction appears to have lost his mind." Yeah. And sometimes that's us over here at Rebel News. By the way, Mike Mayer from Freedom Honey is a Canadian Forces veteran. He's very outspoken on the allies left behind. And he is with People versus Predators. So he's just giving her hell out there for freedom.
I think I've met him before.
You have.
That's great. Thanks, Mike. Go ahead, Sheila. Why don't you go through some of these generous gifts?
Sure. We've got a Rumble rant from Paul Otto Newman. Paul is a committed viewer and a very generous donor to the work that we do here. He gives us $5 and says, "I think Derek would be better served joining the PPC, possibly as deputy leader, rather than starting another new right-wing party. I think that would strengthen his position." And I think there's some merit to that.
There's a saying, too many cooks in the kitchen. But everyone wants to be the chef. I mean, chef is French for chief, right? So everyone wants to be the boss, and that's the nature of politics. I mean, we've just had two good guys on, and they're competing against each other. And
I would vote for both of them.
Pardon me?
I would vote for both of them.
Yeah,
I pity the people in Banter.
Right? We see that in Ontario, too. You've got Randy Hillier, you got Belinda and Jim Karahalios, you got Roman Baber, you've got these individual dissidents in Ontario, but they're split. There's that phrase, splitism. It's hard to unify. And part of being a dissident is maybe you're a little bit prickly. So
that's the problem with conservatives. You can't get us all going in the same direction because we all want to be left alone.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when Preston Manning sewed together the Reform Party. It's hard herding cats. Anyways, you keep going, and then we'll let me just check with Justin. What's our timing on, speaking of the People's Party, what's our timing on Maxime Bernier? Sure, well, okay, that's great. He confirmed for 8:30, so at the very least we'll have him at 8:30. If we can have him a few minutes early, we'll do that. But he certainly is the candidate with the most Zoom. I can't believe that ECOS poll. Put it up there one more time. And again, polls, the margin of error, and there's such a thing as a rogue poll. They're not always accurate, right? But there's a trend. Every single poll has shown the PPC growing, whereas the Liberals and the Tories are sort of stagnant, and those two other protest parties, the Greens and the Bloc, have been plummeting. The Bloc falling in half, the Green Party falling in half, and the People's Party quintupling, more than quintupling itself. So just really incredible. Hey, Sheila, I got a question for you. I mean, you are a woman of many T-shirts. And Avi Yamini wears great T-shirts. And we just saw a video of Adam Sos wearing, I think he was wearing a Rebel shirt too. I think I'm the only guy who does shows without wearing a Rebel gear. How do you get that?
How do I get this one?
Yeah, where do you get that from?
You have to go to rebelnewsstore.com. Good job, Justin. And while you're there, if you haven't already used it, use the coupon code Sheila10 for 10% off. And we've got free global shipping, which is crazy good deal because I do buy a lot of t-shirts and it costs a lot of money to get my stuff to the middle of nowhere where I am. So that's a really great deal. We've got some new stuff here. Stop right there, Justin. The Rebel with a Cause.
That is
really
great.
Like that
I was
one.
just looking at that. I haven't seen that one before. You can see that Rebel font for the word Rebel. Rebel with a Cause. I think that's us, Sheila.
That is us. That is us. And, you know, it doesn't scream Rebel News, so you can just wear that in your everyday life if you want to just have that, like, sort of secret handshake, wink,
That's
wink, wink
right.
to the other rebels who know.
Yeah.
That's your smoke signal T-shirt. But I really like the one right beside.
Yeah.
Because that, I think, is exactly how we feel about Justin Trudeau here at Rebel News.
Yeah.
Worthy of mockery, a bit of a joke, a total mental lightweight.
Yeah.
We're not here to demonize him the way he demonizes conservatives. We think he's an absolute clown show. And so that's why I really like that shirt. It's not bad-natured. It's mocking him the way he deserves.
Yeah. Just scroll down a little bit. Let's take a couple of looks at some others.
That one right there.
That's a good one.
It's one of the most popular shirts in the store, according to our shirt guy. And I really like it because great for Canada Day, right?
Yeah.
Or Dominion Day, depending on who you're talking to. If you're talking to David Menzies, Dominion Day. But you can wear that for Remembrance Day. It's great all the time. And even Red Fridays, if you're one of those persons who does Red Fridays in support of our troops. And I also like this really fun I Will Not Comply shirt. That little smug face on the sun. Again, happy warrior shirt. You're just not going to do what the government tells you, which I really like.
Yeah, that's great. Let's just take a look at two more and then we'll go back to the super chats.
Okay.
Ape to sheep. Yeah, that's sort of funny. Oh, and there's one that Avi wears. 1984 was not an instruction manual. Isn't that the truth? And what do we got here? Free trial communism, yeah. And then what's that one on the left there?
It says, Marty.
Whatever happens, Marty, don't go to 2020. Isn't that the truth? Well, so many shirts that we don't have time to go through them, but I was just thinking everyone's dressing in the Rebel gear except for me. I got to represent. You know what? Maybe I can get like a tasteful blazer with just like a little Rebel News right there. I don't know, something really tasteful.
We have the microphone pins. We have the microphone pins.
Yeah, you know, we'll do something like that. All right, let me read some super chats. What was the last one you read?
It
was the
we stopped
Paul
at
Otto
Paul.
Newman, I think. Super U tip from Robinator 77, $50. That's incredible. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Who says, moving to Alberta next week. No PPC candidate in that riding. Would vote PPC here for Sean Taylor.
By the way, let's just go back to Banff Airdrie for a second. Another really great candidate there for the PPC, Nadine Wellwood. How do you know who to vote for in Banff Airdrie? They're all really good.
Yeah, it's not the truth. Rumble rant from John Entwistle, $5. The Ox is here. Have no fear. Just who was the winner last night? I don't know.
We were.
I think we were. Well, we were. And if you don't believe me, ask the federal court. Hyper chat from Silvio 27. Too much division in this country from east to west. Country before party. Well, that's what we're talking about. Splitism. I mean, I wish there were, but it looks like things are coalescing around the PPC right now. Rumble ran from G867. It was postponed from 2020, scheduled before the election called. Too late to put the brakes on. Oh, you're talking about the Christian Heritage Party. Super U tip from Mike Epp, $5. I sent you $5. Commission complains about Rebel News, but CBC crowd funds from Trudeau. Isn't that the truth? Look, every media company in the world has to get its money from somewhere, even if it's like someone who inherited money and they're just spending their family money on their hobby. The money has to come from somewhere.
Like how Justin Trudeau is spending his family money on his hobby of politics. Sort of like that.
Well, but it's not even his family money. He's spending tax money on it in so many ways. But the thing is, like if you're the CBC, you'd get your money from Trudeau. And nothing comes for free. Nothing comes without strings. So you have to be obedient to him. If you work for the corporate media, you have to do what the bosses say. And I worked for the corporate media for a while, a company called Quebecor, run by a billionaire named Pierre Carl Pelledo. And I had tremendous freedom, but I knew there were certain things just don't go there. Like he was really focused on building a hockey stadium and bringing the Nordiques back to Quebec City. So you wouldn't dare criticize that. Now, I don't talk about stuff like that. But if you work for a master, you have to bend the knee. And so I ask our viewers, sometimes people say, Ezra, you're always crowdfunding. I say, yes. What would you prefer I do? Take money from Trudeau like the CBC and most bailout journalists do? take money from a corporate boss who has agendas I don't even know about, or, in my view, the most honest way to live, which is lots of small donations, average gift $53, lots of small donations from so many people that I don't even notice, really, so no one can say, I got you over a barrel, you do this or I cut you off. Well, listen, thank you for the $53, but that's certainly not going to cause us to, rein in an idea. So I feel like we're the freest journalists in the country. Sheila, I actually think that is one reason why the other journalists resent us, because they've made their deal with the devil. They've made their Faustian bargain, that in return for free money, they'll bite their tongue and do what their boss says. And we have not taken the trap. We have not taken the bait. We remain independent. And I think a lot of journalists quietly wish they could also. That's part of it when they say, how come there's 11 Rebel News journalists at this debate? That's another way of saying, gee, you guys are actually growing while we're shrinking. I think there's, I mean, I don't want to, engage in amateur psychology. I think there's a little jealousy out there.
I would tend to agree with that. I remember I had heard from one of our journalists quite a while ago that and for me, it's bizarre because my only experience in journalism, thankfully, is with us here at Rebel News. But the amount of editorial control placed over the work of journalists at other companies is really a lot. And our journalists are really free. You can take whatever opinion you want, whatever stance you want on something, as long as you're not saying anything crazy and we're not dehumanizing anything. If it's an opinion that you come by honestly and is supported in facts, well, then talk about it. We are actually diverse. The other media talks about diversity all the time, but all their ideas and talking points are just homogenous. We actually have a very diverse, when you think about it, group of journalists. We're all a little bit different kinds of conservatives from different places and different backgrounds and have different ideas and different things that are important to them. And you are right. I think the other media are very envious of our freedom.
Well, I think of our chief videographer, a 22-year-old lad with big hair named Mocha Bazirgan. And we had him on the show yesterday, and I made a little fun of his hair, but it's actually one of my favorite things about him. He's a 22-year-old guy, and he's running around the country doing great journalism, putting questions to party leaders. I mean, other media, there's no way you're going to be allowed to do that unless you do 10 years of earning your spurs. And second of all, it was Mocha who said he senses that we have a decentralized approach to stories, which is true. We let all our journalists pitch stories and follow the stories they care about. I mean, we look over them, make sure we're not getting into trouble, but I think he's right when he described us as decentralized. Let's take a look at the clock. It's 8:22 Eastern Time. Just to remind folks, the debate itself starts at 9 p.m. We have journalists on the ground. Alexa Lavoie is our reporter in the physical building. We also have 10 other reporters, including Sheila, who will be joining telephonically at a special login number just for accredited journalists. It's so controlled, and it was all controlled to keep us out. I don't want to rehash what we talked about last night, but for folks who didn't hear it, they had 7 lawyers trying to keep us out. Oh, Ezra, you don't really mean 7, you mean like 2 or 3. No. 4 lawyers and a student at law from the Debates Commission. What? Plus 2 lawyers from the Justice Department. 4 plus 1 plus 2 is 7. How do you even, like that's a crew. I mean, that's like a sports team.
That's a law firm. Yeah.
That's a law firm. That's a law firm? Tell me a sport where it has 7 players per team. How do you even handle that many lawyers?
Yeah. It was a lot, and they were up against Chad Williamson, who gave up his weekend.
Chad Williamson, and Chad won. Talk about your David and Goliath. That's asymmetrical. And the firm, by the way, Trudeau used government lawyers, Justice Department, but he also hired an outside private firm, very fancy firm, you might have heard of it, called Borden Ladner Gervais, one of the big, and boy, do they ever bill. There is no way that Trudeau spent less than $1.5 million keeping us out. And look at that. They over-lawyered it, and they blew it, and that great judge from Newfoundland named Elizabeth Heenahan just saw through it and cut through it with her Newfoundland straight talk, plain talk. And I have to say, I was watching the trial on Tuesday.
Me too.
And I am antipathetic towards the Trudeau government. And I have a certain hostility to their hired lawyers, shall we say. But watching that judge from Newfoundland slice and dice the lawyers for Trudeau, there was a moment, Sheila, I actually felt bad for them. I
had embarrassment by proxy. I felt like I was cringing in my skin when she was scolding them for the amount of paper they buried her in.
I actually felt sorry for how brutally the judge, like it was the slap chop, you know, that slicing and it was, oh my God. And like, you never want to count your chickens before they're hatched, but I went to bed that night because the judge released her ruling yesterday. I thought, I think it went our way, and holy mackerel. So that's 2 times in a row. And you know why that's important? People say, Ezra, why you guys talk about yourself? You think this is about us. This is about you. They're trying to get you. We're just standing in the way.
Yep.
If we didn't fight this, it would be law now that the Prime Minister can pick and choose who is a journalist and who is not.
Yep.
Because who else is going to fight against that? Who's going to fight for civil liberties? Where's the Canadian Association of Journalists? Where's the Canadian Journalists for Free Expression? Where's the Canadian Civil Liberties Association? Where's Amnesty International, which has a Canadian branch? Where's PEN Canada? Where's the Committee to Protect Journalists? Where are all these groups that claim to defend free speech? I don't know where they are, but boy, I'd like to see them, but I'm not going to wait around. And the thing is, did we go to court for our 11 journalists? You bet we did. But the precedent we won in court at some expense redounds to the benefit of every Canadian, and that's what scares the heck out of me, Sheila. When I grew up, it was a universal Canadian value. Of course, free speech. Of course, freedom of the press. Of course. That's what differentiates us from authoritarian regimes. We all agree on this regardless of party. In fact, the leftist parties, the parties of the left, parties especially with the word liberal in their name, liberal from the Latin for freedom, they sort of owned the civil rights, human rights. When I was young, charter was a word that the Liberals used. Trudeau's charter, talking about Pierre. Well, now his son is shredding that document. How ironic that Justin Trudeau is shredding the charter, and we, conservatives at Rebel News, are using the charter to protect Canadians' freedoms. All right, I'll stop ranting.
Well, and, you know, like the left-wing Liberals, they were the ones who would strike down obscenities laws because they felt that the government didn't have a right to tell you what was obscene and offensive to you. And now these are the same people who want to completely censor you off the internet because they might be one day triggered or offended by something you said. That's how far the pendulum has swung. And if you want to see the immediate results of our court win yesterday, just look at Cian Bexte's Twitter feed, because they returned his accreditation because we fought in court and overturned the ruling.
That's a great point. Cian Bexte, he was with us for a few years now. He's independent. We still keep in touch from time to time. In fact, I chatted with him very briefly online today. So we know a lot of lawyers. We've been in this business a long time, and so when something goes wrong, we have general counsels, names of Aaron Rosenberg. We have a bunch of lawyers, so we knew what to do right away, and we had Chad. For a young independent journalist like Cian, for him to lawyer up and to get into federal court like on a day's notice, that's something that you're not born naturally knowing how to do that. That's sort of an experience and a skill set. So we were in court alone. But when we won, according to Cian, the commission contacted the other journalists that had blackballed and said, all right, I guess the court says we were breaking the law, you can come now. So that is I'm so glad you reminded me of that, thank you. And I'd like to know what other journalists they permitted. Now, by the way, he had to scramble to buy a ticket at the last minute. I wonder what other journalists weren't allowed to make it. But that is a perfect example where we were fighting for ourselves, but the benefits of that success redound to all Canadians.
Well, and I'm curious now that you mentioned it, what other journalists are beneficiaries of our legal win, but are too sheepish to thank us for it? And I don't want to thank you, but I would just like them to point out, they aren't so bad. I'm at this debate because they and all their viewers who helped crowdfund their legal fees at letusreport.com. We're the beneficiaries of that legal battle, but they haven't said a word about it. They don't want the rebel cooties, I guess.
Yeah. Looks like a live stream from the leaders' debate. Looks like Jagmeet Singh
outside with a mask,
double vaxxed and outside, but he's got the mask because he wants to let you know.
Wow.
There's no social distancing there. But he's got a mask, but he's double vaxxed, but the science, and if you don't do what he says, but only when he says it, you are an anti-vaxxer or something. I tell you, they all do it though. Trudeau and O'Toole, they're all double vaxxed, but they all wear the mask for show. It's a political flag. Yeah. It's a flag for them. I wonder what he's saying. We'll find out in the debate, which starts in half an hour, and then we will have a chance, hopefully, to put questions to him. I should say that of all the responses to us last night, his was the worst.
The most embarrassing and childish.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau demonized us. All right, he's in that mood. In 2015, he was sunny ways. Now he's those people will face consequences. Yeah, we get it. Yeah. You think everyone's a racist. Everyone's bad. We get it. You're the real feminist, Mr. And you're the real tolerant one, Mr. Blackface. All right, we'll keep with that. But at least he engaged. Annemie Paul rolled her eyes, but she gave an answer. Aaron O'Toole answered. He claimed he didn't hear the question, but he spoke to us. But it's the only word that comes to mind is childish.
Yep.
We put a legitimate public interest question to him at a public debate, and he just says, "I don't talk to Rebel News," and he just looked dumb in the literal meaning of I don't have any words. And why is it that you have nothing to say? Are you afraid of or really it's you don't respect Canadians who disagree with you enough to give them the courtesy of an answer at a debate paid for by taxpayers.
Yep.
Taxpayers funded this debate. Taxpayers chose which candidates are in there. Maxime Bernier wants to get in, they're not letting him in. This guy was given one of the elite 5 slots, paid for by taxpayers. He's allowed in, others are not. And he will not answer a question from Canadians because he won't even explain why. It's just my policy. Unacceptable. Whether it's cowardice or stupidity or I don't even know what it is, I think it's disrespect. I think it's snobbery.
It's bigotry. It's bigotry, snobbery. Yep.
He claims to be a working man's leader. If you Google Jagmeet Singh, and maybe you can do this for me, Justin. Before, when he started running, he really ran as the luxury candidate. Maybe he grew up poor or something, and so he's got this chip on his shoulder. But everything is like a Donald Trump wannabe, the glamour, the gold, nothing but fancy, flashy, bespoke, handmade suits, fancy cars, luxury 5-star. Who would take a photo of himself shopping at a luxury store? Jagmeet Singh, champion of the working class. Sheila, I hear in my ear that we now have the man of the hour. I'm talking about Maxime Bernier, the leader of the People's Party, who, according to the new poll from Ecos, is now at double digits, 11%, more than the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party combined. Maxime Bernier joins us now via Skype. What a pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Ezra. I'm very happy, very pleased to be with you.
Well, we're happy to have you, and like you, we were not allowed by the government into the leaders' debates. We had to go to court to get in, and they didn't like that. I see that they kept you out under the same, arbitrary and capricious rules, and now look at you. You're the man of the hour rising in the polls, and they don't have you in there. It's going to be a very boring debate without you in there.
You're right, Ezra, because we are speaking about the real issues that are important for Canadians Canadians and speaking about COVID-19 hysteria and that vaccine passport that everybody want to implement across this country against our constitution. But without us, it will be a discussion with mainstream political politicians that are on the lot of important issues, spending money that we don't have, nothing about the pipelines, nothing about the equalization, Paris Accord, carbon tax. And it's sad because the Green will be there, and they're about 3% in the polls. And we are, yes, it's going well, this campaign. We are growing and growing. A lot of Canadians, I believe, want to know what we believe, and they won't have that opportunity.
You've said more things in the last 1 minute than were said all last night, more different things. I want to put one more question to you, and then I'm going to bring in our chief reporter, Sheila Gunn Reid, who's also on the line with me. I have a question for you. A long time ago, I was a member of the Conservative Party. I haven't been a member of any party for a while. And I believed that the People's Party that you created was siphoning off votes from the Conservatives. You placed second against Andrew Scheer a couple years ago. But now I'm starting to think that in addition to disaffected Conservatives, you might also be attracting votes from Green Party members who used to value personal health, freedom and privacy and natural health, and maybe even from the Bloc, Quebecers who want a Quebec leader, but not necessarily Blanchette. Who do you think the 11% who are saying to pollsters they support you, where are those votes coming from? Who are they?
It's a great question. As you know, we don't do any polling at the People's Party of Canada. We don't spend money for that. I'm looking at the public polls, and I can tell you that some of our support, yes, can come from Liberals or NDP. I was in New Brunswick last weekend, and I can tell you that I did rallies over there, and a lot of people came, 100, 200 people in a park at our rallies. And these people, the same team and question that they had, they want their freedom back. So I believe that they understand that the freedom is important for us, individual freedom and personal responsibility, fairness and respect. These are the basic principles of the People's Party of Canada. So we may have some support from leftists that are tired with these government overreach, and also from our conservatives. So that would be interesting to see after.
Just said there are the real reason they won't let you in the debate. Mm-hmm. I want to bring in our chief reporter, Sheila Gunn Reid, who's in the Edmonton area right now. Sheila, put a question to Maxime Bernier. We're delighted to have you with us. Go ahead, Sheila.
Mr. Bernier, maybe I'm particularly sensitive to these things because I'm a Westerner, a lifelong Westerner, but I'm going to ask you because you've described yourself as an Albertan from Quebec. And yesterday, one of our other guests pointed out that it was a French language debate, not the Quebec debate. But there was literally no talk of Western Canada unless it was 4 or 5 politicians talking about what they were going to do to us without consulting us out here first. And I think the exclusion of you is actually an attack on Western Canada because so much of your support is from Western Canada. So I guess, what would you say to Westerners who are feeling excluded after everything they saw last night with that debate?
They have a reason to be mad and not happy with that. Actually, we don't in that electoral campaign discuss the most important policies for Western Canada, equalization, pipelines. O'Toole won't speak about that. Trudeau is not speaking about that. But the most important, we are not speaking about Western alienation. I said that in Quebec, and every time that I'm doing an interview on radio station, I said, I know, I was there, and you have a reason to be mad about Ottawa. We need to acknowledge that. We need to have an answer for that. And the other establishment political parties and elite leaders don't want to speak about it. And it's important not only for Western Canadians, but for all the country. When you have 32% or something like that of the population in Alberta that are ready to separate, you must be there and telling them, no, please don't do that. We will change. We will have a country that will respect the Constitution, that will respect Westerner, and we are doing that. But also, when you speak about it, it's popular in Quebec. The example of pipelines, Quebecers understand that it's safer for the environment and safer for the population to transport oil and gas by pipelines than by trains or trucks. So we need to have that discussion, but they don't want to have that discussion. And so you're right. It was all about pandering to Quebec, with money that we don't have. And if the federal government has some money, it's coming from Western Canada. So it's unfair, and it was not a real debate.
Let me ask you a question about your growing poll numbers. I think in the beginning, you were written off by the conventional wisdom and the mainstream pundits. But now they're noticing, how could you not notice your party going from 2% to 11% and really draining all the energy away from the others? And so it makes me think of what they did to you last time. In the last election, the Conservative Party of Canada, led by Andrew Scheer at the time, hired a notorious Liberal Party dirty trickster named Warren Kinsella. His whole life, he's been the war room dirty trickster guy. The fact that he was hired by the Conservatives was a shocking fact that was not known until later. Are you worried that either the Conservatives or the Liberals or someone will say, oh my God, this guy's actually draining votes from us, break out the dirty tricks again? Are you worried that they're going to have similar attacks on you that the Andrew Scheer, Warren Kinsella team did last time?
No, I don't think so, because it won't work. All these dirty trucks can work once, but not two times, because people know and they understand. I'll give you an example. I had a nice discussion with Preston Manning after the 2019 election, and Preston said to me, Maxime, too bad what they did to you. Yes, the Conservative Party of Canada paid $122,000 to a guy, Kinsella, in Toronto, to discredit our party. He was saying that I was a racist and a Nazi. I'm suing him, actually. I'm in court right now. I'm waiting for the decision from the judge. I can tell you that I will win that for sure. And so Preston told me, Maxime, they did the same thing to me when I created the Reform Party for my first election. They were saying that to me. But you know the good news, the second election, they were not able to say that because it was not true. And I believe at your second election, it will be easier for you. And it's right. This election, I don't have the coverage of the mainstream media, but people understand after, 3 years, they know our party. They know that we want to fight for Canadians and put our country first. So I don't believe if they try other tricks like that, I don't believe it will work, because these establishment politicians don't have any credibility now.
Well, I can tell you 11,000 people are watching our live stream right now, in addition to those who will watch the clips that we put on social media and who watch the replay. So even though there's a kind of mainstream media boycott of you, I think alternative media, you can still get your message out. Can I ask you, this will be my last question, then I'll let Sheila wrap up, because I know you need to go, and we have to get ready for the actual debate. So my last question to you is, my observation is that you have largely been ignored by the mainstream media. They've called you other when they talk about, the main parties, the Green Party, the Bloc, and then other, or they've attacked you. I don't think I've seen a lot of fair or neutral coverage of you, but maybe I'm biased. Can you tell me, how has the traditional media, the corporate media, the legacy media, the bailout media covered your campaign?
You're right. They don't cover our campaign. And I'll give you the best example. The first day of the campaign, Sunday, when Trudeau launched the election, we said to our team, we will do a press conference in Ottawa, and we did that at the end of the day, Sunday. I was very happy because we had a lot of mainstream media and journalists, maybe 10 journalists in the room, 10 journalists on the line, and you were there also. But and I delivered a speech, 20 minutes in French, 20 minutes in English, and I was answering questions for 45 minutes. After that Sunday, the first day of the election, I said to my team, oh my God, that's great, we'll have good coverage. Yet, zero. We didn't have anything in the newspaper, TV, CBC, CTV, Global were there, nothing on TV, nothing in the newspaper, only the independent media like you, Ezra, that cover us. So all these journalists went back to their editorial board, and they've been told, we don't cover Bernier, we don't cover Bernier. And that was everything that happened during the election. We didn't have any coverage from the mainstream media. And when they are speaking about us, yeah, it's orders or, that populist party that don't have anything to say, but that's the opposite.
Huh, very interesting. Well, you can understand why people no longer trust the mainstream media. If they were all there and they saw your announcement, but they didn't actually publish anything, I think that shows a motive. Let me hand it over to our chief reporter to wrap things up. Sheila, take it away.
Sure. And just moreover to your point there, Ezra, that is exactly why the Liberals have intentions to censor the internet. And that is because they see somebody like Maxime Bernier and the People's Party picking up momentum, going around the mainstream media and talking directly to the people by talking to us or going to their social media platforms. That's why the Liberals are going to censor the internet. We saw it happen in the United States. They did it to Donald Trump. But what I wanted to ask you is, I know that you were recently assaulted, and I wanted to ask you, to what extent do you think that the demonization of normal people, PPC voters and PPC supporters by the Conservative Party, but also by the Liberals and the mainstream media, what do you think? Do you think that constant demonization contributed to your assault? And do you think that we're going to see more of that if that demonization continues?
I believe that, the mainstream media, because it's going well, our campaign, they will do everything to discredit us. They're afraid and they're scared about our message. They don't want Canadians to be able to hear that, but it's a common sense. And like I said, we need to start a common sense revolution in this country, a freedom revolution. And I'm telling you, I won't be prime minister after the election. I won't be the leader of the opposition, but we'll have some candidates that will be elected and will be able to do that common sense revolution without the mainstream media, by speaking with alternative media on social media and also real people on the ground. That's why I'm traveling and doing rallies. And actually the other leaders, they cannot do that. They cannot do that because people are not happy with them, are not happy with their policies, and they are telling that to them. I said everybody must be able to express their point of view. I believe in freedom of speech, but that must be done peacefully, and that's what I believe. So I will go on and do my campaign, and I will always be available for the media, and specifically for you and the independent media.
Well, that's excellent, and we're always delighted to have you. And we interview in both English and French because, of course, we have a great reporter in Quebec, Alexa Lavoie, who reports in both languages, and I know you've given her interviews as well. Nice to see you, Maxime Bernier, leader of the People's Party of Canada. Appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that you give me some time to speak to you.
Well, it's our pleasure. There you have it, Maxime Bernier, the leader of the People's Party of Canada, excluded from the debates tonight, even though he has 11% in the polls, more than the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party combined. Well, that's interesting. What a pre-show we've had, Sheila. Very interesting. Derek Sloan, Tariq Elnaga, and of course, Maxime Bernier spending quite a bit of time with us. I want to take the 10 minutes or so that we have before the debate begins to give some respect to our Super Chat and Rumble Rant and Super U donors. What I mean is folks who are chipping in to help us crowdfund the show. Sheila, do you want to start us off by reading some of the comments that we've got?
You got it. We got a hyper chat from Alberta Separatist, who says Jay Hill, the interim leader of the Maverick Party, is tweeting about this debate on his Twitter account. We've got a Rumble rant from FNBLSTU, gives us $5. My girlfriend just received 2 voter cards in her name to her home address in the mail. Not normal. Anybody else? We've got a hyper chat from History Club World. I'm watching the CBC News live stream concurrently with you. You're suffering for the cause, buddy. They were playing a feed of the area outside the debate, and based on it, the PPC is either great at organizing or has a large amount of followers. You should try to reach out to some of the disaffected reporters and hire some. I'm not sure. You know what? Every time there's a round of layoffs, though, we do put out the call for some independent-minded journalists, and maybe we can bring them around to our side. I don't know how much of that we're doing for spider fun.
I prefer finding independent people who can articulate their thoughts and have never been trained in the bad habits of the media party. That said, I am open to someone. I mean, people can always reform themselves, but I would much rather have a person with common sense and initiative and no bad habits to join us in our rebel style. One of my favorite stories is how we came upon Tamara Ugolini. She was actually a client in our Fight Defiance project, but she was such an articulate expositor of the freedom message. I thought, who is that? And now she works with us. She asked a great question of Trudeau last night, which just was one of my favorite moments. Okay, I got off the path there. Rumble rant from Lucy Lou Drinkwater. $5. McMurray is spoiled for choice. Hart, Maverick, and strategic PPC. We could have the Conservatives right up the middle. BB Con, $2. My donations may not be large, but they are freaking, and I can confirm CTV, CBC, or CTV would never get a nickel donation from me. Rebel is honest media. Well, that's the thing, is they all have some form of subsidy, whether it's a direct subsidy like CBC's $1.5 billion from Trudeau a year. But remember, CTV and the other TV networks have a kind of regulatory subsidy from the CRTC. They're forced into your basic cable package. They've been forced into your pocket for decades, really. Those are billion-dollar concessions. It's like being a public utility. Do you want to take the next few of these super chats for us, Sheila?
Sure. We've got a Rumble rant from Magnus Athios, $10. Keep up the great work in reporting on what the Communist Broadcasting Corporation tries to hide from us. You better believe it. I think we've got quite a breaking story. I'm not sure which one of us is going to handle it, Ezra or I, about just how much of your money these people are getting. We've got a Rumble rant from AMT60, $2. Is there a way to make sure that our elections are honest and not fraudulent like the United States? This year we will have mail-in voting. Do we use Dominion voting machines? Rocco Galati said elections are rigged.
Well, I do not believe that voting machines are used in Canada. Mail-in votes are used, and I'm not familiar with the system, but we do not use electronic computer systems to count, and I'm so glad we don't.
Sure, and we've had mail-in voting for, quite a while. We've got a Rumble rant from Canadian.
5 candidates there, including 2 candidates that I think some Canadians would say, what are they even there for? I was startled to learn that Annamie Paul, the leader of the Green Party, has not actually left Toronto until these debates. She's just trying to win her own seat. She's not campaigned nationally. I mean, the Green Party is on the ballot across the country, but they're not running a national campaign. She's certainly not caring about anything other than winning her own seat, because I think she wisely realizes if she does not win her own seat, she'll be thrown out as leader shortly. She's already hated by her own party because she's not anti-Israel enough. In fact, she's Jewish. And the Bloc Québécois leader in an English language debate, that's very bizarre to me. The Bloc Québécois are chauvinists for French culture and French language, and that's their mandate, just sort of like the Maverick Party is for the West. Fine. So they had an entire debate dedicated to them last night. And there was actually another entire debate on TVA. So what's he doing in the English language debate? Speaking English. I presume maybe he's speaking in the French translator with the translator. He has no candidates running in English Canada, but he's in this debate, but not Maxime Bernier. And Annamie Paul, that's at 2% or 3% in the polls. What's she doing here? but the guy who's at 11% of the polls isn't. This whole thing's a scam.
Well, and Maverick is running candidates across 3 different provinces.
Yeah.
But they aren't included?
Yeah. It's ridiculous, but we already know that because they decided to keep us out just because they don't like us. We had to go to the federal court. I didn't think to ask, but I wonder if Maxime Bernier contemplated suing to be allowed in, or if he just thought waste of money, waste of time, looks like whining or something. Frankly, I think that it's the loss of this debate because Maxime Bernier right now is the candidate with the momentum and the energy and the interesting ideas. But again, who put this debate on? Justin Trudeau's government agency. He doesn't want interesting, or he doesn't want a real debate. He wants 5 think-alikes arguing over which shade of gray is the one to go with. And it looks like they're almost ready to rock. Let me throw one more thing at it, and then Sheila, ask your thoughts. The most outrageous part of this whole thing is they're banning Maxime Bernier. They tried to ban us. And they come up with excuses. Oh, you're biased, or you're advocates, or you're this, or you're that. But one of the pundits moderating this debate is Rosemary Barton, who, as I mentioned earlier, besides taking a loving selfie with Trudeau, can you find that image for me, Justin? Besides going on a platonic date with Trudeau, seriously, where she
was that platonic? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it was like not reciprocated.
Oh,
but,
that's right. It was unrequited. Let me use that. An unrequited date with Trudeau. Literally, in her personal capacity, sued the Conservative Party in the last election. Sued them. You can see her name on the lawsuit. She was a plaintiff. And now you are the moderator, the referee, the new... Hey guys, I did this. I'm going to put this in my hope chest. I'm going to put this in my locker. I'm going to put this in my locker, and in between classes, I'm going to go to my locker, and I might doodle RB plus JT and draw a heart around it. And then I'm just going to close my eyes and get dreamy. Could you imagine that person is the, quote, neutral moderator tonight? She sued the Conservative Party for her would-be boyfriend. And she's the moderator, but we are too political to be involved. What a crock. Anyways, my clock is 8:59. It looks like the candidates are all in there. Sheila, what we're going to do is when the debate starts, you and I are going to just sort of gear down because we're not going to interrupt the talking. I might heckle once in a blue moon, but I'm generally going to be quiet. I'll look at my notes. I'm going to check emails and stuff. You and I will stay where we are, but we're going to go quiet for the debate. And the debate goes for 2 hours. Then you and I will talk about what we saw and what we think. And then the fun part starts. That's when you and the other 10 rebel journalists get on the phone, or in Alexa's case, go to the front of the line to ask the questions. That's going to be exciting. So, Justin, can you pipe in? Pardon me? Oh, I think I hear a bell. Here we go. All right, let's let the journalist, the government broadcaster, take it away.
Said, I am not going to do it.
This was just scattering money around to build gazebos and fake lakes. The one you bought, you can't build.
If you try to open up the treaty, you can lose everything.
And don't try to paper over what's happening in people's lives.
It's still time for a change. We had to take over the mess that you left us.
It's not economically disastrous. It's a smart economic thing to do.
An agreement between Quebec and Canada was always impossible.
It's very unclear, Mr.
No,
don't use gobbledygook.
Live from Gatineau, Quebec, this is the 2021 Federal Leaders Debate. We're coming to you from the Grand Hall in the Canadian Museum of History on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabeg people, a place for Canadians to reflect on the country's past. But tonight, we are looking ahead to the future. Good evening, I'm Shachi Curl. I'm the president of the Angus Reid Institute, and tonight I will be your moderator. Let's welcome the party leaders. Justin Trudeau for the Liberal Party, Aaron O'Toole for the Conservative Party, Yves-François Blanchet of the Bloc Québécois,
A pleasure.
Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, and Annamie Paul for the Greens. Welcome, leaders.
Good evening. Great to be here.
Tonight's event is being produced for the Leaders Debates Commission by a media partnership including APTN News, CBC News, CTV News, and Global News. The debate is also offered in 10 other languages, including Cree, Inuktitut, Dene, as well as described video and ASL. 20,000 Canadians have weighed in telling us what they want to hear from the leaders, and 5 themes have emerged: leadership and accountability, climate change, reconciliation, affordability, and COVID recovery. Tonight, 4 undecided voters and journalists, maybe the journalists are undecided as well, will be putting their questions directly to the leaders. And you leaders, you've agreed to tonight's rules and format. So before we begin, please answer the questions you're asked. Do not interrupt each other. I don't want to cut you off, but I will if I have to, okay? All right, let's get started. You will each get a different question, and you have 45 seconds to answer. You all have a countdown clock. The theme is leadership and accountability. Your speaking order has been determined by draw, and Mr. Singh, you are first. Hi, Mr. Singh.
Hi there.
Mr. Singh, you are popular and you inspire many Canadians, but your platform is full of big promises. And when it comes to how you'll pay for it all, there's not a lot of details. Given this, how can Canadians know that you are really ready to lead?
I really appreciate the question, and I want to say good evening to everyone tuning in. There is a serious question that people are asking themselves in this election. They're wondering who's going to pay the price of this pandemic and the recovery. And we do have bold plans about how we can invest in people. But we are the only party with a credible plan that will not put the burden on people, that will not cut the help that they need, unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who voted against making the ultra-rich pay their fair share. We believe that billionaires should pay their fair share. We should end the loopholes and the offshore tax havens that mean billions of dollars are lost, that we are not able to invest in people. We want to put the burden on those that are at the very, very top so we can invest in the solutions that people need, tackling the climate crisis, investing in housing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Singh. Next to you, Mr. Trudeau. Because you wanted a new mandate, you plunged the country into an election even as the pandemic spurs thousands of new cases. But over the last 18 months, opposition parties have largely stood with you, putting the nation above politics. Why aren't you doing the same? How can you justify an election at this time?
Thank you, Ms. Curl. I think, first of all, I want to thank Canadians for being here tonight, making an important choice, and also, quite frankly, for everything you've done over the past number of months to help get ourselves and our neighbours through this. Tonight, over the next couple of hours, you're going to hear some very, very different, very strong ideas that are radically different about how we're going to move forward through this pandemic to end it, how we're going to build back better. Those decisions are going to be taken by your government now, in the coming weeks, this fall, not a year from now, not 2 years from now.
Could it not have waited a few months, Mr. Trudeau?
I know you want to go harder and faster on vaccinations. I know you want to go harder and faster on climate change, and you get to choose exactly that in this election.
All right, that's time. Thank you. Mr. Blanchet, to you. You deny that Quebec has problems with racism, yet you defend legislation such as Bills 96 and 21, which marginalize religious minorities, Anglophones, and Allophones. Quebec is recognized as a distinct society, but for those outside the province, please help them understand why your party also supports these discriminatory laws.
The question seems to imply the answer you want. Those laws are not about discrimination. They are about the values of Quebec.
And yet religious minorities, sir, cannot progress if they wear their religious gear.
Quebec is not recognized as a distinct society. It's been recognized as a nation on June 16th by the Parliament. 281 votes said that Quebec is a nation, and everybody here seems to agree with that. No more distinct society, which never had any meaning anyway. Meaning, not meeting.
So again, why the discriminatory laws and your support for it, sir?
You may repeat as many times as you want that those are discriminatory laws. We are saying that those are legitimate laws that apply on Quebec territory, and there seems to be people around here who will share this point of view, which is a gain by itself for Quebec.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Ms. Paul, to you, for millions of voters, this is the climate change election. But at this critical time, you've been bogged down in internal strife. If your own party doesn't fully support you, how can Canadians trust you to lead through one of the most defining issues of our times?
It's an excellent question, and it's an honor to be here tonight on the unceded territories of the Algonquin peoples. It has been a very difficult period, and do I wish that our party had been further ahead, particularly at this moment? Absolutely. Do I believe that we have wonderful candidates running all over the country that you should consider voting for? Absolutely. Being who I am and in this position has been incredibly hard. Being here tonight was not an obvious thing. I've had to crawl over a lot of broken glass to get here. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be the first of my kind. And because I am the first of my kind, I know that I won't be the last.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. And to you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr.
Oh, I wonder if that's our system or if that's
like
the
it.
broadcast system. Scatchy Curl, rather.
This thing, I've had to crawl over a lot of broken glass to get here. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud to be the first of my kind. And because I am the first of my kind, I know that I won't be the last.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. And to you, Mr. O'Toole. That will be in charge of a
Conservative Party. And we have a plan to get the country back on its feet after a difficult 18 months in this crisis. I'm a pro-choice ally to the LGBTQ community. That comes from my service in the military, where I served alongside people from all backgrounds, all orientations, putting the country first. And our platform, including a detailed plan on climate change, is about making sure we secure the future. Jobs, accountability, national leadership on mental health.
So is it you, sir, or your caucus that's driving the bus?
I am driving the bus to make sure we get this country back on track. And I'm here to defend the rights of all Canadians, women, members of the LGBTQ community, Indigenous Canadians. I want to make sure we all secure a future together.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. All right, leaders, thank you. It is now time for our first face-to-face debate. Mr. Trudeau, Ms. Paul, you're up. Starting with Mr. Trudeau, based on this question. You call yourself a feminist, but on your watch, sexual misconduct in Canada's armed forces continues to run rampant. Tell me, why are you allowing these unacceptable conditions to continue?
I think we recognize that there are systems and institutions that need to change across the country, and that's why from the very beginning we stepped up with policies, new policies, stronger policies and processes to support every survivor, everyone who comes forward, because nobody deserves to work in a workplace where they are being discriminated against, where they are being harassed or hassled. We have been unequivocal about that. My leadership has been unequivocal about that. Yes, these problems continue in workplaces across the country, particularly in the military. That's unacceptable, which is why we've taken even stronger measures. It's unsatisfactory to have to say, we're relying on process in this. We want to just be able to have easy answers.
Ms.
But
Paul,
this is
what's
not
your
an
response
issue
to that?
with easy answers. You have to fall back on process.
I have said before, and I'll say again tonight, that I do not believe that Mr. Trudeau is a real feminist. A feminist doesn't continue to push strong women out of his party when they are just seeking to serve. And I will say their names tonight and thank them. Thank you, Jane Philpott. Thank you, Jody Wilson-Raybould. Thank you, Selena Cesar Chavanez. And I'm here tonight thanks to the work that you have done. I believe that if there were more women on this platform tonight and in previous years, that we, in fact, would have better laws in our military. We would have childcare at this point. We would have many of the things that we need. I am the only woman, other than Elizabeth May, to be on this platform in the last 18 years. The Liberal Party has never had a woman lead it. I think it's time for the party to examine its priorities.
Ms. Hall, you'll perhaps understand that I won't take lessons on caucus management from you.
And I think
what I will keep
that
focused on is making sure that our first woman finance minister has moved forward on
all right, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, that's time. We have to move on.
Cabinet.
Mr. Blanchet, Mr. O'Toole, and Mr. Singh, this next topic is for you to debate. Canada's transition to a green economy depends on pipelines. At a time when Ontario and Quebec face uncertain energy supply over Line 5, this country cannot extract nor distribute oil domestically. Our theme is leadership. Tell me, which one of you is best to lead on these complex issues? Mr. Blanchet, per the draw, you begin.
I'm not very much interested in leading Canada. However, I am very much interested in making sure that Quebec is entitled to its own vision for the future. You know, in Quebec, we do not have energy issues that much because we are lucky. We are lucky. It's a piece of luck that we can produce green energy in a large amount. But the whole planet cannot afford this idea, this very Canadian idea, this very conservative idea, and as far as I know, this very liberal idea that we have to produce more oil, export more oil, believing that the money from it will reduce gas emission, which won't happen.
All Canadian families deserve an economic recovery, including families in Western Canada that feel left out after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau. When it comes to leadership, our natural resources sector is a leader in environmental social governance. Anytime Canadian resources are removed from the global supply chain, you know who fills that gap? Saudi Arabia, Venezuela, Russia. All of these organizations and companies are getting their emissions down. Let's get emissions down and Canadian resources to market so that we can have jobs opportunity and fight climate change.
Mr. Singh.
When it comes to leadership on the fighting this essential crisis, one of the biggest crises we're up against, we've got a difficult choice for Canadians. You've got on one side someone who doesn't believe there's a crisis, and then on the other you got Mr. Trudeau who doesn't act like there's a crisis. And what it's going to take is real leadership, because the solutions are there. We can invest in green energy, clean energy. We can invest in renewable energy.
Doesn't give up on tens of thousands of workers across the country.
We'll never give up on workers.
We're workers that are working hard for their families, so we can get our resources to market.
Okay, one at a time, gentlemen. Mr. O'Toole, then back to you, Mr. Singh. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh.
I want to see Canadians get back to work in all sectors and in all regions. And I'm proud of what we produce in our country, whether it's our resources or the resources in the heads of our young people.
But
we need to get emissions down,
Mr. O'Toole,
and get our energy to market.
These workers need a plan that's going to create jobs for the future. And that's a responsibility of government. We've seen 6 years of Mr. Trudeau, and workers can't afford another 4 years. What we need to do is invest in a diversified economy, clean energy. We need to electrify transportation. We need to invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. We need to create good jobs for workers
plan
now.
But we need an economic recovery in all sectors
that have failed
leadership
workers.
Is not only
last word to you, Mr. Blanchet. Last word to you, sir.
Leadership is not only saying the words, it's proposing solutions, admitting a problem, which they're not doing.
All right, thank you. My next question is for all of you. We've had some encouraging news out of Kabul overnight with the escape of 43 Canadians. That said, thousands of people who helped Canada during Canada's mission in Afghanistan have been left behind in their hour of need, and it is unknown if we will ever get them all out. To each of you, what would you have done differently? Mr. O'Toole, per the draw, you begin.
Canada should never leave behind people that are at risk because they helped us. When Afghanistan was falling, there were 1,200 Canadians and hundreds more translators and others waiting for help from Canada. What did Mr. Trudeau do? You called an election, sir. You put your own political interests ahead of the well-being of thousands of people. Leadership is about putting others first, not yourself. Mr. Trudeau, you should not have called this election. You should have gotten the job done in Afghanistan.
Mr. O'Toole, as of the beginning...
Hold on. This is not open debate, leaders. This is a situation where we're asking a question to each of you. No problem, Mr. Trudeau. I'm trying to keep track myself.
I would like him, Ms. Curl, because he called an election in the fourth wave of a pandemic with fires in British Columbia and with unfinished business in Afghanistan,
All
Mr.
right,
Trudeau.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. I'm going to give the opportunity next per the draw to Mr. Singh. You guys will have tons of time to debate, so hang tight. Mr. Singh.
Sadly, what's happened in Afghanistan is a tragedy that was something we knew about. We knew about the withdrawal date. We knew from President Biden what that date would be. And sadly, I agree with Mr. O'Toole on this one point that it was a bad decision to call an election while this crisis was going on, particularly because we've got allies on the ground that put their lives at risk to support our Canadian forces who are now looking at peril for their lives and may never get out of Afghanistan. We know the impact on women and girls in Afghanistan. It's heartbreaking, and it could have been avoided. Veterans had told Mr. Trudeau and his government for a long time that the current approach was not working. Those calls were not heeded, and as a result, we're in this really horrible situation.
Thank you,
It could have
Mr.
been avoided.
Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Blanchette.
First, good news. I seem to understand from what I read a few hours ago that Kabul airport is now being open for some people to get out of the country, which is very good news. This should have been worked a long, long time ago. I agree with Mr. O'Toole that Mr. Trudeau should have put those people's interest before his own. However, the problem is that Canada has failed many times to create some strong partnerships with other countries in order to be stronger facing a situation like Afghanistan now, because by itself, we must admit, Canada is not a world power.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Mr. Trudeau, I invite you to respond now.
Thank you, Ms. Curl. It's unfortunate to hear the members, the leaders on this stage talking down the incredible work that our Canadian Armed Forces, that our diplomats, that our consular officials did from the beginning of the summer to ensure that as of the very beginning of August, well before this election, we were getting flights out of Afghanistan. We got 3,700 people out of Afghanistan. And over the past weeks, we've been working with the Qataris, for example, on exactly that good news that we've seen of more people, more Canadians getting out of Afghanistan. We work closely with our allies because we know Canadians sacrificed in Afghanistan for a better future. We need to stand by the people who helped us, who helped themselves, and we will with even more people coming to Canada in the coming months.
All right, Mr. Trudeau. Ms. Paul.
As a former diplomat and with a husband who provided advice on the peace negotiations in Afghanistan, we were hearing the stories all the time in the months leading up that this was foreseeable. And so it seems like we got better information on our smartphones than Mr. Trudeau got from our entire intelligence service based on what he's saying. The thing is that when people count on you, when you make a promise to them, then you do it so that people can count on Canada's word. When someone is your partner, you go with them, you go for them, or you don't amount to much. And so leaving behind people in Afghanistan, walking up to Reid Hall and calling an election under these circumstances was not the right thing to do. And to borrow a line from Mr. Singh from 2019, Mr. Trudeau could just say, hey, man, I messed up.
All right, Ms. Paul, thank you very much. Thank you all. And now it is our time for a first attempt at open debate. Jumping off of this question, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor have been in Chinese prisons for 1,004 days. The next prime minister has key decisions to make about our already tense relationship with China, such as telecommunications security and foreign investment. Some say this all comes down to a trade-off between Canada's economic growth and recognition of human rights. I'd like to know where you all stand. I'm sure you want to exchange on that. Mr. Singh, per the draw, you begin. Leaders, you may jump in.
Thank you very much. We know that we can't imagine what it is for Mr. Spavor and Mr. Kovrig to be going through 1,000+ days in a prison without access to human rights. I can't imagine what their friends and their families are going through right now. All I know is we have to do everything possible to secure the release of these two Canadians. We need to work with our allies, apply pressure, and make sure that we return these Canadians home. That's what we've got to do.
And that's exactly what we've been doing. Over the past 3 years, we have worked with international allies to put pressure on China in every single one of their meetings. We've worked closely with the United States. We, at the G7 a few weeks ago, worked with the international community to make sure we're moving forward on challenging China where necessary in human rights, competing with them economically where we need to, and holding them to account on the rule of law as a global community. And Canada's voice has been very strong on that.
Canada's voice has been absent, Mr. Trudeau. We have not worked with our allies on Huawei. We have not stood up for the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong. We've not fought for the two Michaels and put pressure on the communist regime. We have not stood up for human rights. Sir, you did not show up for a vote declaring a genocide towards the Uyghur people. You didn't show up. Canada is the country that was leading the fight against apartheid. We created the UN Human Rights Code. We should be leaders for our values, sir. And you've let the Michaels down, and we have to get serious with China.
If you want to let the Michaels and get the Michaels home, you do not simply lob tomatoes across the Pacific. That is what Mr. Harper tried for a number of years and didn't get anywhere. You need to engage in a sophisticated way with our allies every step of the way.
You have to take the same position on Huawei,
and that's exactly
on steel,
what we have done every step of the time.
On cyber security, Mr. Trudeau, we are out of step, and our allies are wondering where Canada's gone. You started as Prime Minister saying you admired China.
If I could...
I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul. Just a second. I want to get to Mr. Singh and then to you, Ms. Paul.
I appreciate, thank you very much, the opportunity. I want to also we're talking about leadership and accountability. And in this pandemic, one of the moments I think of leadership that has been a failure is the fact that when we talk about leadership, it means finding solutions. And in our long-term care homes here in Canada, we saw the worst conditions in for-profit.
Mr. Singh, we're going to have time to chat with that later. The topic is China, human rights and economic growth. To you, Ms. Paul.
Yes, and this is an area where certainly lines are being redrawn all across the world. And the main thing that Canada is going to have going forward in terms of currency is its word. When we make a promise, we have to keep those promises. That's how, when we need help, we get it. You know, my mom grew up on a farm in a small community, and she learned very young and taught us that you have to give your word to your neighbors, and they have to be able to count on it so that when you need help, they're there for you. And so when we don't show up, when we're asked for vaccines from COVAX, and then we take vaccines from COVAX, when the Uyghur ask us for help to declare a genocide and we don't do that, when we don't show up on the climate by setting targets that are ambitious, but at the same time in line with our international partners and do our fair share, then our word doesn't count for much, and then it makes it very hard for us to help people like the Michaels when they need us the most.
Mr. Blanchet, did you want to get in on
Throwing
this?
tomatoes might not be the solution, but I would submit humbly that doing nothing might not be the solution either. The Mr. Trudeau's record on human rights is not perfect. We might name the two Michaels, we might name Uyghur in Xinjiang, we might name Taiwan, Hong Kong, we might name Catalonia and Mr. Puigdemont, we might name the worst of all,
Mr. Blanchet.
Raif Badawi being still held in Saudi Arabia because Canada wants to sell weapon and military supply to Saudi Arabia, which is unacceptable. The Parliament voted.
Okay, gentlemen, one at a time.
2 seconds. The Parliament voted unanimously to give citizenship to Raif Badawi. Nothing has been done afterward.
All right. Whoa, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Blanchet is correct. Canada is needed back on the world stage. We may be smaller than China with respect to population and economy, but we are a giant when it comes to our commitments to human rights, to dignity, and to the rule of law. And we have to start working with our allies to take a more serious approach for human rights, standing up for our workers on fair trade, and making sure that our voice is a principled one on the world stage again.
The problem with Mr. O'Toole and his principles is he says all the right-sounding things, and he's working on reassuring everyone that he's right there as a strong leader. But he can't convince his candidates to get vaccinated. He can't convince his MPs to follow his
let's keep the theme. Mr. Singh, you wanted to get in. I'm giving the last word. I'm giving the last word to Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau, please. To you, Mr. Singh.
Leadership means standing up. It means standing up for the Uyghur in China. It means standing up to defend people around the world. It also means showing leadership when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. We've got the worst record under Mr. Trudeau in the G7. So that's not leadership, certainly not.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, leaders. We are now moving on to our next theme, which is climate change. All right, this time we're starting with a question from Trevor McMullen. He is a high school teacher in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia. He's standing by. Trevor, what's your question?
Hey, good evening. As leader, what immediate actions would you take to make green technology more accessible and affordable so that everyday Canadians don't have to bear the financial burden of being environmentally ethical?
All right. Thank you, Trevor. Leaders, you've heard Trevor's question. Ms. Paul, I apologize. Ms. Paul, you're going first.
Thank you so much for that question. And Trevor, that's exactly where your head should be at. That's where all of our heads should be at. How can we use this opportunity to seize the moment to create a green economy? How can we incentivize every single person in Canada, every company, and every enterprise to adopt green technologies? How can we become a global leader? And so, absolutely, if you look at our platform, you will see that we propose incentives all the way from buying electric cars, new and used, to retrofitting homes, to all of these items that will help make life easier for you and help for you to do your part. But this is a national and international issue. We need national leadership on it, and we need it across party lines.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. I really appreciate the question. And I'm sure you speak to a lot of young people as a teacher and are seeing the fear in their eyes, the worry and the desperation that young people have because they don't know what type of future they're going to inherit. And they're worried about the impacts of the climate crisis because it's hurting us now and it's only going to get worse if we don't do anything about it. And to invest in that future, we need to make choices. And right now, we look at the choices Mr. Trudeau has made over the past 6 years. He has promised to end fossil fuel subsidies, but instead of ending them, he has increased them to $900 million per year. That is money we could spend on investing in clean technology, in making it easier for people to access that technology and to do our part to fight the climate crisis. So it's a matter of choices. We can't afford another 4 years of Mr. Trudeau's choices.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. To you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you for the question, Trevor. I was raised by two strong women who were teachers, and they told me to be straight up. This is an area where the Conservatives, we had to win back some trust. We hadn't met the expectations of Canadians on climate change. It's an important issue for me as a father of a high schooler, and we talk about it all the time. That's why in April, long before the election, I put out a substantial package pricing carbon to meet our Paris targets. And what's interesting, our low carbon savings account will allow people to actually make green choices to lower their carbon footprint. This approach is innovative because it would allow all Canadians to know what their carbon footprint is and make those innovative investments to lower it. I think we all have a role to play, and our plan is detailed and we'll deliver on it.
Mr. Blanchet.
Thank you to be with us, sir. I hope you appreciate a little bit blunt answers. First, you put a ceiling on any production of oil and gas. You take all the money that the federal government is placing into that industry, even more by the Liberals than the Conservatives before, and you put that into green energy. And you take the money for Trans Mountain and you give it to Alberta for Alberta to initiate its own transition toward a greener economy. This is the way to do things, because if we don't do that and keep dreaming about reducing gas emission while increasing production, we will never get there.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Trudeau.
Thank you, Trevor, for your question. And from one teacher to another, I know that you need to ground your decisions and what you share with your students in science. And all these leaders on here have various claims about what their climate change plan is going to do. Unfortunately, if you look at what the experts and the climate scientists and the economists have said, we're the ones with the strongest plan to fight climate change. And how to answer your question specifically, how to make it more affordable for Canadians? Well, the first thing we did on that was bring in a national price on pollution that incentivizes businesses to go cleaner at the same time as it puts more money in families' pockets. We are going to put a cap on oil sands and oil and gas emissions and decline it until net zero and create those opportunities and investments that are going to make it more affordable for you and your students for many years to come.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Thank you, Trevor. Have a good evening. I'm turning it back to the leaders. It is time for more debate. The draw has Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole facing off. Your topic is climate change. Even today, 1 in 4 Canadians don't believe that climate change is caused by human activity. How can we achieve real progress when so many people are still debating the fundamentals? Mr. O'Toole, you begin.
Climate change is a real threat, not only to Canada and to the world. That's why we have to take a serious plan to tackle it. That's why, as I said, we put our plan out in April, because we had to restore some trust on this issue to make sure we can show Canadians we can get emissions down and get the economy working again. That is key. We have a plan to meet our Paris targets, but minimize the impact on jobs and investment. We're also going to make major investments in electric vehicles, in the hydrogen economy, small modular reactors. There is so much we can do to get our emissions down, but grow a strong economy, because without a strong economy, we can't tackle climate change. We can't tackle the issues of today.
The reality that Mr. O'Toole has never understood is you can't have a strong economy unless you tackle climate change. And you ask about how we're going to convince the quarter of Canadians who still don't think climate change is real. Well, Mr. O'Toole can't even convince his party that climate change is real, because they voted against that. And that's perhaps why his plan is so weak. His plan is to go back to the Harper targets, to the Harper approach on fighting climate change, which doesn't work. His costed platform, which he just put out last night, cuts $2 billion from climate investments and from things. And for our friends in BC,
you have never made a target,
has proposed to restore
let him respond, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond to you, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Curl.
The tanker ban.
Mr. Trudeau always forgets one fact. He has never made a target for climate change. He has great ambition. That's part of the reason we're in an election and a pandemic, is his ambition. He doesn't have achievement. Well, he never meets his target. So we have a plan
is in 2030,
that we will meet the targets and get our country back to work.
Except for the fact that right now we are on track.
Gentlemen, we have to wrap this segment.
Over
all right, we are moving on. We are moving on, leaders. Next up is Mr. Singh, Mr. Blanchette, and Ms. Paul. I'd like each of you to describe how you'll implement a national approach that best recognizes the significant regional differences involved in fighting climate change. You begin, Mr. Singh. You may jump in one at a time, please.
Of course.
Well, here's the thing. We just heard Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau argue about who's worse. And honestly, it's a tough question to answer. Let me tell you, you're not stuck with these two. Better is possible. We can invest in a clean economy. We can end fossil fuel subsidies. We can make sure we're creating clean transportation, and we can invest in provinces and territories to make sure they have the resources necessary to fight the climate crisis. I'm hopeful. I'm optimistic. I'm going to be a dad soon, and I want to make sure my child grows up into a future that has the same opportunities that I had, that has clean air, clean water, a clean place to live. I want to make sure that that's
as far as I understand it, it is not a national or even less a regional issue. It is a planetary issue. And it has to be tackled by everybody at once. But I would be glad to give some of my precious time to Mr. O'Toole, because a week ago, a little more than that, he said in French that he did not want anymore to have a pipeline to go through Quebec. That was quite a statement. He said that in French, no more pipeline through Quebec. I want to hear that in English tonight. Please, please.
Well, Mr.
Hold on. This segment is
quite frankly, this
we're not going to let that happen.
This on the climate, this sort of approach is going to get us nowhere, and I mean but nowhere. It is, and the question was an excellent one. This is a global issue. This is a national issue. This is a nonpartisan issue, and we have got to be able to come together across party lines. I said that I was available for a debate just on the climate because it's that important, but we've invited many times all of the parties to join us in a joint cabinet, a cross-party cabinet, to deal with this the way that we dealt with the pandemic, together. People were so inspired to see these leaders come together in the early days of the pandemic. We have got to bring that same approach here. Let's come together, because that's what's needed.
Thank you very much. I absolutely agree. We do need to come together. I can lay out what we shouldn't do and what we need to do. What we shouldn't do is what Mr. Trudeau did. Set targets and miss them. We shouldn't promise to end fossil fuel subsidies and then increase them. We shouldn't put a price on pollution and then exempt the biggest polluters. What we need to do is end those fossil fuel subsidies, invest in provinces and territories with infrastructure that's going to help us
with the
fight
greatest of respect
climate
to
crisis.
Greatest of respect to Mr.
Hold on, Mr. Singh.
With the greatest of respect to
let Ms. Paul respond.
With the greatest of respect to Mr. Singh, we have been making this invitation for years, and it has never been accepted by the NDP or any other party.
All right, we have to wrap this section now, leaders. It is time for me, with great pleasure, to welcome Mercedes Stephenson of Global News. She is joining us now, and she's going to be asking each of you a direct question on climate change. This round starts with Mr. Trudeau. Hi, Mercedes.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hello, candidates. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to ask you about a question that is on a lot of Canadians' minds, the question of climate change. Mr. Trudeau, starting with you. On your watch, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions have gone up every year since 2016, giving this country the worst emissions reduction record in the G7. According to the most recent data from your government, Canada's emissions in 2019 were just as high as they were 15 years ago. Environmentalists say that your performance is insufficient. If you're so serious about climate change, why are Canada's emissions still going up?
We inherited a government from a Conservatives that did not believe in the fight against climate change, and we had a lot of catching up to do. But what we were able to do in 6 years is bring a national price on pollution, ban single-use plastics, move forward in protecting more of our coasts and oceans and rivers than any government in history. And we are right now on track to exceeding those 2030 targets set at the beginning at Paris, down to 36%. And we've gone even further with that, with a concrete plan that the experts have said is the only one that can achieve a 40% reduction.
Which they say you're unlikely to meet.
That is what we're dealing with.
Okay, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Blanchet.
Madame.
Your party often criticizes the oil and gas industry in Canada's western provinces. You've said that you would block pipelines trying to go through Quebec. While you were the environment minister, though, you allowed oil exploration and carbon-intensive projects without environmental assessment. So why the double standard, and what do you say to Canadians who feel that you're blocking their prosperity?
There were three issues that have been raised since I've been into this election. First one is having reversed the 9B line of Enbridge, which had been reversed a few years sooner without any evaluation or anything. Second one is a project in Baie des Chaleurs, which already had been submitted to an evaluation, an environmental evaluation. And the other one was to have an environmental, I will come to that, evaluation after the exploration. This is all a build-up made by the previously environmentalist Sylvain Guilbeault from the Parti libéral, which the Prime Minister did not even know about when he attacked me with it. My record is also having signed the carbon market with California, which is still considered the best way to tackle the gas emission through incentives and tariffs around, I wouldn't say the world,
right,
at least
Mr.
North
Blanchet,
America.
That is time. Mercedes, your next question.
Mr. O'Toole, you're next. Under your plan, Canada would abandon its current climate target. Instead, you would settle for a weaker one. In fact, it's one set 6 years ago by Stephen Harper. World leaders are meeting this fall to ratchet up their commitments on climate change on the global stage, yet you would walk ours back. You've said that climate change is real and you've endorsed carbon pricing, but your target is the lowest of all of the major parties who are here tonight. Why should Canadians settle for your plan and a plan that would take our targets back in time?
Because Canadians deserve to have a plan and leadership to make the targets. Mr. Trudeau went to Paris. The targets I'm talking about making are the ones he signed on to, and then for 6 years did not make them. He likes to blame everyone else but himself for action. So what we did, because as I said, Mercedes, we have to build trust on this issue, we went out and worked with the top consultancy in the country to come up with a plan to price carbon, to get our emissions down to meet Paris, but to also get people back to work. After COVID-19, with $500 billion worth of debt put on by Mr. Trudeau, with a cost of living crisis, we also need to have a strong economy to get our emissions down. We will make our emission targets, and I think it's important for Canada to have a plan to meet what it signs on to internationally.
Ms. Paul of the Green Party, obviously environment a big focus in your plan, calls for a 60% reduction in Canada's emissions by the year 2030. Other countries that are making that commitment don't face the same challenges that we do here in Canada. We live in a cold, northern, sprawling country, and our economy still relies on resource extraction, much of which you've said you would shut down completely in your platform. How would you offset the economic harm that would result from meeting such an aggressive target?
Thanks for the question. And first, let me say that when I think about our future and I think about the future of energy, Canada will remain an energy superpower, but we will be a renewable energy superpower. And I think about my brother who was a roughneck out on the oil patch until the bust during the pandemic. And I think about his future. And I know that we have got to diversify our economy. But I tell the people of Canada today that what happens next is really up to you. We can keep moving towards a mirage, and that is what these promises are, a mirage that's just out there in the distance that we never arrive at. Or you can send people back to Ottawa from every single party who are committed to working together across party lines on the greatest existential challenge of our time and seizing the opportunity of a truly green recovery.
Mr. Singh, you accuse the Trudeau government of being all talk and no action when it comes to climate change, and yet you won't even give Canadians a straight answer on whether or not you would cancel the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. You've had years as NDP leader to develop a climate plan. Your platform has lots of big ideas and big targets, but almost no details on how you would get there. Don't you owe Canadians a clear answer on your climate roadmap, and will you provide one tonight?
Absolutely, and I'm honored to do so. We've got a bold plan that's going to take a lot of courage, that requires lots of investment, because we know how serious this crisis is. And we know what we're up against. Unlike Mr. Trudeau, we're not going to blame previous governments. We know that in power, we have the power to make a change. And if we vote for the same things, we're going to get the same results. So I want Canadians to know you have a choice. We are committed to ending.
What is your plan, sir?
We'll lay some of it out. One of it is to end fossil fuel subsidies, use that to invest in clean energy. We would make sure we prioritize investing in electrified transportation. We would invest in retrofitting homes and buildings to reduce our emissions. There is so much that we can do. We are confident we can do it. But there is a cost if we continue down the same path of conservative or liberals who don't take this seriously. You have a choice.
All right. Thank you. Now it is time for open debate. Mercedes is going to keep you leaders on theme. I'm going to keep you on time and make sure everyone has a chance to be heard. Ms. Paul, we're starting with you. Back to you, Mercedes.
Thank you. Canadians want their government to fight climate change, but they also worry about the cost for their families. And we know there will be a cost to this. Why should Canadians trust your party to see us through this?
There is a global green rush going on now to create the competitive green economy of the future. What the Greens don't want to see is Canada being left behind, because that is exactly what's happening. You know, I'm sure that the last candle maker was the person that had the market cornered on candle making. But if everyone has moved on to LED lights, then you're in trouble. And so what we want to see is us seizing this opportunity. And Mercedes, to your earlier question, if Denmark and Greenland, other cold countries, can end oil exploration, then certainly we can do it. And if 27 countries in the European Union can come together collaboratively to have an ambitious plan for the climate, then surely with leadership, we can do the same here in Canada. I know Canada can do anything that any other country can do.
Absolutely. I think we absolutely can.
If any type of energy is removed from the global market, Canadian energy, it's replaced by a bad actor country that doesn't have carbon reduction programs, it doesn't have human rights, it doesn't have engagement with Indigenous communities. Indigenous partnerships in natural resources is huge. So you said the cost. There are tens of thousands of jobs that deserve an economic recovery just as much as anyone else. There are Indigenous partnerships, economic reconciliation, and a move towards a made in Canada net zero by 2050. So let's be leaders in getting carbon emissions down and being world leaders on how we have natural resources, whether it's energy, timber, rare earth minerals for EVs, that we can be world leaders again.
Let's talk about the cost. The cost of inaction is an entire town of Lytton being wiped out by a climate forest fire. The cost of inaction is forest fires and flooding and heat waves that mean Canadians lose their lives. The cost of not acting means a young woman I met in Hamilton who looked me in the eyes and said, what's the point of me pursuing my education? What's the point of me finding a partner or even starting a family when I don't know what type of future I'll live in, let alone my child? That's the cost of inaction. That's the cost of Mr. Trudeau, who had 6 years to do something about this.
Again,
it's not 2 years. It's not a small mandate. 6 years, and he failed you, and it cost all of us.
Mr. Trudeau.
When we talk about a climate crisis, we have to deal in facts. And one of the facts I need to correct right now that everyone is laid into is we have not missed any of our targets. We are on track to exceeding our targets. And it's important that we are on facts. Secondly, I do have a question for Mr. Singh. We need to talk about science. We need to talk about experts. We agree on that, you and I both. So how is it that the experts that have rated our plan on climate to be an A have rated your plan to be an F?
Experts.
I rate your track record an F, Mr. Trudeau. You've had 6 years.
You don't get to rate.
I rate.
Well, politicians, experts. Why did the experts give you an F on your climate plan?
Let Mr. Singh
Let's
respond,
talk about
Mr.
right
Trudeau.
now. Let me respond to this. Let's talk. You're talking about the future. Let's talk about right now. You had 6 years.
Why did you get
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Climate?
You've got the worst track record in all the G7 after 6 years. How can people trust you?
Why didn't you put forward an ambitious plan?
Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, then Ms. Paul, then Mr. Blanchet.
I don't accept that, first of all. I don't accept that at all. We've got a bold
hold on,
plan
Ms. Paul.
and a strong plan.
Mr. Singh, thank you very much, Mr. Trudeau.
He had heated about these things.
He cannot explain why his plan is being panned by experts. Now, every politician up here says, we have the best plan. We actually have a record. And what Mercedes' question was, how do we make sure it's affordable? We brought in a price on pollution across the country that puts more money back in the pockets in the provinces where it had to be imposed because conservative politicians fought against it every step of the way.
Ms. Paul,
with the greatest of respect, I think the 5 PhDs in our shadow cabinet who put together our green recovery policy would disagree with you, with the experts. But I do want to say more generally that, again, this is getting us nowhere. We have got to be able to come together across party lines, not only to face the existential crisis that Mr. Singh described, but also to seize the greatest economic opportunity that Canada has seen within our lifetimes. We are being left behind. And if the United States can do it, if the European Union can do it, I know that we can do it. It's about a change in the culture.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Blanchet, did you want to get in?
The clock shows that I'm quite behind everybody else, and I have 12 seconds left.
Take some time,
I will disagree with the basic statement. There's possibility to create more wealth to absorb the cost of the changes that we need. We must stop opposing environment and creating wealth. It may go together well. This is the change that we have to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mercedes. And now, leaders, we are moving on to our next theme, reconciliation. Now we are going to our first-time voter, Merrick McLeod in Sault Ste. Marie. He's got a question to all the leaders. Merrick, you're 18 years old. You're a first-time voter. What is your question to the leaders? Go ahead, Merrick. The leaders are listening.
Ani Bojo. In the Ojibwe culture, trust and respect is key to any relationship. Oh, shoot.
You got it, Merrick. Keep going.
How can I trust and respect the federal government after 150 plus years of lies and abuse to my people? And as Prime Minister, what will you do to rebuild the trust between First Nations and the federal government?
Thank you, Merrick. Leaders, you've heard the question. How do you respond to Merrick? Mr. Trudeau, you start this round.
Thank you, Merrick, for your question. You're absolutely right. Over the past 150 years, Canada has failed in its relationship with Indigenous peoples. People who we should be working with in shared stewardship of the land, working with in partnership as we draw from the bounty and the beauty of this land to build a better future for all. That is why over the past 6 years, we have stepped up on the path of reconciliation. We have ended boil water advisories in 109 different communities. We have made sure that tens of thousands of young people get to go to school in better classrooms. We continue to move forward on fighting fighting for the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and ensuring a true partnership as we move forward in respect.
Mr. Blanchet?
Your question is quite moving. I would say that no one is entitled to tell any nation what to do or what to think, and that every nation has to be recognized as such. Either it is a nation of 300 people, like there is in Quebec, or an 8 million people nation like Quebec is. It calls for a relationship between equals. It calls for a relationship in which nobody tells the other party that they are stronger, bigger, richer, and therefore you will do as you are told, even if we say it politely. And first, you provide clean water to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Ms. Paul?
Yes, and thank you so much for the question, and I understand the anguish in it as well, because justice delayed is justice denied. And coming from a diaspora myself, where we have been robbed of our culture, of our languages, of our history, I have no idea where my ancestors were born or where they're buried. I completely understand how important this is and how frustrating it is not to have seen the action. I am tired of being up on these stages without Indigenous leadership here to speak for itself. Jody Wilson-Raybould, Mumalak Kalak, I'm thinking of you right now. And when Ms. Kakak said that without action, that the Parliament would be hollow, she was right. So Indigenous sovereignty, self-determination, nation-to-nation engagement, that is my commitment.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. McLeod, thank you for the question. And the way you phrased it is so important. Reconciliation is about trust and respect and restoring it after a century and a half of a federal government failing. That's why, as opposition leader, my first question when I rose in the House of Commons was on a call to action on reconciliation with respect to Indigenous health. We need to build partnerships. We need to restore trust. And that trust is eroded when you make commitments on safe drinking water on reserve, when you make commitments on the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report and have no plan to fulfill them. So I want to build partnerships and have Indigenous leaders have governance over the federal government finally delivering on our commitment to Indigenous peoples.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you very much, Merrick. Thank you for your question. How to restore trust? How do you restore trust when Indigenous communities suffer injustice and it continues in an unbroken line to this very day? How do you restore trust when you've got a prime minister that takes a knee one day and then takes Indigenous kids to court the next? And how do you restore trust in a country as wealthy as ours, a G7 nation in the 21st century, that still does not provide clean drinking water to every single Indigenous nation? It starts by actually walking the path of reconciliation, not with the empty words, but real action, clean water, nation to nation, and respect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singh. Merrick, did the leaders answer your question?
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Messieurs Blanchet and O'Toole, it is your turn to debate now. You've promised more money to search for unmarked graves, but so much more needs to be done to achieve meaningful reconciliation. Mr. Blanchet, you begin. Tell me, how are you better positioned than Mr. O'Toole to restore justice?
I am not better positioned than Mr. O'Toole because I believe that this is a relationship between nations. And you represent a nation, I feel I represent another one, and we are discussing with a lot of other nations. But I will remind everybody that on the last day of the last session, we had a motion adopted unanimously by the Parliament, and this motion was precisely saying what we had been told to carry by the First Nation leaders, and we had it adopted. This might be the way to do it. Many times the Bloc Québécois said, even if we don't agree with everything, that we would share our seats and our voices in the Parliament with the First Nations in order to have them being heard by the whole country.
After the tragic finding of graves in Kamloops, Cowessess, and other former residential school sites, we offered to work in a bipartisan fashion on calls to action 71 to 76. Those are related to former residential school sites. And we need to act faster. I know Mr. Trudeau cares a great deal about reconciliation. I know we all do. But this is an issue where we have to act. We can no longer say that we recognize the calls to action. We need a plan to achieve them. And what I'm proposing is a plan that builds partnerships, that builds governance, that has Indigenous leaders, incredible ones like Jody Wilson-Raybould, to allow us to actually hold ourselves to account. All parties, all future governments. This is the biggest scar in the history of Canada. And we have to tackle it not just with good intentions, but with a good plan to deliver for all Indigenous people.
Mr. Blanchet,
I must
briefly.
say that the Prime Minister has nominated Gouverneur Général, I don't know how to translate that, who speaks Inuktitut, which is great, but does not speak French. Still, he does not agree with the idea of acknowledging, recognizing First Nation languages as official languages in his country.
All right, we will leave that segment there. Ms. Paul, Mr. Singh, Mr. Trudeau, you're up. Tell me, what is your plan to end the ongoing disproportionate violence against Indigenous women and girls? Ms. Paul.
The first thing is to make space for Indigenous leadership because, you know, we have done all these things and made all these promises. We know what needs to be done. The recommendations are there in the calls for justice and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls report, and yet we still don't have the action. And so, as I said before, it should be Jody up here answering that question. It should be Mumala Kakak up here answering that question. We need to make the space for Indigenous leadership to guide this process, and above all, we need to make this a priority. All that is left now is political will.
But that is exactly what we have been doing, Ms. Paul. When we called the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls after years of governments avoiding doing that, we ensured that we brought the truth forward. And then we worked with Indigenous leaders groups, Indigenous women's groups to co-develop the action plan that we are now fully funding so we can get justice for the victims, healing for the families, and put an end to this ongoing national tragedy. It will take a lot of work by all of us, but we are walking this road in partnership because we know it needs to be done and there is much more to do.
But Mr. Trudeau, sadly, and this, I don't take any pleasure in this, the calls to justice are out there and you haven't acted on them. And I meant it when I said you can't take a knee one day if you're going to take Indigenous kids to court the next. That's not leadership.
Mr. Singh,
that's
you
not going to make
love
things
that
better.
line about taking Indigenous kids to court. It's actually not true. We have committed to compensating those kids who went through that.
Listen,
and what's more than that, this is important, Mr. Singh.
No, you can't say you're not taking them to court when you're taking them to court.
When you talk
there
about
are kids out there that are being fought by you in court.
Leaders, I would actually remind you the question is about violence against Indigenous women and girls. Let me recenter you on that.
I appreciate it because he can't continue to say that. That doesn't make any sense.
And Ms. Curl, I will say again, I said this last night in the French debate, this is why we need more diversity in politics. This is why we need people to be, who are most directly impacted by issues, to be able to speak for themselves, because we are drifting off into things. We have only dedicated 2 minutes to talking about how we are going to bring true justice to Indigenous women in this country. If we could stick to the topic.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Curl, on this topic, and it was brought up in the earlier one, and we talked about Indigenous women, I want to talk about those kids buried in unmarked graves across the country, because it was a tragedy for all Canadians, one long known by Indigenous peoples. But when I went to Cowessess to speak with Chief Cadmus Delorme, we not only grieved those kids, we signed an agreement, a landmark agreement, to keep kids at risk in their communities, to take them out of the provincial system. That is how we move forward. It took years to sign that agreement, but we got it, and we are empowering Indigenous communities to care for their own kids. Mr. Trudeau,
we're out of time. Mr. Singh, I'm going to give you a very brief moment to respond. Briefly, we're over time.
We need to implement all the calls to justice. We need to listen to Indigenous women and girls. We need to make sure that they're safe. and we have the steps that they've laid out that we need to follow.
All right, thank you very much, leaders. Now I'm really pleased to welcome Melissa Ridgen of APTN News. Melissa is going to be asking you each a direct question on our theme of reconciliation. Your first question, hi Melissa, is to Mr. Blanchet. Over to you.
Tanshe, thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be here with you to ask some questions for our APTN audience. Mr. Blanchet, I'm going to start with you. You know, numerous government reports, including in Quebec, have sounded the alarm that systemic racism exists, from Joyce Echequan dying as she's taunted by hospital staff, to policing, the justice system. What will you do as Black leader to address systemic racism in your own province, in Quebec, and also elsewhere in Canada?
First, never underestimate the weight, the sadness of those dramas. Second, I acknowledge, I recognize the existence of systemic racism in June 2020. And then, what happened? It became a political tool against Quebec. It became a tool to say Quebec is this and that and racist and xenophobic and all of that, instead of opening a discussion, trying to find solution, consulting experts, discussing with the First Nations themselves. It became this white society against this other one, white society. We build nothing, so the words became toxic. I'm absolutely open to the idea of discussing all of that on a quiet stage without this being aggressive as this debate has become.
All right, Mr. Blanchet, we have to move on. Your next question, Melissa.
This question's for you, Ms. Paul. You know, Canada has more children in government custody right now than at the height of residential schools. New legislation, child welfare legislation, actually takes the onus on and puts it on the First Nations communities to bring their kids back, cleaning up the mess that Canada has created, essentially. And those children are going to have to be brought back to all of those same problems that still exist, that were the grounds for apprehension. What would you do in the House of Commons to make sure that poverty and trauma issues are addressed?
Thank you very much for that question. And absolutely, we mentioned that not that long ago in one of our statements that the residential school system had been replaced by children in care, and that this was just perpetuating the legacy of trauma. It really comes back to what I said before, which is that the Indigenous leadership is there. It is ready to guide all of these processes. We have all of the recommendations we need. What we are missing is political will. What we are missing is those who have been in power for a very long time, making space for new voices and diverse voices. I actually had to pull my jaw up, which just dropped, when I heard what Mr. Blanchet said. I invited Mr. Blanchet to get educated about systemic discrimination. I extend that invitation again. I would be happy to educate him.
It's nice to want to educate me.
This is my time, sir.
It is.
Thank you.
So nice time to insult people.
That was not an insult. It was an invitation to educate yourself.
This is Leader Direct Questions.
There
Melissa,
should be
Mr.
some decency in this debate. Since I'm many minutes behind everybody else, there should be some
Mr.
decency
Blanchet,
in
you have
the
had
debate.
every opportunity to
It's
jump
your
in an open
responsibility,
debate.
not mine, but some things
And
cannot
I am
be said.
fulfilling my responsibility, sir. Melissa, we're going to keep moving on.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
Well, thank you. Mr. Trudeau, this is for you. You know, your Liberal government has turned Indian affairs into two separate, massive bureaucracies that eat up large portions of funding that will never see it on to reserve. It doesn't leave the bureaucracy. You know, you've promised clean drinking water, but billions of dollars later, that's not happened. Many still do not have clean drinking water. You know, Canadians and Indigenous people are losing patience with the lack of results from all of this spending. So I guess the question is, why would they believe you a third term, that they would get results and you would be accountable for all that spending?
One of the enemies of progressive politics, Melissa, is cynicism. Is discounting the hard work that millions of people have been involved in over the past years. And yes, there's always more to do. Progressives always know there's more to do. But When we came into office, there were 105 long-term boil water advisories. We lifted 109 of them, and for each of the ones that are remaining, we have a project lead, a project team, and an action plan, and we are going to lift those all. There are tens of thousands of kids across this country, Indigenous kids, who've started the school year in new schools or refurbished schools. We have moved forward on settling more agreements and more land claims and more partnerships than any other government over the years. We continue to work in partnership and respect and invest more money in Indigenous communities than any previous government. And no, we're not done yet.
I think the money, I don't think anybody's questioning the money spent. I think that they're questioning the results for the money that's spent. My next question is to you, Mr. Singh. Federal forces, including the RCMP and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, have been used throughout Canada's history to prevent First Nations from exercising their treaty rights to fish and to hunt and to defend land and water. This is happening right now on both coasts, including under the NDP party in British Columbia with regards to fishing and logging. So my question would be to you, as Prime Minister, what would you do to ensure Indigenous rights and title are finally respected in this country?
I really appreciate the question. First of all, we need to respect Indigenous treaty land and rights. That's a fundamental step towards walking the path of reconciliation in a real meaningful way. But you mentioned the RCMP, and I got to talk about the really sad reality that there's been violence, heavy-handed violence, against Indigenous communities, against peaceful protesters, and I have long called for reform of policing. When I was in the provincial level, I fought against carting. I've continued to use every platform I have to say we've got to stop the use of force, we've got to overview it, we've got to change the RCMP's mandate, and that's something we can do at the federal level. That's something that Mr. Trudeau said he would do and yet has yet to do, and it's something I'm committed to making sure happens.
Mr. O'Toole, next question is for you. You voted against the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People that would share decision-making power with Indigenous people over what happens on their land. And you also want to criminalize Indigenous dissent that's expressed through blockades or protests. So the question is, if you're Prime Minister, how could Canada build a respectful nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous people?
Thank you, Ms. Ridgen. And this goes very similar to Mr. McLeod's question on trust and respect. I want to build those partnerships. And that's why our only concern with the United Nations Declaration was how free and prior informed consent was defined so that it didn't stop partnerships from being formed. I'm really glad to say one of the early leaders behind the UN Declaration, Chief Willie Littlechild, has agreed to serve as a special counsel to me on the implementation of that to make sure that there are partnerships and opportunities. What I want to do as Prime Minister is build that type of nation-to-nation dialogue and partnership so that the next generation has intergenerational wealth and opportunity transfer, not trauma. And building that trust will be core to me. It's why, as I said, my first question was on reconciliation. We have to make progress.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Now we move on to open debate. A reminder that Melissa will be here to keep the leaders on theme. I will be here to do my best to keep you on time. And all of you have an opportunity to jump in after Mr. Trudeau begins with a question from Melissa.
Okay, I think if there's one thing that Canadians and Indigenous people can all agree upon, it is that this Indian Act system is not working for anybody. How would you dismantle this broken top-down system, and what would you replace it with that would ensure that Canada still is living up to its constitutional obligations to Indigenous people?
First of all, we are looking forward to dismantling the Indian Act. It is a commitment of ours, but it is not something that Ottawa gets to decide. And what replaces the Indian Act will vary from community to community as we live up to our obligations. And that's why over the years, as we've moved towards self-government, we have accompanied communities, some who want to start with health, some who want to start with education, some who want to start with economic development. Every community, every nation across this country gets to help define what its path is forward. We will be there to listen, to partner, to build a better future every step of the way.
The way to go forward is to listen to leaders. And Mr. Trudeau ignored one that he had in his own cabinet, in Jody Wilson-Raybould. That was a huge lost opportunity. We've been speaking to people with how we can accelerate treaty resolution. There are some treaty negotiations, Ms. Ridgen, that have been going on, as you probably know, for decades. We need to solve it, and we need to work with Indigenous leaders. There's incredible Indigenous leaders in nonprofits, in the private sector, in industry, in academia. We need to use that governance capacity to finalize treaties and build partnerships.
Absolutely.
Because the best way forward is success for Indigenous peoples alongside their neighbors, alongside
Mr. Singh and then Mr. Trudeau. I'm coming to you, Mr. Trudeau.
I'll
Mr.
just jump in
Singh.
on this one point. I think absolutely the solution has to be Indigenous-led. And I think that's the starting point. And for a long time, we've seen that there's been a top-down approach that has to change. It has to be Indigenous people at the table. But I want to talk about the impacts, so just we understand how severe this is, how the Indian Act is creating injustice and perpetuating injustice. I spoke to B, who's a young woman, a young girl who lives in Niskandiga. And she told me in her own voice, she said, I'm a 12-year-old girl and I'm fighting for clean drinking water. How does that make any sense? Those words haunt me to this day. I think about what 12-year-olds do, and they certainly aren't fighting for clean drinking water. That is a legacy. That is the impact of the Indian Act.
I want to go back to what Mr. O'Toole has been saying, because he's very able at saying all the right things, but there are countless examples of him actually not living up to his words. We've seen him on a number of times during this campaign, but on Indigenous issues specifically. He says we need to listen to Indigenous peoples. Well, he proposed that he would raise the flags that are at half-mast for the kids in unmarked graves in residential schools. And he didn't talk to or listen to any Indigenous leaders when he made that decision. And that's something that is important and symbolic, but wouldn't cost a cent. How do we believe that he would be able to actually make the investment earlier necessary?
Hold on. I'm going to give Ms. Paul and Mr. Blanchet a chance to jump in. We haven't heard from them yet. Time permitting, I'll come back to you, Mr. O'Toole.
And I really, again, want to
I asked Mr. Trudeau to move immediately.
Hold on, Ms. Paul.
I really just want to try to recenter our conversation on Indigenous peoples and what we are going to do to fulfill the many unfulfilled promises and commitments that have been made. And I would say, perhaps to pick up on what has been said, that it seems all too often that reconciliation is treated like a buffet. You can opt in for this, pick this plate, but not the other one. And that applies to what we've seen with Mr. Trudeau and the Liberals. You can't, on the one hand, say reconciliation and then go and not allow Mi'kmaq fishers to be able to have a decent, moderate living for all of these years. You can't call reconciliation and then take Indigenous peoples to court. But Mr. Singh, you also can't say reconciliation and then support the NDP government in putting pipelines through Indigenous territories, or support Line 5 after the Anishinaabe made it very clear that they did not support that project.
Ms. Paul, I'm going to allow Mr. Blanchet to get in. He's been signaling he wants to.
Yes.
I will come back to the two of you. Mr. Blanchet.
First Nations and Quebec have something in common. They are binded by a document they never signed. And any relationship between nations should be dealt with freely signed treaties or agreements or something. The Indian Act has to be replaced one nation at a time, if need be, by and with freely signed treaties and agreement. There's no other way. And if I may come back a few seconds on something else. Quebec wants religion out of the state affairs because religion never protected equality for women and never will.
We are over time. I'm going to give you both a chance to briefly respond. Mr. O'Toole, then Mr. Singh. Briefly, please.
I am proud of this country, and I think if you love your country, you can dig deep to make it better. So as Prime Minister on the National Day of Reconciliation on September 30th, I will raise the flag with a commitment to move forward on calls to action. Mr. Trudeau promises things, doesn't deliver, and then when people protested him, he mocked them. That is not reconciliation. So you can be proud of your country as you strive for it to get better.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Singh, briefly.
I think that Mr. Trudeau may care. I think he cares. But the reality is that he's often done a lot of things for show and hasn't backed those up with real action. And the harm is that Indigenous people continue to suffer. And that's what I want to stop. I want to stop the suffering and lift up Indigenous people by being allies.
5 seconds, Mr. Trudeau, then we got to go. Mr. Trudeau, 5 seconds.
Unfortunately, the cynicism that Mr. Singh is showing on saying we did nothing is harming reconciliation and the path we're moving forward. We have lots more to do, and we are doing it.
All right, leaders, thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
Merci.
And now it is time for our fourth theme for the night, affordability. It's time now to bring in Janet Falla. She is a senior working part-time in Burlington, Ontario. Good evening, Janet. Please tell us what your question is to the leaders.
My question is this: at my age, I never imagined that I would have to keep on working, but I have to afford to live where I do. So I'd like to know, when they become Prime Minister, what will they do to help us seniors survive?
Thank you, Janet. Leaders, you've heard Janet's question. We're starting with you, Mr. Blanchet.
Merci, Madame. For many months now, the Bloc Québécois has demanded for the government to increase the amount of money being provided on a monthly basis to our elders. It's nowhere in the Conservatives' program, and in the Liberals' program, it starts at 75, nothing below 75 for this pension. I'm not sure about the word in English. It has to be done. Those people are those who suffered the most from the pandemic. Their power to buy things was reduced. The fact that they were alone more than never before was made worse. And the stress, the anxiety they lived with is terrible. We want something to be done, and it has to start with a monthly check, seriously increased.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Ms. Falla, for the question. This is a crisis facing our country, affordability, and it's hitting our seniors the hardest. That's why in Canada's recovery plan, our plan to give you a break, we're going to double the Canada Workers' Benefit. There are many seniors like you having to work to keep up with the cost of living. We're going to double that for you to give you a break. We're going to get bills down for internet, for cellular phone. We're going to get grocery bills down. That is our plan and our commitment. And in December, we're going to give you a break with the GST holiday and help bricks and mortar stores in the process. Mr. Trudeau is borrowing every day $424 million, and he's causing an inflation crisis. We have to secure our future, and that's our commitment to you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Fallish, thank you so much for your question. We know that seniors have been deeply affected by this pandemic, the isolation, the extra costs, which is why we stepped up with a one-time support so you could help get through this pandemic. But we need longer-term supports. One of the first things we did was increase the guaranteed income supplement for our most vulnerable single seniors when we first got elected. We're doing that again in our proposal in this election. We're also moving forward with increasing the OAS for all seniors over 75 because we recognize that the costs continue to increase as you get older and continue to want to live at home. We're giving you more supports so you can stay at home safely and make those renovations. Importantly, we will continue to have your backs as we have through this pandemic and into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Singh.
I want to thank you so much for your question. And one of the things that you mentioned is that you didn't think you would have to keep on working. And I don't think our seniors should have to work. If seniors want to contribute by working, that's absolutely their right. But you shouldn't have had to work. And in a country as rich as ours, we should make sure our seniors are able to retire with dignity, that you've got the supports necessary to live a life of dignity. So what we're proposing to do is put in place a guaranteed income for seniors so they can live with dignity and not have to worry about paying the bills. That's a starting point. What we've seen so far is that Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole both are going to either cut the help that you receive or put the burden back on people like you. We believe that the ultra-rich should pay their fair share for once and invest in you, invest in families, invest in people.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Ms. Paul.
Thank you very, very much for the question. And as someone who comes from a family where my grandma and grandfather had to work until actually they were kicked out of working because they needed to keep working to afford the basics, I completely understand what you're saying. And this is an opportunity for us to learn the lessons from this pandemic and to really get to the heart of things and to stop talking about the symptoms, but get to the root causes. We need to have, absolutely, and it's so wonderful to see the consensus building around a guaranteed livable income so that whatever your circumstances, you can live with dignity. We need universal long-term care. That's a huge expense. It was for my family. And we need more affordable housing. Let's get to the root causes.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh and Mr. Blanchet, you will both square off now. You both talk about affordable housing, but we know that affordability means different things to different people depending on where in the country they live. So when you talk about affordable housing, who are you really talking about? Per the draw, Mr. Singh, you begin. Mr. Blanchet, you may jump in anytime.
We're talking about people who are spending right now more than half their income on housing. That's not affordable. People should not be spending so much on housing that they have no money left to pay for their groceries, to pay for their bills. And the sad reality is, since 2015 to now, the average cost of housing nationally has gone up to buy a home by $300,000. So far, the housing crisis has gotten worse over the past 6 years. We want to invest in housing. We want to invest to make it easier to buy your first home and to invest to make sure there's available, affordable rental homes.
Let Mr. Blanchet respond.
Could anyone tell me how to translate logement social?
Social housing.
Social housing might be a solution to another problem. People are paying, at least in Quebec, people are paying far too much for houses because the prices have increased tremendously. The idea is to reduce the speed of that increase while helping people who cannot even afford decent lodging. If we build more social lodging, which price are obviously very lower, much lower, then it will lessen the pressure on those houses who become more and more expensive. And it will help reduce this. I wouldn't speak about an inflation crisis, but I would speak about an inflation worry, which we must have at present times. So I believe one thing might be part of the solution for the other thing when we speak about it.
All right, Mr. Blanchet, that's time. I'm sorry, Mr. Singh, that's time. You speak about inflation, Mr. Blanchet, and that brings us to our next topic. So, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Trudeau, and Ms. Paul, you're up. Inflation is at its highest level in a decade, and it is squeezing Canadians on staples such as groceries, gas, rent. What's your message to Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet? Per the draw, you begin, Mr. O'Toole.
Well, unlike Mr. Trudeau, I will care about monetary policy because we need to keep inflation low. There is a crisis hitting families, and Mr. Trudeau seems completely oblivious to that. Bills are going up. There's a housing crisis, as we talked about, and he's making it worse with, as I said, almost $500 million of borrowing per day. There's real risks on the horizon. So we have a plan to get people work, get their bills down, give them a break. Canadians deserve a break, and balance the budget over the course of the next decade. That's exactly what we need to fight against Mr. Trudeau's inflation.
Try not to
give families a break.
Anyone.
Ms. Paul.
Try not to interrupt anyone. You know, it's just an excellent question. And if you come to my neighborhood of Toronto Centre, you will see those people living in inadequate housing. You will see people paying more than half of their income just for things like childcare. And you know, there's this expression in my culture where you talk about soon come. It's the things that you delay to tomorrow and tomorrow that should have been done today. This is soon come. Soon come is now. We have got to learn the lessons of the pandemic and make sure that we have a social safety net in place that lets everyone live with dignity. When we invest in our people, we are investing in our future, and this is the time for us to do that. It costs us not to do it.
Over the past year and a half, I made a straightforward promise to Canadians that we would have your backs. And that's what we did. During this pandemic, we were there to support people. But at the same time, we need to continue that. That's why we've put forward a $10 a day childcare proposal that will save the average family in Toronto close to $10,000 more than Mr. O'Toole's approach on childcare, which he would cancel. We also put forward a national housing plan that will invest $4 billion to work with municipalities to create 1.4 million homes.
Gotten worse under you, Mr. Trudeau.
Let him respond, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr.
Trudeau, let Mr. O'Toole respond.
Sorry, let me just finish this.
The housing
Mr.
crisis.
O'Toole's plan on housing gives $500 million on breaks to the wealthiest landlords and nothing for building new houses.
The housing crisis has gotten worse under Mr. Trudeau, and months ago he fought against us trying to take foreign non-resident money out of our housing market. We've got a plan to get rental housing built. We've got a plan to get density, 1 million new homes in the next 3 years,
with no money
and to give
on that
first-time home buyers
not a cent
a break by a longer mortgage. And Mr. Trudeau, Canadians are worried you're going to be taxing their primary home sale. Your advisors have said it. Your candidates have said it. It's on page 14 of his policy book. He's introducing a new tax on the sale of homes.
Leaders, there will be more opportunity to speak about these issues. Thank you, because guess what? I'm bringing out Rosemary Barton of CBC News, and she's going to be asking you more direct questions and opening up more opportunities for debate on this theme of affordability. Hey, Rosie.
Hey, Shachi, thanks, and good to see everybody. Appreciate you being here. Let's try and get some answers this time, shall we? Ms. Paul, I'll start with you. One of the plans that you've laid out to tackle affordability is a guaranteed livable income. You mentioned it just moments ago. Give people a set amount of money to deal with their lives. There was an expert panel in British Columbia just recently that said that that is not the way forward, that actually is too complicated for the needs of our society, that the needs are too diverse. Why do you think this is still a policy worth pursuing?
Guaranteed livable income is a policy whose time has come. We saw at the beginning of the pandemic how many people were thrown immediately into financial crisis because our patchwork system simply isn't working. There is a growing consensus. The members of the Liberal Party voted for it at their convention. The members of the NDP party voted it at their convention. 50 senators signed a letter calling for it. The time has come to ensure that everyone has the support that they need to live in dignity in this country. The parliamentary budget officer looked at guaranteed livable income. He examined the model in Ontario, and here's what he said. He said that it would lift half of the people who are in poverty now out of it, that it was affordable, and that it would not disincentivize work. This is the time for a guaranteed livable income. Let's do it together.
That's time. Thank you.
Mr. O'Toole, childcare, as you know, is a huge expense for families. You would scrap the deals that the Liberals have made with provinces, which drops fees by 50% immediately and creates spaces, and eventually will reduce fees to $10. Instead, you're proposing a tax credit that would reimburse just some families $6,000 a year. So what does your plan do to create spaces and lower fees? Because as you know here, it's not just about affordability, but also about access.
It's about helping all families now, not in 5 years helping some. And our plan would help lower income families with up to 75% of the cost. Our plan will also help that nurse on shift schedules that has jobs in the evening, that needs flexibility. What we want to do is help all families get ahead and provide more support.
But if the nurse can't find a spot, Mr. O'Toole, what does she do? If the nurse can't find a spot, what does she do with her children?
This gives her as much flexibility as possible. If there's not one in her suburban community, there is no space in 5 years under Mr. Trudeau's program. We want to give families the tools to make the best decision for the position they're in now, to have ability to help them in their circumstances. Our plan will be immediate. It will help all Canadian families.
Mr. Singh, you're promising to tackle skyrocketing housing prices. One of the ways is with that 20% tax on the sale of homes to foreign buyers. 2/3 of Canadian families actually own a home already. If you're successful at cooling the housing market, that would mean that people who have invested their life savings in their homes may not have it anymore. They're relying on that for their retirement. So what is more important to you? Helping younger people get access to the market, or allowing older Canadians who rely on the value of their homes to live?
It's a really fair question. And when I spoke to people, I go door to door in my riding of Burnaby, people who've got beautiful homes. I ask them, what's the number one concern? They say housing. And I kind of look around at their house and say, well, you've got a home. They say, well, I'm not worried for myself. I've got a place, but I'm worried about my kids. And they're more concerned that their kids will never be able to find a home than their own circumstances, because they're okay. They are worried about their kids, and the reality is it is impossible for young people to even imagine buying a home, let alone renting a place that's in their budget. So we've got to get the big money out of housing. Young people, young families, professionals shouldn't have to compete.
So your answer is that it is more important for young people to get into the housing market rather than protect people who have equity in their home.
We can do both, and our plan is that everyone's telling us the number one concern they have for their kids is that they're not sure they're ever going to be able to own a home. We want to change that. It's gotten worse with Mr. Trudeau. We're going to fix it.
Thank you. Mr. Blanchette, nice to see you, sir. Seniors, as you were talking about off the top, they're really worried about the increased cost of living. You, as you said, have criticized the Liberals for increasing old age security only for those 75 and older. But statistics show time and again that older seniors are less likely to have employment income, and they actually have higher health expenses. So why should an increase in seniors go to all seniors instead of those who need it most?
First, let's say that this prime minister is supposed to be the champion who fights against all kinds of discrimination. And it did create himself two classes of elder seniors. What they want is for those between 65 and 75 to spend their private funds in the meantime.
No, but I've just given you the example about why. I've just given you the example about why the government may have done that, sir. It's because people who are 65 to 75.
Answer, please?
May I follow up, please? That those people generally stay employed and generally have fewer health costs.
Those people have worked all their lives until 65 years old. They have paid for a pension that should be the same for everybody. And for some financial issues, the government creates two classes of seniors. It is unacceptable, and no calculation whatsoever should be so unethical.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. We are now moving to the open debate section.
I just have a question for Mr. Trudeau, I believe.
I'm very sorry.
If you don't mind. I don't think we should let him off the hook. I think we would all agree.
I got a little mixed up there.
Making some of our arguments on the other ones.
Well, we'll make you uncomfortable now, sir.
There we go.
You said in 2019 that Canadians should never have to make the, and these are your words, impossible choice between paying for medications or putting food on the table. We have seen you, particularly in these recent months, willing to spend billions of dollars on programs that matter to your government. Daycare would be another example of that. Why is there no money in your platform or in your most recent budget for a national pharmacare program? Is it no longer a priority? And should you not just tell Canadians that, sir?
No, it continues to be a priority because, indeed, no one should have to choose between paying for groceries and medications. On health investments, we were all focused on COVID-19 and supporting the provinces and making sure that on that we were giving the support we needed so we could have Canadians' backs. But at the same time, we worked with a number of different jurisdictions, and we've actually signed with Prince Edward Island a national universal pharmacare.
You've signed one deal, sir, but there's nothing in your platform in terms of costing. I understand the pandemic kept you busy. What about going forward? Why wouldn't you put that in place?
Going forward, we are going to continue to, but we know that it's not
is
something
not do.
We did with Prince Edward Island. We're going to continue to do with others in respect of the provincial jurisdiction that is delivery of health care. We can't impose pharmacare on a province that doesn't want it, unlike the NDP proposes. We are going to work in partnership, as we have on so many things, to get it done like we did on childcare.
Okay, and now we're going to move to open debate. Starting back with you, Rosie.
Okay, and we start here, I believe, with Mr. Blanchet.
Yeah. That's correct.
So, Mr. Blanchet, what is one policy change that you think would make the biggest difference to Canadians or Quebecers, in your case, in terms of their cost of living? The one change that you would like to see that would help them the most?
Cost of living, that's quite interesting because that's a worry that we have. We believe that the most important thing is changing the way we create wealth. We believe that transforming our own resources, natural resources, with our own clean energy in our regions of Quebec will create more wealth. This wealth will come from an environmental, I will get this word, environmental preoccupation as well. And we will do that, and we should be entitled to do that with our part of the money that is being sent again and again in oil and gas. There's one thing I want to add, even if it's not exactly, I don't know if there's time eventually.
Not really, but quickly.
I will take a few of those seconds.
Yes.
Will we have some seconds to speak about French-speaking communities and Acadians?
Well, not in this
debate?
section. This is about cost of living, sir.
And to you, Mr. Singh.
It's nowhere. That's my problem. It's nowhere.
One of the things we know, the cost of living has gone up. The cost of medication is going up. The cost of being able to afford the medication that keeps you healthy. Mr. Trudeau, $0 in your fully costed budget means zero commitment to getting it done.
You don't have a fully costed
$0, but you've shown your evidence with your costed budget. You've shown Canadians clearly you've got no interest in doing something that you promised to do
in your
2 years ago.
Mr. Singh.
You promised to do it 2 years ago. You committed. You campaigned on it. You included it in your throne speech, and now you've completely abandoned it. How can people trust any promise you make when there's $0 in your plan?
Okay, brief response, then Ms. Paul, then I'm coming to you, Mr. O'Toole. Brief Briefly, Mr.
No good response to that answer.
$25 billion in our fully costed platform for health for the priorities that Canadians have told us on. Better support for seniors in care, better support for mental health services across the country, particularly for young people, and access to a primary care doctor or team. That is what $25 billion over the next 4 years gives. Mr. O'Toole's money for health is backloaded to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years from now.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, thank you, Ms. Paul.
I'm reminded what the question was. The question was what policy would have the biggest impact on people's cost of living.
Ms. Paul.
And I think that we have a perfect example of this again here, because the biggest thing that could make a difference in the cost of living for people is a change in the culture in Ottawa. It is so painful for me because I've had the experience of, again, having my grandparents work until they were 75 and living 600 and 800 square feet and wondering how we were going to feed ourselves some nights. I've had that experience, and I know that one day of delay is too much. So when I think that we could have been in Parliament now working to get people the help that they need.
What is the policy, Ms. Paul? These are anecdotes. What is the policy was the question.
It's not an anecdote. The thing that we need is a change in the culture.
I see you, Mr.
It's a change in the culture because there are several parties on this platform right now that agree on guaranteed livable income and universal pharmacare and childcare. But it's always soon come. It's always soon come.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. O'Toole, you've been waiting. I'm going to get you in.
We're doubling the Canadian workers' benefit. That amounts to $1 per hour raise for working families. These are people working very hard, and I respect whether they get up to work a shift in a restaurant or work to open their small business. We're going to have your back. We're also going to get costs down. We're the only party with a recovery plan that includes all Canadians. And when it comes to cynicism that Mr. Trudeau talked about earlier, all of the commitments continue to be a priority. He's going to get to the calls to action. He's going to have transparency. He's going to make targets. He announces things and never delivers. Mr. Trudeau, a prime minister has to deliver on the words, not just fancy words to make promises, a plan to get there.
By the way, Mr. O'Toole, I won't take lessons from you on making promises and not following up. When we see you're beholden to the gun lobby, we're holding to anti-vaxxers, you're beholden to a
Remember,
range of
this is affordability, and Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, we're out of time now,
I've
sir.
been responding to people. Can I answer Rosie's question directly?
You have 5 seconds, sir.
We were able to lift 1 million people out of poverty and create 1 million jobs at the same time with the right kinds of investments over the past 5 years.
And Mr. Trudeau, I'm sorry, sir, I have to wrap you right there because it is now time for our next theme on COVID recovery. Rosie, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, from Saskatchewan, Ethan Herman is standing by in Saskatoon. He's an undecided voter, and he wants to hear from you about COVID recovery. Hey, Ethan, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, leaders. My question is this. Coming out of this pandemic, how are you, if elected as Prime Minister, going to unify and drive Canada forward with respect to healthcare, jobs in the economy, and ensuring a higher quality of life is achievable for all Canadians, regardless of race, color, creed, or sexual orientation?
All right, leaders, you've heard from Ethan. Mr. O'Toole, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. That is exactly why I launched Canada's recovery plan on the first day of the campaign. We're going to create 1 million jobs in 1 year. We're going to clean up the accountability mess in Ottawa. We're going to have national leadership on mental health. We're going to be more ready for a pandemic, and we're going to get our finances under control. I want to get people working. I want to give families a break. And since the moment I became Conservative leader, I've been reaching out, whatever your background, your faith, your color, your sexual orientation, whether you're Indigenous, whether you're a new Canadian, you're important to Canada's recovery, and you're important to the Conservative Party. And I'd ask you to look at Canada's recovery plan. After these 18 months as a country, we need a plan and a leader that will actually deliver.
Thank you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. And I swear I did not line up that question. He's not a ringer. But this really comes to the heart of the matter, which again is about changing the culture of politics in Ottawa. We have heard from outgoing MPs in the last Parliament how incredibly important that is, that the culture has become toxic, that has become hyper partisan. And, you know, there used to be a time, I worked as an intern in a nonpartisan way in the Ontario legislature. You know, you would make a fuss and question period, and then you'd get to work across party lines and committees to find the solutions to help people in Canada. And so we need less partisanship. We need more diverse voices so that we can get the access to the best ideas in a more cooperative and collaborative way.
Mr. Singh.
Thank you. Mr. Herman, thank you for your question. And your question touched on a number of things. Healthcare is something very near and dear to my heart. And we've seen in this pandemic that our healthcare system simply hasn't been there. And it's not because of the pandemic. A lot of these problems were there from before. So our commitment is to invest in our healthcare system, to defend it. Unlike Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole, who believe in private long-term care delivery, we want to get out profit, get out the greed from the delivery of long-term care. We want to invest in pharmacare for all, not promise it in 2019 and then have $0 to commit towards it. We want to see everyone have access to medication. We want to include dental care into our healthcare system and mental health services. And to do all that, we want to make sure that the billionaires start paying their fair share so we can invest in you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Trudeau.
Ethan, I think the folks on this stage missed the very first part of your question, which is, you know, once we get out of this pandemic, and yes, we have plans for being even more ambitious on climate change and making sure people get good jobs, but we have to get out of this pandemic first. And that's why the unequivocal leadership that we've shown as a government on making sure that everyone gets vaccinated is what's going to get us through. We cannot rebuild the economy until we get through this pandemic. And unfortunately, Mr. O'Toole, who says he wants to get all of Canada vaccinated to 90% in the coming 2 months, can't even convince his own candidates to get vaccinated to 90%. We have to get through this. We are unequivocal that vaccinations are the way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Blanchette.
I think Mr. Trudeau forgot the second part of your question, which is about health care. Let's be efficient. Health care is a jurisdiction of the provinces and Quebec. Those are the territories, the jurisdictions who should have the resources to do their job. The promises of the Conservatives is 3.5% of increase a year for the first 3 years, which is very far from what the provinces asked for. And what the provinces asked for is not even in the program of Mr. Trudeau. So it will be hard to be efficient if those who are responsible of health care do not have the resources which are owed to them.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchette. Thanks, Ethan, for your question. Have a good night. We're going to let you go. It is now time, Ms. Paul and Mr. Singh, to go face-to-face, starting with Ms. Paul. And I want to talk about Canada's parallel pandemic, the opioid crisis. Since it has taken hold, more than 20,000 Canadians have died, often in the shadows. This is an insidious killer that is tearing families apart. To both of you, starting with Ms. Paul, does the political will exist to confront it?
We called many times during the last session of Parliament across party lines again for us to first recognize that this was a national health emergency and then to decriminalize simple possession because we know we need to end the stigma and create a national safe supply program. We asked every party to do it because 17 lives on average are being lost every day. We didn't hear anything from anyone. And it comes back to Mr. Herman's question about unity. Can we not unify on something like this where it's clear what we need to do? If we can't do that, then none of these other things are possible. And so that's what we have to try to do.
We definitely need to respond to this crisis with everything we have. We've long called for it to be declared a national public health emergency. And what we know is the approach that has been taken for decades simply doesn't work. The approach of arresting someone, putting them through the criminal justice system, putting them in jail does not make communities safer, and it doesn't help people. So we have been saying, and I believe very firmly, we need to provide healthcare responses to people that are dealing with addiction. We need to make sure we are doing everything we can to secure a safe supply. We need to look at the evidence and say really clearly, if there is any step we can take that'll save lives, We've got to take it.
So there's a lot to do, but does the political will exist to do it?
That is exactly the question. Is there the political will?
There is,
will we
on behalf of New
there
Democrats.
doesn't seem to be, because we need a national safe supply program. We wanted it before Parliament dissolved, and here we are, and lives will be lost in my riding of Toronto Centre probably today because of it.
All right, Ms. Paul, I have to wrap you there. It's good to hear, Mr. Singh, that it is at least coming from you. Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. O'Toole, this round to you. Starting with Mr. Trudeau. During the pandemic, Canadians watched in horror the suffering of their most vulnerable and frail loved ones in long-term care. What if tomorrow you had to place a family member in a long-term care facility? Would you do it? Beginning with you, Mr. Trudeau, Mr. O'Toole, Mr. Blanchet, you may jump in.
Tomorrow is my mom's 73rd birthday, so that is certainly something we're reflecting on, but she's doing wonderfully right now. We won't have to make that decision right now. Don't worry, Mom. The reality is we've heard from seniors across this country who've been tremendously worried through this pandemic, and family members worried about that. We know that the conditions of work for the people who are in those long-term care homes are often dictating the conditions of care for seniors, which is why we propose to hire 50,000 new personal support workers, working with the provinces with the money for that. Also increasing the minimum salary to $25 an hour for people who care for our elders and most vulnerable. Because
so if you had to put mom in long-term care, you would do it?
I would make sure that, yes, that they are people who are properly well cared and that there is enough of a proportionate. And that's where we will work with the provinces to deliver exactly that, because we put real money forward.
Thank you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr. O'Toole.
This is where we need partnerships for long-term care for the CHSLD in Quebec. We're going to have a $3 billion fund that the provinces can draw on for infrastructure upgrades to long-term care. That's in addition to our record, almost $60 billion commitment over 10 years to the public healthcare system. Universal access with no conditions. We need to partner with the provinces, not create fights. And long-term care, learning from the gaps in the first part of this pandemic is something we need. And I have to address...
Would you put a loved one in long-term care tomorrow,
Absolutely. I have a grandmother in one, and we've been in touch with her. But I have to touch on what Mr. Trudeau said about the recovery. We have to get through the pandemic first. Why did you not have that approach to the election, Mr. Trudeau? We're in the fourth wave. Everything in the recovery relates to getting out of the pandemic first. Why didn't we work
Mr. Blanchet, I'm going to let Mr. Blanchet in.
You have had 4 minutes more than I did. So now I think it's enough. The debate is almost over. Some dads and some moms don't have to worry. They will have the money, of course. Some do. And in order to give them the care they need, the care they deserve, those responsible for those cares, provinces and Quebec, should have, without conditions, because it is their responsibility, their knowledge, their expertise, the resources required. When the Army came in Quebec, they wrote a report afterward. What did they say? They did not say Quebec is not good enough to take care of its seniors. They said they lacked resources. They lacked the money.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Leaders, we are starting to get at. We're running out of time. I am sorry, Mr. Trudeau. You've had the most time tonight. I'm sorry, Mr. Trudeau. We are now moving on to our final journalist of the night. I am welcoming Evan Solomon from CTV News. He's going to be putting questions to you on COVID recovery, starting with Mr. Singh. Hey, Evan.
Hi, Shachi, and hi, leaders. Good to see all of you. Mr. Singh, I'll start with you, sir. Your pandemic recovery plan is uncosted. You have no plan to balance the books, but you promise to pay for your expensive promises, new programs like universal dental care with taxing the super rich and taxing corporations. What specifically would you do to create the 1 million jobs you're promising and make sure Canada stays competitive?
We have the only credible plan that's not going to cut help to Canadians, that's not going to put the burden back on the same people that have struggled. We're the only ones on this debate table now can say clearly we would tax the billionaires. We would make sure companies like Amazon start paying their fair share so we can invest in those new jobs, so we can invest in people. Left to Mr. Trudeau or Mr. O'Toole, they are going to put the burden back on you. They've already started. Mr. Trudeau has already started by cutting the CRE. cutting help to people.
But what new programs, sir, specifically?
Well, I believe in making sure we invest in pharmacare, we invest in dental care, we invest in retrofitting homes and buildings. In doing this, we're going to lower the cost of living, help people save money, but also create jobs by investing in the future economy, the economy of the future.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, to you. Only 4 months ago, you released a budget that was billed as a pandemic recovery program, a plan that had $101 billion of new spending. Since then, COVID numbers are up, growth numbers are down. Now you got a new plan that adds $78 billion of new spending, essentially rendering your last budget out of date. How do Canadians trust that these new massive spending promises will not just keep growing in another few months? And what do you say to the next generation who say, how are we going to pay for this?
Well, first of all, I made a promise during this pandemic to have people's backs. Every time I came out of my house early on in the pandemic to talk directly to Canadians, I told them I'd be there for you. And that's exactly what we've done. And it wasn't just being there for people because we're nice, although of course we are. It was being there because that is the best way to ensure a strong recovery. Now, yes, our budget showed our ambition for this country, including with $10 a day childcare that Mr. O'Toole is planning on ripping up. But it also shows a responsible fiscal track. And even with our fully costed platform that is even more ambitious on the fight against climate change, on housing, on supports for people, the debt of our country as proportion of the GDP continues to decrease.
Yes or no? Is it important to have a plan to balance the budget because you don't have one? Yes or no?
It is important to stay fiscally responsible, and that's what we're doing. Our debt continues to decrease
Okay, we got to move on. We got to move on.
Ms. Paul, to you now. You have not been clear if you support the need for vaccine passports or mandatory vaccines for federal workers or even mandatory vaccines for your own candidates. Given that the fourth wave is really a pandemic of the unvaccinated and threatening to overwhelm many healthcare systems, how do you justify not supporting the very measures that have proven to be most effective at increasing vaccination rates?
Evan, we just filmed a video today asking everyone to get vaccinated. We have been unequivocal in our support for vaccinations.
Mandatory vaccinations and vaccine passports.
Well, again, this is just this is again where policy gets put aside for partisan advantage, because everyone on this stage understands that everyone who can be vaccinated should be vaccinated. We need to encourage people to do it. Vaccine saves lives. And every single person on the stage has also said that, of course, there are going to be people who are not able to get vaccinated for certain reasons, and we have to reasonably accommodate them. We will always be guided by the science. We will never put partisan concerns ahead of public health.
Mr. O'Toole, you promise a $60 billion increase in healthcare transfers over the next 10 years, but according to the independent parliamentary budget officer, it's actually only a transfer of $3.6 billion for the next 5 years, which is not much different than the status quo. But you also support private-public synergies, in your words. Can you specify here tonight exactly what kinds of private healthcare innovations you want to see more of? And if a province introduces more private health care, would you enforce the Canada Health Act by holding back any of your promised funding?
I 100% support our public and universal system. I've said it's paramount. And after COVID-19, we need to rebuild it. So we have the most substantive plan to do that. 6% increase per year, stable, predictable, without conditions funding to partner with our provinces. We will respect them running and putting priorities to get wait times down, to give more choice, for universal public access. That's what we need. On top of that, Evan, we have a substantial commitment in mental health and treatment for addiction. There are going to be lingering aspects from this pandemic that we're going to do in addition.
But just,
the provinces are in charge of their system. We will respect that. Public and universal elements need to be at the core of our system, and our investments will save it and give relief to front lines like our nurses, physicians. Mr. Trudeau doesn't hire those people.
Just for time.
All right, we got to wrap you, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Blanchette, Quebecers relied on the federal government for life-saving vaccines and key programs like the CERB. And as you mentioned, the Canadian Armed Forces came in to save people in long-term care homes in the province of Quebec. Some believe this crisis has enforced the argument for a strong federation and undermines your fundamental argument of separatism. Given that, if the federal government, say, gives $1 billion for long-term care homes, which Quebec failed to protect, why should they not also enforce national standards.
I have still not heard from all those brilliant people all over the place and all over Canada what a Canadian can do that a Quebecer cannot do. In what way whatsoever would a Canadian norm be any better than a Quebec norm? I don't see that. And I'm not, I don't have this complex. I don't feel that I'm any lesser person than a Canadian because I'm a Quebecer.
Enforcing national standard. If you pay for something, should you be able to enforce it?
National norms or standards. And I would say that the Premier Legault of Quebec today said no one is to be entirely trusted in this group of people. Some are worse than others. I think they recognize themselves. But even those who are a little bit less terrible need a watchdog because they're not entitled to a majority government. So, if Quebecers want, I will lead the watchdogs.
Okay. This is the open debate section. And I'll start with you, Mr. O'Toole, but everyone please jump in. Not all at once. The pandemic recovery is about the future path of Canada. And all of the leaders here tonight have made promises that require historic levels of spending. But as you all know, politics is about hard choices. With some Canadians still in real need of support and other industries experiencing real labor shortages, what specific programs will stay and what will go in the next year, and who will pay for all of this? Mr. O'Toole.
That's a great question, Evan, because we didn't see the government adapt to the changing crisis. What we supported, and we all worked together, the wage subsidy, the CERB, needed to be adapted as there were labor shortages in Quebec, as we can't find enough people for restaurants and service industries. We need to target the highly impacted sectors. That's what our plan, Canada's Recovery Plan, does. We get those service, tourism, restaurants back on their feet, get people working, and with keeping cases low, we can then wind down the other programs because we need to focus on work. We have a job boost that will actually incentivize the hiring of people that have been out of work for 10 months or more.
Mr. O'Toole, let Mr. Singh in.
Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Trudeau are jumping over each other about who's going to cut help to people first. I don't agree with that approach. I don't think it makes sense to say, I'm going to have people's back, but I'm going to cut as quickly as I can. I'm going to cut the help to people who need it as much as they can. We're the only party right here clearly is going to say to you, you're not going to have to pay more. We're not going to cut any programs. We're going to ask the 44.
Singh, we're giving working Canadians.
Hold on a second. We're going to ask the 44 richest billionaires pay their fair share for once.
I think
That's what we're going to do.
Respond to that because this is the second time that Mr. Singh has said we're the only party where just us. Mr. Singh, you know that that's.
Hold on, Mr. Singh.
Unless you're trying to ghost me, you know that we also okay.
Sure,
so
yes, as well. That's
okay.
Thank
you. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Trudeau, you're trying to get in.
Mr. Singh continues to pretend that it makes no difference whether there is a progressive government or a conservative, or progressive government or a conservative government. We know that it makes a huge difference to families, whether they have $10 a day childcare, whether they have a government that has their back, a government that has a plan to move beyond the Harper targets on fighting climate change. Now, Mr. Singh may feel that for the NDP it makes no difference who forms government. I know for Canadian families,
Mr. Blanchet, you haven't been in yet. Mr. Blanchet.
Translate subvention salariale.
Wage subsidy.
Wage subsidy. Did any of you three guys refund the wage subsidy that you received? Up to about $3 million. That would be something, at least for the principal. After that, there's an important issue, labor shortage. They are promising jobs. They should be promising workers.
Yes.
We need people to work. And that raises the question of productivity. This is the most important issue, and some programs should be turned toward that issue.
Mr. O'Toole.
In this pandemic election that Mr. Trudeau called, after everyone asked him not to, he says he doesn't worry about monetary policy and inflation. Now he's saying he doesn't ever intend to balance the budget. He's spending $424 million a day more than Canada's bringing in.
The question was what programs will stay?
We need to wind down the support programs in a fair way and get the country working again.
We have got to remember. Thank you. Last minute of play, leaders. Last minute of play. Ms. Paul, 5 seconds to you. I'm coming to you, Ms. Paul.
Thank you. We have got to remember the pandemic is not over, and all over this country, people still need the benefits. They should be there until the pandemic is over. And to the people of Canada, it is unfortunate unfortunate we are in this election. You can see that there is a lot of work left to do. We need to get back to doing it in a more cooperative way.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paul. Mr. Singh, I see you, Mr. Trudeau. Mr.
One
Singh.
of the specific programs, we demanded 22 times in Parliament for Mr. Trudeau to expand was paid sick leave. Because in this pandemic, people had to make the impossible choice going into work sick or not being able to because they couldn't pay their bills. 22 times over 18 months, we demanded an expansion, and Mr. Trudeau said no to you and said no to your family.
Last word to you on this, Mr. Trudeau.
Expanding sick leave to 10 days of paid sick leave for federal industries. Now, in the election, and this is important, you have seen tonight the extreme differences between the perspectives of these parties.
Leaders,
we need Canadians to make the right choice so we can move forward together.
We're out of time. Evan, thank you. Leaders, thank you for your participation tonight. That's it for the English Language Leaders Debate. Voting day is September 20th. Get your ballots. Make sure you're registered. On behalf of the Leaders Debate Consortium, I want to thank the crew, the producers, everyone who made this happen. I'm Shachi Kurl. Good night.
Good night. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Well, there you have it. A debate that was a debate of niche, hobby, favorite issues for the Ottawa set. It was slightly less awful than the debate yesterday because they had the chauvinistic aspect removed of pandering to Quebec and demonizing Alberta. My favorite moment, and I hate to praise any of those charlatans, but my favorite moment, Sheila, was when the Quebec separatist Blanchette said en anglais, he said, Mr. O'Toole, you said you would not permit any pipelines through Quebec that Quebec didn't like. You said that in French. Will you now say that in English? And O'Toole did not. And he was saved by one of the moderators. That was the most interesting moment for me. Contrary to advertising, they actually did talk about foreign affairs. I think the government debate commission that lost to us in court was so ashamed and mocked and embarrassed by their own decision not to have anything about foreign affairs. Like, seriously, can you be more Trudeau pandering than saying no questions about China, no questions about the two Michaels, no questions about Afghanistan and Kabul? So they threw those questions in even though they originally said they wouldn't. I thought Rosemary Barton was as atrocious as you'd expect the chief fangirl of Trudeau at the state broadcaster to be. It was just gross. I think that the obsession with climate change and global warming and I don't dispute that that is an issue that people talk about, but the obsession over this issue and the complete uniformity demanded from all five leaders on this issue, both tonight and last night, shows how out of I mean, if you go onto the street and you ask someone, what's on your mind these days? Anything about politics? I think the first 20 answers are probably related to the pandemic. Am I going to get the virus? If I do, will I be able to go to the hospital? Will I be safe? Should I take the vaccine? Should I wait? Is it as bad as it? What are the side effects? Is this whole pandemic lockdown making hospitals harder to get into for other things? Is our insane overreaction causing mental health issues? Are we abusing our children by shutting down life for them? Like, I would imagine if you go out right now, out on the street and ask people what's on their mind, that's what they'd be talking about. Not, I think that the Paris targets that Justin Trudeau proposed, but did, like, who talks about that? This was like a parallel universe of insiderism. And you know, I saw a friend of mine tweeted a question. He said, Blanchette, what's he even doing here? I mean, he repeatedly said, I'm not really interested in it. I don't want to be the leader of Canada, which is sort of an obvious thing because he can't be, because he's a separatist Quebecer who's not running any candidates outside Quebec. He mathematically could not be the prime minister. He's no interest. He disparages. I mean, he's fairly polite, I'll give him that. But if anything, his substance disparages English Canada. My friend tweets and says, well, what's he doing there? He's like an actor in a different movie. I said, no. This only makes sense if you understand who owns this debate. Who owns it? Is it owned by a reporter or a media company? Like if Rebel News hosted a debate, you would answer that question, well, Rebel News owned it. And who owns Rebel News? And look at that. Who owned this? The government of Canada. Justin Trudeau nationalized the debates. And so this is run with his interests in mind. So have Blanchette there as a distraction, as a target, as a foil for Trudeau. Have him there not to serve the interests of, why is he there? No one in English Canada can vote for him. So why is he taking up a seat? Well, have him there precisely so you don't have Maxime Bernier there. Like, nothing about this debate makes sense if you think of it as its purpose being to inform and enlighten Canadians about their real choices. It doesn't make sense that way. Why aren't you talking more about the crisis of the era and the civil liberties violations and the lockdowns and the vaccine passports?
Yep.
Why is the quirky Quebec separatist there when he's not even running in English Canada? Why is Annamie Paul there of a Green Party that's at like 2% in the polls? She hasn't even campaigned outside of her own district. Why is Maxime Bernier not? None of that makes sense until you realize, oh, right. This is run by Justin Trudeau's hand-picked commissioners for his benefit. Then it all makes sense. It's a Potemkin village. Go ahead, Sheila.
Yeah, I was just going to say it was even weird when I saw Mercedes Stephenson, who is so good on foreign affairs issues. She would absolutely hammer Justin Trudeau on issues of leaving Canadians and our allies behind in Afghanistan. She is excellent on that. She has insider information on that. The interpreters communicate directly with her. And who do they have asking about climate change issues? Mercedes Stephenson.
Like, what a joke.
What a setup.
Yeah, what a joke. Frankly, I don't know if I'm surprised she accepted. I mean, I suppose it's a feather in her cap to be chosen by the government for the debate. But frankly, it's disrespectful to her expertise. And hey, ask these questions that Trudeau really wants to talk about. But Canadians, this whole process is so, and it goes to why would they keep us, like why would a debate commission? You know, I laughed. I mean, listen, we're a fairly homemade shop here. I love everyone here. We all try our best. But let's be honest, our graphics are not the same level as the graphics of $1 billion media company. I think they're great, and I want to compliment our whole team, and I think we're doing great.
Yeah.
But did you see the graphics for this? It was like someone made them in Microsoft Word or something. It was like it was made on like
Paint.
you know, GeoCities or AOL.com. And I like, seriously, the font, it was like some typewriter font that wasn't properly kerned or whatever, if I'm using the term right. And I'm just thinking, what a crap, like the tens of millions of dollars. Yeah, like what? Look at that. Like what's with that apostrophe? What's with it? What is that? And that's just an example. Thank you. Just like, that's what you got? That is what you, well, yeah, because it's a crappy government bureaucracy. So why would, Sheila, why would they spend $1.5 million keeping our reporters out? Why was it like that? That sounds like it was their top priority for the past 2 years. The answer is because remember, this whole thing is a Potemkin village. It's a fake debate with fake issues for a fake feminist and a fake. Like the one thing that was true is everyone said, yeah, Justin Trudeau, you got these global warming targets. You haven't met any of them. Oh, but I have the best plan. Yeah, buddy, and you've missed it every single year. You're, I guess, what we call a liar. So why the whole thing is a fake, and the questions put to the candidates in the scrum must be fake also. And so allowing rebel journalists in who aren't bought off by the bailout money, that is extremely risky to the thesis of the evening, which is fakery and fakeness. That's why they spent $1.5 million keeping out our little rebels. Because we break the illusion of this hologram.
Yeah, I mean, there were very few times where Trudeau was really challenged on anything. There was one point at which Blanchette, and I'll give him credit, he hammered Justin Trudeau on human rights issues around the world. It was weird to see the guy who only cares about Quebec actually taking Justin Trudeau to task on issues of Saudi Arabia, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, political prisoners. He brought that up, although that should have been something O'Toole should have brought up. O'Toole sort of hammered Trudeau on Huawei, but O'Toole also hired a top Huawei executive back in March named Jake Enright. Yeah. So, it's a fun thing to say at a debate, but you really don't mean it.
I'm excited. You're wondering, what am I doing, Ezra? What are you typing? Because I'm just chatting with some of our reporters who are getting ready.
We're getting ready. We're on the line. I'm on the line.
That's right. So you're on the line, eh? So we have got 11 reporters. Alexa Lavoie, one of our most recent rebels, and she's bilingual French and English. She is physically on location. Our other 10 accredited journalists, as I mentioned before, joining telephonically. We managed to get 6 questions in yesterday. It should have been 9, but they did not properly take us on the phone, so we sent a scorching letter from our lawyer to their lawyer. I think they probably threw it in the garbage. You have to take these people to court to get their attention. Like, seriously, they were going to try and keep out Alexa yesterday because she had the wrong COVID test or something. A promise from the debate commission is as trustworthy as a promise from Justin Trudeau. Speaking of, I'm just laughing. There were 105 boil water advisories when I took office, and we've fixed 109 of them. That's actually not true. Justin, do you know how to find that boil water advisory page?
I thought it was funny that Trudeau was attacking O'Toole on not listening to First Nations. And I thought, well, that's an interesting thing to say, Mr. Thank you for your donation, First Nations activist protesting mercury poisoned water on your reserve. That was how flippant Justin Trudeau treated them.
Here, you found it? Yep. That is the one, I believe. Oh, that's remaining. So what's the math there? You got 24 plus 18, so that's 42, 52, 55. You've got over 100.
Yeah.
You've got over 100 boil water advisories. That's a great page. I just sent you another similar page that puts the total count at 51 ongoing. Anyhow, that was a great page. You found that very quickly, Justin. Thank you for that. So the guy's a liar, or at the very least a deceiver. He'll say something that's partly true. That's it. So they may have lifted 109, but there's been dozens more, and there are 51 in effect right now. Yeah. And so the guy's a liar, but we sort of knew that about him. Sheila, who do you think, did anyone win in terms of the public? Like, so. Trudeau won because he had a disastrous debate that was as he scripted it. Okay. His staff. But did anyone else win?
No, I think O'Toole did well. But did anybody win? No. Jagmeet Singh, basically all of his answers were, I can't even. That's what it was. It was just him figuring out new ways to say, I can't even. Anime Paul, who wants that woman as a sibling? She literally said, I'm willing to unemploy my own brother who works in the oil patch, so you should be fine if I do it to yours. I thought that was kind of ghoulish. You know what? Keep your awkward Thanksgiving conversations to yourself. Leave my family out of it. But I think O'Toole appeared to be the most grown up. Justin Trudeau, lots of over-talking and emotions. He seems not in control of himself. Yeah. And everybody else there, they really had no business being there.
Yeah, I think that Trudeau came across a little bit agitated. I think you're right. Jagmeet Singh, he's handsome. I think he should be a male model. I think, there's some, he's stylish. Folks, let me interrupt myself. As you will recognize from yesterday, this escalator disgorges, vomits forth, if I may, candidates. to be asked questions by the bailout media, and also from, as far as I know, 3 independent journalists. Kian Bexty flew in for the day. Andrew Lawton from True North. Our own Alexa Lavoie is there, plus the 10 rebels on the phone if Trudeau's staff let them through. And that's certainly not a sure thing. And I have to tell you that if they don't let us through, I may just go back to court and try and cite them for contempt. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I like to sue the Debates Commission because we've beat them twice in a row. And if they violate the judge's order by refusing to put our calls through, we might have to find them in contempt of court. That would be awkward, given that their chief commissioner is a former governor general. I'll keep my legal schemes to myself. Let's hope for the best, Sheila. I hope they don't cut us off again. But like I say, you cannot trust Justin Trudeau. He's about as trustworthy as drinking the water on one of the reserves he claims he cleaned up. Do not trust Justin Trudeau. That's a message I have for young women, whether it's Rose Knight, the reporter he sexually assaulted in Creston, BC, or other young women working for Liberal MPs. It was Liberal female staff that complained about the sexual harassment from the Liberal candidate. It was Liberal women. Go ahead, Sheila, you want to cut in?
They've got O'Toole coming right now, and
O'Toole
I'm in the queue.
You're in the queue.
I got the little beep, so I'm in the queue.
All righty. Here he comes. He's double vaxxed. He has had the virus and recovered, but he's got a mask.
Go directly.
And nobody anywhere near him.
Questions. Mic number 1, please.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. O'Toole. Ryan Tumbling, National Post. I want to ask about your climate change plan, the plan for the personal carbon savings accounts. If you're successful in the election, if you're Prime Minister, can you tell us how quickly that program will be brought in and what you'll do with Mr. Trudeau's carbon tax in the meantime? When will it end?
Andrew Lawton's
when will
up
the carbon
next.
savings account start? And what happens in the in-between?
Well, this is part of the reason why we put out our plan in April. We wanted to show provinces another option to price carbon to make our Paris commitments, but to also have economic recovery. So those conversations will go underway. We want to partner with the provinces, and I think after 6 years of Mr. Trudeau having an Ottawa knows best approach for everything, I want to see more collaboration within our Confederation, and climate change will be an important part of that.
Mic number 2, please.
Good evening, Mr. O'Toole. Andrew Lawton, True North. Thanks in large part to high vaccine uptake, we've seen cases and hospitalizations decouple. A lot of restrictions, even some under federal control, still remain in place, though, for vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. If you're Prime Minister, what is the metric you're going to use to decide when the pandemic is over, basically? Is it going to be cases, hospitalizations, vaccine rate? What is the end result for you?
We're going to work with public health officials to make sure that we can keep people safe. That's got to be the priority, not to have a fifth wave after a fourth wave, and to balance the economy. Our main concern with Mr. Trudeau, he was so slow on just approving rapid testing. That is a tool that, if used properly, can be a very important build-on to vaccines and to distancing. It lets us have openings. That's where we want to see more federal leadership to balance off the need to get our economy back on track.
He didn't answer.
We'll take a question from the phone now. Operator, is there a question on the phone?
We're all on the phone.
Operator, is there a question from the phone? So we will take a question from the room, and we'll come back to the phone and try and compensate that question.
Reporters on the phone.
Mic number 1,
and
please.
they will not put them through.
Thank you. Mike Lapointe from the Hill Times. Mr. O'Toole, Conservatives are the traditional party that look to balance the budget as quickly as possible. After a year of unprecedented spending, if elected, what would you do to bring the government finances back to normality?
Great question. Mr. Trudeau is spending $424 million per day more than we're bringing in. So we launched Canada's Recovery Plan, which is going to focus on getting our economy back on a strong footing, getting people working, particularly highly impacted sectors that we want to see. We want to focus on work and get our budget back to balance over the course of the next decade. The Parliamentary Budget Officer just confirmed our plan, That is what we need, a plan to get back to a fiscal stability in our country so that we safeguard our programs and avoid a debt crisis that Mr. Trudeau is leading us towards.
So we will try the phones once again. Operator, is there a question from the phone, please?
From the phone, please.
Mic number 2, please.
Mic number 2, please.
Those crooked
Rosina Spore from the UK Daily Telegraph.
We have 10 reporters
there's been very
on the phone
little
right
foreign
now,
policy discussion
and
in the
those
campaign
wicked
so far.
liars
So
at
if
the
you were
Debates
Prime
Commission
Minister, how
are
would you
keeping
set
them out.
yourself apart from Mr. Trudeau on the world stage? And what message do you have for Canada's closest allies like the UK in terms of international collaboration on everything from Afghanistan to climate change?
Well, as I said this evening, I think it was a failure of leadership for Mr. Trudeau to call an election and leave behind 1,200 Canadians and hundreds of other translators and people that are at risk in Afghanistan because they served with our forces, with our diplomats. Canada doesn't leave people behind, and Mr. Trudeau put himself first. I want our NATO allies, our Five Eyes allies to know we will be there as a strong partner. We will stand up for human rights. We have a lot of concerns with the conduct of the communist
just did it again,
government
Ezra.
in China, and we will look at innovative partnerships like my CANZUK initiative. There's lots of interest to work even closer with the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand.
So we will try from the phones once again. Operator, is there a question from the phone?
From the phone.
They are deliberately keeping 10 Rebel News reporters
Mic number 1, please.
off.
Number 1, please.
Yep.
Those wicked liars.
Mr. O'Toole, Murad Hamadi from The Logic. Your platform states that you will, quote, pass strong legislation to protect privacy more effectively than the current government's weak Bill C-11. What specifically is wrong with Bill C-11, and how do you propose to regulate businesses' use of data and AI?
We have been
They're not
speaking
even
to
coming
people
back
about
to the
need
phones anymore.
To allow people to have ownership and control over their footprint, over their privacy, particularly in a digital age. We need to make sure that there's ownership there. It's also why we support open banking, for example, so that people can own that and control it and have certainty with respect to their personal information. Canada's recovery plan is about making sure our economy bounces back and that we safeguard Canadians in the digital space.
Mic number 2, please.
Good evening, Jenna Kokula with The Wire Report. In your run to be party leader, you said you wanted to defund the CBC's digital services and cut its English TV services by 50%. Now you've kind of walked that back in your party platform. What changed for you since then?
What I've said is I think with the digital age, you know, my own kids watch a lot of streaming services and YouTube. We need to make sure that we preserve content creators in Canada, that we have a competitive landscape, and that in some areas like English television and digital, we shouldn't see the government competing with the private sector that is trying desperately to innovate and hold on, particularly with advertising.
Now the phone
so we'd
lines
like
are
to see a
open again.
modernization, to see less of that competition, less government subsidizing newspapers and other organizations, taking that state competition out, and making sure we support the creation of private sector content and creation.
And let's try the phone line once again. Operator, is there a call on a question from the phone?
From the phone.
Yes, our first question tonight is from Dylan Robertson from Winnipeg Free Press. Please go ahead, your line is open.
Mr. O'Toole, why won't you tell us how many of your candidates are vaccinated?
As you know, I encourage all Canadians to get vaccinated. They're safe and effective for use, and I've been fighting for better access to supply, and I will respect personal decisions about healthcare, and we need to work together to overcome any questions that people may have. In fact, I was proud to work with Mr. Singh and the other leaders tonight to film a video talking about how important and safe vaccines are in our fight against COVID-19. What I haven't liked with Mr. Trudeau's pandemic election is this attempt to divide people when we should be working together in our fight against COVID-19.
Operator, please, we'll take another question from the phone. Mic number 1, please.
Isn't that convenient?
Jean-Sébastien Cloutier,
We
Radio-Canada.
have 10 reporters on the line right now.
Vous avez entendu M. Legault aujourd'hui au Québec qui a laissé sous-entendre qu'un gouvernement minoritaire conservateur serait peut-être la meilleure idée, que les autres partis étaient centralisateurs. Avez-vous vu ça comme un appui de la part de M. Legault? Quelle a été votre réaction?
Comme j'ai dit, j'ai beaucoup de respect pour le Premier ministre Legault et son leadership pendant la pandémie. On a beaucoup des enjeux en commun, particulièrement la création de richesses et une relance économique. Et j'ai un contrat avec les Québécois et les Québécoises parce que je vais toujours respecter les champs des compétences et avoir un fédéralisme de partenariat. Je vais continuer de travailler en étroite collaboration avec toutes les provinces, incluant Premier ministre Legault.
And let's try the phone lines once again. Operator, is there a question on the phone?
On the phone. Yes, thank you. The next question is from Raymond Filion, TVA. Please go ahead. The line is open.
Merci. Merci. Bonsoir, M. O'Toole. J'aimerais savoir si vous êtes d'accord avec la première question qui a été posée à M. Blanchet par la modératrice ce soir sur les lois 21 au Québec, 96 aussi sur la protection du français. Êtes-vous d'accord que ce sont des lois discriminatoires, comme elle l'a dit?
Comme j'ai dit, je vais toujours respecter les champs des compétences du Québec et avoir une approche de partenariat. Et on doit respecter la langue, la culture, la laïcité. Je vais toujours respecter ça et je vais travailler en étroite collaboration sur la langue, particulièrement avec la loi 101 pour les entreprises achats fédérales. C'est le temps de respecter toutes les provinces et ça serait mon approche. It's our time to work together and respect all provinces. We need to partner, particularly coming out of COVID-19, and respect provincial jurisdiction and try and come together to partner. I think we need to fight against the decline of the French language. I think having French as the language of work, this is an area with Bill 101 and the federally regulated enterprises in the province. I think it's a matter of fairness that those large players like the banks and others take the same approach that medium-sized players do, making French the language of the workplace in Quebec.
That's all the time we have. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Absolutely outrageous. 10
I'm in the queue for
journalists
Blanchette.
on the phone right now. 10 rebel journalists on the phone right now. They put through a Winnipeg Free Press bailout journalist. They put through a TVA bailout journalist. They would not put through a single rebel journalist. They are in contempt of court. They are disgraceful. They could not win in court. They could not win in the case management hearing that we had yesterday. And so they refuse to put through rebel news journalists who were on the line, those wicked liars, just like their corrupt boss, Justin Trudeau. Those wicked liars claimed there was no one on the line. 10 rebels were on the line. Here's the bloc separatist.
Je vais redevancer la question.
Speaking en français,
les autres débats ont été faits au Québec, celui-là a été fait au Canada. Il a commencé par une chaudière d'insultes au visage des Québécois. On s'est fait traiter de raciste et de xénophobe par l'animatrice en commençant le show. Ordinaire. Et quand on veut parler des francophones hors Québec et des Acadiens, on se fait ratatiner comme une crêpe. Tirez-en les conclusions que vous voulez. Si les Québécois avaient besoin de chiens de garde avant, ils en ont dangereusement besoin à soir. Ça, c'est nous autres.
Question du micro numéro 2, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour, Boris Proulx, Journal Le Devoir. Ça semble être peut-être le moment du débat que vous avez le plus retenu, cette fameuse question de Shashi Curl.
Comment ne pas la retenir?
Ça peut l'air de
tu commences un débat, tu parles pour le Québec, tu te fais traiter de raciste et de xénophobe.
Si je peux permettre de poser ma question, tout juste après, vous avez échangé quelques mots avec Mme Curl. Il semble que vous vous êtes excusé selon la...
C'est pas elle. Non, elle.
Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
On va prendre ça une bouchée à la fois. J'ai dit, ça a peut-être été dur par moment. D'abord, j'ai rien de personnel contre elle. Elle m'est apparue une parfaite incarnation de ce que des gens voulaient que le débat soit. Avez-vous remarqué que lorsque le débat a commencé, la première affaire, on part de même en disant que les Québécois, c'est des racistes et des xénophobes, lesquels des chefs se sont levés pour dire « Wow, wow, wow! » Ça fait plein de temps que je dis « Non, 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 les Québécois ne sont pas xénophobes, ne sont pas racistes. » Non, ils ont pris ça, ils ont dit « Ben oui, c'est normal, on était au débat en anglais. Fait qu'on va dire que les Québécois, c'est des racistes et des xénophobes. » M. O'Toole n'a rien trouvé à dire malgré sa grande affection pour le Québec. M. Trudeau a dû dire « Ben, ça doit être vrai, M. Singh devait avoir une certaine zone de confort. » Puis Mme Paul en a remis une couche par-dessus. Bien, mais j'ai dit à l'animatrice, parce que ça n'a rien de personnel pour elle, j'ai rien vu de personnel dans le débat de façon, peut-être Mme Paul un peu, mais à part ça, c'est vraiment l'incarnation de cet autre pays où on est venu faire un débat. C'est assez fascinant quand même, c'était normal. Puis c'était normal de ne pas parler des francophones hors Québec, puis c'était normal de ne pas parler des Acadiens, puis c'était normal de ne pas parler de protection du français, d'application de la Charte de la langue française, de lui dire, écoutez, êtes-vous en désaccord avec ce que le Québec veut? Non, tout était patenté pour que personne soit pris en défaut par rapport au Québec, à part si j'essayais de forcer les sujets dans le débat, quand même.
Micro numéro 1, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour, Raphaël Pirot de l'agence QMI. Je voulais justement parler de ça. Avez-vous l'impression que le Québec a subi un procès ce soir?
Non, parce que d'habitude, quand il y a un procès, le procès précède le jugement. Je pense qu'on en était déjà rendu au jugement et à la sentence. L'Assemblée nationale du Québec, lorsqu'elle veut promouvoir la laïcité de l'État québécois, elle est raciste. Et je veux répéter ce que j'ai essayé de placer dans la discussion, après les accusations de racisme un peu grossières et répétées. Le Québec veut que la religion soit en dehors des affaires de l'État. La religion n'a jamais protégé l'égalité des femmes au sein des affaires publiques et de l'État, et elle ne le fera jamais. Arrêtez d'essayer de nous vendre la laïcité de l'État comme quelque chose de raciste, alors que c'est quelque chose de profondément progressiste, ce que la religion n'est pas. Ça appartient à l'espace privé, la religion, ça appartient pas à l'espace d'État. Et quand on dit ça, c'est donc terrible, on se fait traiter de raciste, ça fait plaisir à Toronto.
Nous allons prendre une question du téléphone maintenant. Opérateur, est-ce qu'il y a une question?
Thank you. Merci. Next question is from Madeleine Bray-Morin from Radio-Canada. À vous la parole.
Bonsoir, M. Blanchette.
Madame, bonsoir.
Madame, bonsoir. Bonsoir. Est-ce que cette question-là peut influencer les prochains jours de la campagne, à votre avis, puisqu'elle a été posée par une animatrice du débat, non pas, ça s'est pas passé dans un échange entre les autres chefs?
Non, en fait, il y a là, je me réentends en écho. Bon, j'imagine que les autres chefs, s'il y avait eu un inconfort par rapport à la nature de la question qui établissait que les Québécois sont des racistes, bien, il l'aurait dit, ça n'a pas l'air de les avoir dérangés trop. Est-ce que ça a un avenir? Est-ce que ça va influencer l'avenir de la campagne? On en était déjà en train d'établir que les Québécois avaient besoin qu'il n'y ait pas de majorité accordée à qui que ce soit. Bien, c'est plus clair que jamais que ça prend quelqu'un qui va protéger les intérêts du Québec. Et en général, je dis promouvoir, mais là, je vais dire protéger, parce que ça a été l'objet d'une attaque, d'une agression contre le Québec. Bien, le besoin me semble plus clair que jamais. Et, ma foi, il n'y a pas beaucoup de candidats en ligne pour aller protéger le Québec dans ce Parlement-là. Nous, on y sera.
Question du micro numéro 2, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, Brett Forster, APTN News. At one point during the debate, you described the nation-to-nation relationship as one between two equals where neither party imposes upon each other. The Liberals passed Bill C-92, which is legislation that returns jurisdiction over child welfare to Indigenous nations. This bill is being challenged by Quebec in court. It's a constitutional challenge. Are you willing to concede that the nation-to-nation relationship, as you described it earlier today, will require power sharing and jurisdictional sharing between Quebec and First Nations?
I would invite you to ask this question to the Premier of Quebec.
Micro numéro 1, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, bonsoir. Lina Dib, la presse canadienne. Bonsoir, M. Blanchet. Moi, j'aimerais revenir sur ce que M. Legault a dit ce matin, parce que je pense qu'on ne vous a pas entendu y réagir. Maintenant, vous savez exactement c'était quoi ces mots.
Oui, votre collègue derrière vous m'a entendu ce matin, il était là.
Mais non, moi, ce que mon collègue, qui était sur le même autobus, m'a dit, c'était que vous avez dit que vous n'aviez pas tout entendu.
J'avais pas tout entendu, en effet.
Et que donc, vous nous parleriez
ça va me faire
plus tard.
plaisir.
Nous sommes plus tard.
C'est sûr.
Attendez que je pose ma question. Alors,
je pense
oui,
gestuellement.
Oui, donc vous avez dû y penser toute la journée. Et ça, on a tous compris que M. Legault est en train de dire aux Québécois, votez pour les conservateurs. Ça, c'est des votes qui vous prend à vous. Et j'aimerais savoir si quand, aussi tout à l'heure, vous avez dit à M. O'Toole en quittant le plateau, vous lui avez dit, ça te prend un chien de garde. Le chien de garde, c'est le Bloc. Est-ce que vous êtes en train de concéder que M. O'Toole...
Comment ça fait qu'on a entendu ce que j'ai dit en privé à M. O'Toole sur le plateau?
Non, c'est pas en privé. C'était tant que vous êtes sur le plateau.
Sur le plateau, on se parle après, puis on me pose des questions sur ce que j'ai dit à M. O'Toole après sur le plateau.
Okay,
quand on était seul ou avec l'animatrice. Vraiment, là?
D'accord. Donc, est-ce que vous êtes en train de concéder que M. O'Toole va devenir premier ministre et que donc, pour ce faire, il vous prend vos votes? C'est ça ma question. Et par rapport à M.
Bon, bien, prenez-vous des chaises, parce que la question est assez longue et intéressante. On va en parler longtemps. Moi, mon interprétation, elle est complètement différente de votre tout le monde. Je ne sais pas c'est qui tout le monde, en fait. Qui est tout le monde? Moi, mon interprétation, c'est qu'évidemment, un premier ministre du Québec doit interpeller des gens qui considèrent qu'ils peuvent devenir chef de l'État. C'est tout à fait normal. Qu'est-ce que j'ai entendu? J'ai entendu un premier ministre qui dit il y a 3 partis qui sont hyper centralisateurs. Il y en a un qui l'est moins, mais je veux un gouvernement minoritaire. Quand on est au Québec puis qu'on veut un gouvernement minoritaire, on ne parle pas du NPD puis des Verts, là. On parle du Bloc québécois. Donc, c'est au moins autant une invitation à considérer le Bloc québécois qu'à considérer les conservateurs. L'espèce de raccourci que j'ai entendu, en effet, toute la journée, me semble pas fondé. Moi, j'étais plutôt content. Je fais, bon, donc, le premier ministre du Québec suggère de considérer le Bloc québécois parce que personne ne mérite une majorité dans ce Parlement-là. Je rappellerai qu'en matière de transfert en santé, pour les 3 premières années, c'est 3,5 % par année. C'est même pas le 6 % par année. C'est à des milliards et des milliards de dollars. Avec ce calcul-là, d'ailleurs, à la première année, on est déjà dans le trou de proche 30 milliards par rapport aux demandes des provinces. Puis qu'en termes de services de garde, le premier ministre du Québec a été assez clair, puis il a dit, hey, je veux les services de garde, ou je veux l'entendre sur les services de garde qu'il y a avec le Québec et qui existent d'ailleurs avec les autres provinces. Fait qu'il y a des raccourcis plus spectaculaires que fondés. Je n'ai aucune inquiétude par rapport à ce que j'ai entendu. Et si j'en avais pas durant la journée, je me permettrai de vous dire qu'avec le débat de ce soir, j'en ai encore moins. M. O'Toole ne s'est pas porté à la défense du Québec. Là. M. O'Toole n'a pas dit hey, la loi sur la laïcité de l'État du gouvernement du Québec, je vais soutenir ça. Il a regardé le chef d'un parti politique qui ne parle que pour le Québec se faire poser une question qui stipulait et qui postulait que les Québécois sont des racistes. Il n'a pas sourcillé. Je ne suis pas sûr que M. Legault a autant d'affection qu'il aurait pu en avoir selon votre évaluation ce matin.
Une question du téléphone, s'il vous plaît, opérateur. Est-ce qu'il y a une question?
Oui, thank you. Merci. Prochaine question. Lincoln J., Rebel News. Please go ahead.
Yes, Lincoln J., Rebel News. Mr. Blanchet, Trudeau calls people who disagrees with him those people and threatens them with consequences. Are you the same way? Do you think there are millions of Canadians who simply don't deserve to participate in politics, journalism, or even in the economic life of Canada if they disagree with you on issues like vaccine passports?
Je ne réponds pas aux questions de Rebel News.
Mic number 2, please.
M. Blanchet, je veux revenir sur l'intervention de M. Legault ce matin. Il ne vous a pratiquement pas mentionné pendant son point de presse. Comment ne pouvez-vous pas voir ça comme un désaveu quand vous faites le défenseur des priorités de l'Assemblée nationale à l'année longue et ce matin, M. Legault ne juge pas bon de vous mentionner? C'est pas un désaveu, ça?
Je vais vous révéler un secret. La probabilité statistique que je sois premier ministre du Canada est très basse. Le premier ministre du Québec interpelle des gens dont il pense qu'ils peuvent devenir premier ministre du Canada et lorsqu'il réfère à la nécessité que ce soit minoritaire, il ne pense pas aux libéraux, là. Il a disqualifié les libéraux, il a disqualifié le NPD, il a disqualifié les Verts et il a dit que ça prenait un gouvernement minoritaire. C'est qui le gouvernement minoritaire? C'est forcément nous qui allons nous assurer que ce soit un gouvernement minoritaire. Je pense que les Québécois ont bien compris ça et que l'autre interprétation est normale dans l'exercice de la question, mais elle n'est pas conforme à la réalité.
Merci beaucoup. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. This is all the time we have. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
On va se voir demain. Merci.
I'm in the queue with Trudeau.
Not strange that the Bloc Québécois leader won't talk to Rebel News. Again, his purpose is not to win votes or change hearts or minds. It's to be the jester, to, disparage English Canada, to burn up time. Like, he has no purpose there. He's not a liberal in the true sense of the word. Oh, here comes the Prime Minister double-vaxxed with a mask.
I know we'll be talking about the debate in a second, but I just want to give a huge shout-out to Leila Fernandez. I got off stage and discovered that she won the semifinals and is on her way to the finals. I think we're all very, very excited about her. Je veux juste féliciter Leila Fernandez pour un match extraordinaire que j'ai pas pu voir parce que j'étais occupé, mais j'ai bien hâte de voir les finales du US Open.
Mic number 1, please. Micro numéro 1.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau. It's Annie Bergeron-Oliver with CTV National News. Today, the other leaders criticized you and your government for putting political goals above the well-being of Canada's Afghan allies. Can you confidently say that this election, the need to campaign right across the country, in no way diverted your attention away from the situation in Afghanistan and in no way slowed down Canada's evacuation response?
Yes, I can confidently say that. I got regular briefings throughout the time, even as I was campaigning. Our ministers were fully engaged, and mostly our Canadian Armed Forces, our diplomats, our extraordinary consular affairs people continued to step up so we could get 17 flights out. We engaged with the Qataris to make sure that more flights were coming out as this recent one came out. We will continue to be there for the people of Afghanistan as Canadians expected to, and as Canadians open their homes and their communities to welcome 20, even 40,000 Afghan refugees over the coming months.
Mic number 2, please.
Bonjour, M. Trudeau. Alexa pour Rebel News. Donc, M. Trudeau, je vais revenir rapidement sur ce qui s'est passé hier. Vous avez diabolisé l'un des rares médias qui ne reçoit pas d'argent du gouvernement. Vous avez exprimé votre opinion en disant que nous propageons la désinformation. Si c'était vrai, et si c'était le cas, la Cour fédérale ne nous aurait pas permis d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je suis moi-même scientifique et je me base sur les faits. Ma question est la suivante. L'Israël est l'un des pays les plus vaccinés au monde. Ils sont rendus maintenant à leur 4e rappel de vaccin. Ils ne considèrent plus que ceux qui ont reçu 2 doses de vaccin sont pleinement vaccinés. Ma question est, plusieurs Canadiens ne désirent pas avoir un rappel de vaccin. Allez-vous leur enlever leurs privilèges reliés au passeport vaccinal? Et aurez-vous l'obligeance de répondre à ma question en tant que Premier ministre ou allez-vous encore diaboliser mon média?
J'ai partagé ma perspective sur ton organisation hier soir. J'ai plus rien à dire.
Ça démontre bien qui vous êtes. Merci.
Question from the phone, please.
So he won't answer her either. His new approach.
Thank you. The next question is from Mélanie Marquis, La Presse. À vous la parole.
Merci. Bonsoir, M. Trudeau. Hier, au débat en français, vous avez fait une profession de foi québécoise bien sentie. Aujourd'hui, le Québec, donc notamment la loi sur la laïcité, le projet de loi 96, ont été attaqués par le truchement des questions d'animatrices. Vous n'êtes pas intervenu. Comment réconcilier
asking about the 4 vaccines in Israel and will double vaccine people here
tout d'abord, je pense qu'on a tous vu que le format empêchait un petit peu une réponse
and then general incompetence or malice not translating the French into English.
Les Canadiens connaissent bien mon désaccord avec le projet de loi 21.
It looks like they're not just doing that to Alexa, they're doing that to others too.
Ne sont pas racistes.
Mic number 1, please.
Thank you. Benno Schwinghammer with the German press agency DPA. Prime Minister, you and others have been facing in the last weeks quite some hate on the campaign trail from a quite small but loud minority. How would you say to deal with these people? Listen to them or ignore them? And do you think this hate is here to stay?
He's a
victim from a
Prime Minister. Are you okay?
Doing quite clearly is making a distinction
from a German journalist.
Those people
while they block us on the phone line,
showing up as mobs of anti-vaxxers and protesting everything with racist and misogynistic anti-science approaches. And those millions of Canadians who haven't yet got vaccinated because they still have questions and are unsure if it's right for them or unsure if they really need to. And our approach has been unequivocal on this. We believe that people who have done the right thing, as almost 80% of Canadians have, and gotten vaccinated, should be able to feel free from risk when they get on planes, when they get on trains, when they go into work, and that's why we're working as well with the provinces on vaccine credentials that will allow people to enjoy non-essential services without fearing that their kid, who is 7 and therefore not able to get vaccinated, could be exposed to someone who is. We have to be very, very clear that we are a country of science in which millions of people have stood up to do the right thing for themselves and for their neighbors, and continue to encourage that. It's unfortunate that Erin O'Toole can't even get his own candidates to get vaccinated, and pretends he wants 90% of Canadians to get vaccinated when he can't guarantee 90% of his candidates are vaccinated, as I said during the debate.
Mic number 2, please.
That was quite the softball question from my friend over there, so I'll try and ask a real one. Kean Bexley with thecountersignal.com. Mr. Trudeau, there has been some speculation that this poorly timed election has been called in part so that you can stop Parliament, the former Parliament, from procuring documents that they're constitutionally allowed to have in regards to the Communist Party of China infiltrating the Winnipeg lab that you are in control of, that you're responsible for. So I want to know, is it in Canada's national interest that you're protecting those documents? Is it in China's national interest that you're protecting those documents? Is it in your personal political interest that you're protecting those documents? What are you trying to hide from not just Canadians, but the world?
I think Canadians understand how important it is to protect national security and to ensure that parliamentarians can oversee the work of our national security agencies. That's why, as a commitment we made in 2015, we moved forward with something that Conservatives had always resisted: oversight by parliamentarians over our national security agencies. And the National Security and Intelligence Agency Committee of Parliamentarians actually works, and we granted them full access to all the highly secure documents so as they could see the decisions that our security professionals took and not put at risk the national security of Canada. Parliamentarians need to be able to do their work, which we have enabled, while we protect Canada's national security from China and from others.
Answer the question.
We'll take a question from the phone. Vous allez prendre une question du téléphone. Opérateur.
Thank you. The next question is from Raymond Fillon, TVA. Please go ahead.
Merci. Bonsoir, M. Trudeau. Vous vantez depuis plusieurs semaines votre bonne entente avec le premier ministre du Québec. Or, aujourd'hui, François Legault a utilisé des mots très forts envers votre parti. Là. Il l'a qualifié de dangereux, inquiétant, contre les valeurs de la nation québécoise. Est-ce que c'est une trahison, pour vous, ces propos-là de M. Legault aujourd'hui?
Non, on sait très bien que M. Legault va toujours défendre ce qu'il voit comme étant les intérêts des Québécois. Et en tant que fier Québécois, mais aussi en tant que Premier ministre du Canada, moi, je vais toujours défendre l'intérêt de tous les Canadiens, incluant les Québécois. Mais quand on pense à ce que les Québécois veulent et nos valeurs, je les connais assez pour savoir que les Québécois ne veulent pas un gouvernement conservateur qui va ramener les cibles de M. Harper et proposer de nouvelles pipelines à travers le pays pour l'environnement. Je sais que les Québécois ne veulent pas relégaliser, remettre en circulation les armes d'assaut que nous avons bannies l'année passée. Je sais que les Québécois, les familles québécoises ont besoin de plus de places en garderie. Et M. O'Toole propose de déchirer l'entente que j'ai signée avec M. Legault pour 6 milliards de dollars qui va livrer des dizaines de milliers de nouvelles places en garderie, selon M. Legault. Je vais toujours travailler en partenariat avec les premiers ministres des provinces pour livrer concrètement pour les citoyens, mais il n'y a personne qui s'attend à ce que le fédéral et les gouvernements provinciaux vont toujours être d'accord sur tout.
Mike 1, please.
Hi, Mr. Trudeau, Abigail Beeman, Global News. When your opponents criticized you tonight on Afghanistan, you gave a vague comment about helping to bring more people home. I'm wondering, with the news of 43 Canadians coming out of Kabul, whether there's anything specific you can offer about how many more Canadians are left to help, whether the government will send planes, or whether there's any news about commercial air flights being able to leave there again.
As I've said, we have worked with our international partners on putting pressure on the Taliban to allow Canadians, permanent residents, and indeed anyone with Canadian travel documents to leave. And that's why over the past number of weeks we've been talking with the Qataris specifically to enable facilitating Canadians leaving, as they did just last night from Afghanistan. We know there is much more to do, not just to get Canadians out, but to get the tens of thousands of Afghans that Canada is determined to welcome to a new home, new life in safety, and Canadians, quite frankly, are excited about welcoming to their communities across the country.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. This is all the time we have.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde.
Well, I think that Justin Trudeau is so outraged that the federal court let us in and that we dared to ask him about it and that we're not in his pocket, that he's not treating us as citizens. He's not treating us with respect. I don't really want his respect, but I want him at a government-run debate that is the only debate he's willing to attend in English to answer our questions. I'm pleased that Keean Bexte was there.
He did good.
He's our alumnus. I think he did a really good job.
I do too. Singh is up next. He's coming, and I'm in the queue. I got the little beep. I'm in the queue.
Well, he's going to
whatever that means.
You too. I think he's going to boycott you too. With Trudeau, I think it's malice. With Blanchet, it's malice, and he doesn't care because he has no support in English Canada. With Singh, I really think he's just sort of dumb. I don't use the word bimbo a lot, but he's a himbo. Like he's just look how pretty I am, and look at how well dressed I am, and look at how well coiffed my beard. Like I think he should be a male model. I actually think that Jagmeet Singh would be an excellent male model. He's fit, he's handsome, he's very well tailored, and that's about his comparative advantage, as they say. That's the thing he would be best at in life. You know, when it comes to figuring and all sorts of tough questioning and answering, that's not really his beat.
No. Oh, these softball questions.
Oh, that one
I get
from
to hear
Germany
them ahead of you.
Was so outrageous.
Yeah. Ugh. I get about 30 seconds more of these questions than you do, so I know they're coming.
And
double vax.
We will be starting with a question from mic number 2, le micro numéro 2, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, Mr. Singh. Thomas Lewis, Monocle magazine.
Sorry, say it again?
Thomas Lewis from
the Monocle?
Yes. Current Affairs magazine based in the UK.
Cool.
It's lovely to meet you.
Pleasure.
I wonder, during the debate, you refused to respond directly to Justin Trudeau's criticisms that have been levied at your party's climate plan. And instead, you responded by saying that Justin Trudeau had had 6 years to do this, but hadn't done enough. I wonder whether you feel that you bear some responsibility for that for the last 2 years, in part, given that you have had a seat at the table, and if you'd wanted to shape and put pressure on the climate policy, you could have done that.
No, Mr. Trudeau was in power for 6 years. He has the worst record of all the G7 nations in terms of emissions. Every year that he's been prime minister, emissions have gone up. And the thing is, people end up paying the price. And that's why it's really important to point this out. People pay the price because it means the climate crisis gets worse. Because it means young kids who are worried about the future aren't left with any reassurance that things are going to get better. It's really bad for a lot of people. And I reject the notion that, I reject his assertion. We've got a great plan, a bold plan, a plan that believes in investing in the solutions, which means investing in renewable energy, investing in public transit, a plan that believes that Government has to be a part of the solution and has to take bold steps. And we cannot afford another 4 years of the inaction that we've seen from Mr. Trudeau. We simply can't. Appreciate it.
Mic number 1, please.
Bonsoir, M. Singh. Jean-Sébastien Cloutier, Radio-Canada. Ce matin, M. Blanchet a refusé catégoriquement une éventuelle participation dans un gouvernement de coalition. Est-ce que vous êtes prêt à dire la même chose ce soir?
Non, non. Si on est dans un gouvernement minoritaire où je suis Premier ministre, je suis prêt à réaliser les buts. Ce que je dis, et je vais être tellement clair, mon but, c'est de me battre pour les gens.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, the polls show that your party is between 15 and 20%. No party here on the stage tonight is even close to representing a majority of
J'aurais prêt à travailler avec n'importe
Yet
qui
when
veut travailler
conservative
avec moi
journalists like
pour
me ask you fair questions on behalf of Canadians, you insult us and refuse to answer a single word. You are like
We'll
a
take any
child
question
putting
from
your
the phone.
hands
Operator,
over
is there
your
a question from the phone,
Do
please?
you really think you can become Prime Minister by trying to
Next question
freeze
is
out
from
any
Sheila, Gunn,
Canadian who
Reid
disagrees
from Rebel
in
News.
your own
Please go
riding?
ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Singh, the polls show that your party is between 15 and 20%. No party here on the stage tonight is even close to representing a majority of Canadians. This is an absolute divided country. Yet when conservative journalists like me ask you fair questions on behalf of Canadians, you insult us and refuse to answer a single word. You are like a child putting your hands over your ears. Do you really think you can become Prime Minister by trying to freeze out any Canadian who disagrees with you? In your own riding, you only got 38% of the vote. Is this how you treat the other 62% of people who disagree with you?
No. Thanks so much.
Mic number 1, please. Sorry, mic number 2.
Great
Hi,
question,
Mr. Singh,
Sheila.
Olivia Stefanovich, CBC
Thank you,
News.
sir.
You were
Great
criticized in the
question.
debate
He
for
was
having a
childish.
platform that lacks details. I'm wondering
The
why
dumb look
that is.
on
Why
his
is your
face
plan
was
so
such a
general? And do you
himbo
have any
look.
regrets
Yeah,
about
it was a
releasing a
himbo.
platform so early, even before this election was called, without the fine details for voters to read?
Not at all. We laid out a plan, a vision of what we stand for. And our plan is, not surprisingly, a lot of the things that we fought for before because Mr. Trudeau didn't do them. We still believe that people should have access to medication.
I thought you nailed it there,
and they
Sheila.
shouldn't worry about how they can afford it. We believe strongly that people shouldn't have to worry about whether they can afford or have coverage to get dental care. We absolutely believe that we need to make the ultra-rich pay their fair share. And these continue to be really pressing questions on the minds of lots of people who can't afford their medication, who can't afford dental care, and are worried about who pays for the recovery and who pays the price of this pandemic. We are the only party with a credible plan that says we're not going to cut the help that people receive, and we're not going to put the burden back on the people that have struggled. We are the only party that clearly states we're going to make the billionaires, the 44 richest billionaires in Canada who increased their wealth by $78 billion in this pandemic and don't pay their share. We're going to make them start paying their fair share. And that way we can invest it in people. I want to be clear, though. Mr. Trudeau and Mr. O'Toole have ruled that out. They have voted against making web giants like Amazon pay their fair share. And that means they're either going to cut the help that you need or put the pressure back on the people that have already struggled. That's their plan. We have a different approach.
Mic number 1, please.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Singh. Ryan Hamilton, National Post. You are voting tomorrow. Canadians are beginning to vote tomorrow.
Yes.
Your party has not released a fully costed platform at this point. Do you think it's fair to Canadians to ask them to vote for you without knowing what it will cost?
Yes, it is very fair, and I want Canadians to vote. I'm going to be voting tomorrow. And if you want different results, you're going to have to vote differently. If you want the things that we believe in and that we're putting out, you have to vote for it. So I want you all to get out and vote, please. What we're saying to Canadians is we are putting a choice to you all. And it's Canadians to decide this, but the choice is, can you afford another 4 more years of Mr. Trudeau, who has made a lot of promises and broken them, and that hurts people. When he promised to bring in pharmacare and breaks that promise and walks away from it, families continue to spend thousands of dollars on medications. People who need medication constantly have to make the choice between the medications that they need or paying the bills that they also have to pay. Those are choices that people continue to have to make because Mr. Trudeau breaks those commitments. So if you truly want universal pharmacare, if you want to see childcare delivered, if you want to see dental care, the best way to make that happen is to vote for New Democrats, because we will deliver. We are committed to it. We are the party that's been founded by workers and founded on the principles of healthcare that's public. We are going to do it. So if you need it and that's something that matters to you, you can trust us to deliver it.
And we will go to the phones. Opérateur, est-ce qu'il y a une question au téléphone? Is there a question on the phones?
Thank you. The next question is from Tonda McCharles from the Toronto Star. Please go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Singh. Thanks for taking my question. Just following up on the lack of detail in your platform on costs and timelines and stuff. The Liberals say that their childcare plan will cut fees in half next year, and they'll have $10 a day daycare by 2026. You're promising $10 a day daycare as well, but with no details. What's your timeline for that? And are you pegging the same amount of money, $30 billion?
So I think it's a really important question. What the Liberals have laid out, the plan is a good plan. The problem, and so we would want to meet or exceed that type of deadline. But the reality is, the real timeline of the Liberals is 30 years, because they started promising this idea, which we absolutely believe in, 30 years ago. And they have made people wait for 3 decades, despite having majority governments, despite having the ability to get things done. They have made people wait for 30 years. So I should say, we're not going to have the Liberal timelines of 30 years. Our timeline is going to be to get it done as quickly as possible, because we know that people need it. We believe in it. And I also put this to Canadians. If Mr. Trudeau really wanted to get it done, why did he call an election? Why didn't he continue to deliver, knowing that we would have supported any measure to bring in childcare? We could have got it done. He chose an election instead. Folks should consider that when they're making their choice in this election. If Mr. Trudeau wanted to do it, he could have. Why is he campaigning on it rather than actually delivering it, working on delivering it, making it happen?
Mic number 2, please.
Hi, Mr. Singh. Benjamin Stephen, the Charlatan, the Carleton University student newspaper. Tonight, Mr. Trudeau said your cynicism towards his government's reconciliation work is damaging efforts. How do you respond to this statement?
I mean, it's a pretty ludicrous thing to say. What's damaging reconciliation is Mr. Trudeau looking Indigenous people in the eyes and saying, I'm going to deliver clean drinking water, and then breaking that promise to the people of Niskandaga, breaking that promise to little B, a 12-year-old girl who is fighting for clean drinking water in Canada in the 21st century, because she's never seen that in her life. She has never known what it's like to turn the tap on and to be able to drink the water. She is fighting for clean drinking water because Mr. Trudeau promised to deliver it 6 years ago and said it would happen by 2021, and then walked away from that commitment. While at the same time, in the beginning weeks of this pandemic, he leapt to provide $750 billion in backstops to the wealthiest banks in Canada. That's what's eroding public trust. That's cynical.
Thank you.
That's all the time we have. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks so much. I was ready for more. I was excited, but that's all the time we have. Thank you, Dave.
That's a lie. He wasn't ready for more. In fact, he refused to take your question, Sheila, which is a typical male feminist move. Male feminists are so gross. Like, I think most guys are for women's equality. They treat women I mean, it's just normal to treat women normally. But if someone goes around telling you what a male feminist they are, your like spider senses should be tingling that they actually are the opposite and they're preempting you.
I'm worried I'm going to get groped or punched. That's usually my 2 options.
2 male feminists on the stage tonight, Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh, both of them, when faced with strong women they couldn't control, disrespected them, refused to even engage them as people. And, you know, they're liars, of course. I think a lot of politicians of all stripes are. But these are the empower women guys. Alexa Lavoie, who's a scientist, by the way, who is very passionate, and she said, if I was a fake journalist, I wouldn't be approved by the court. I have a real question for you about vaccines. And she put a question about vaccines. It was very good. And Trudeau doesn't respect her and doesn't respect his office as Prime Minister to answer. And you, I think, made an excellent point. Jagmeet Singh has the support of like 1 in 6 people in this country. Is he going to treat the other 5 in 6 like trash? Well, in the case of you, a conservative woman, the answer is not so much like trash, but he's going to be like a baby. It's exactly put his hand over your ears. No, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
The two male
and
feminists
the look on his face.
Stage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Male feminists.
They're scared of male feminists every time. At least they kept their hands to themselves, which is a step up for Justin Trudeau.
That's exactly right. Well, you know what? Why would they be any less contemptuous of you two than they are of Maxime Bernier? And it's for the same reason. You challenge their political narrative, their political monopoly. They're disrespectful. Look, if they would ban you from this debate, surely they will insult you, they will ignore you. It's not a shock to see that someone who would use RCMP to stop our journalists from asking them questions, who would use lawyers to ban us from asking questions, not a shock that they would just be personally rude and disrespectful. By the way, every single one of our questions that we asked yesterday and today was a polite question, polite enough, and was substantive.
Yeah. Well, I got a little prickly, but I mean, this is after he refuses to take questions from us. So he is acting like a baby. Sorry, I call it like I see it.
Yeah, you know what? The whole idea of not saying, like, are you going to do that when you meet Vladimir Putin or when you meet Joe Biden or like when you deal with a tough cookie? All right, here's Annemie Paul. Let's see if she's got the same snobbery to her. I don't think so, but we'll find out.
I'm in the queue. I'm in the queue. We're going to find out.
A question from mic number 1, please.
Oui, bonsoir. L'inaudible, la presse canadienne. Je voulais revenir sur un commentaire que vous avez fait à M. Legault, à M. Blanchet, et que M. Blanchet a pris comme une insulte. Excusez le lapsus, il est tard. Quand vous avez dit que vous offriez à l'éduquer, il a pris ça comme une insulte. Est-ce que vous l'entendiez comme une insulte? Et pourquoi est-ce que vous croyez que M. Blanchet a besoin d'être éduqué?
Bon, en fait, c'était juste une invitation. Ce n'était pas du tout... non, l'intention, ce n'était pas d'insulter M. Blanchet. En fait, j'ai fait plusieurs invitations à M. Blanchet pendant les derniers mois de parler avec moi pour comprendre un peu mieux pourquoi les gens croient qu'il y a la discrimination systémique, soit au Québec, soit autour du Canada. Et la même chose quand il a dit que non, c'est tout à fait acceptable d'utiliser le mot haine dans les contextes d'éducation. Je voulais l'expliquer que ça cause la peine, etc. Moi, j'ai décidé il y a beaucoup d'années que je ne vais jamais assumer ou croire que quelqu'un a des mauvaises intentions sans au moins l'offrir l'opportunité d'avoir une discussion. C'est comme ça qu'on crée des ponts, c'est comme ça qu'on crée la compréhension. Alors l'invitation est encore là et c'était vraiment pas du tout intentionné comme une insulte.
Mic number 2, please.
Good evening, Ms. Paul. Andrew Lawton, True North. You've had members of your party in the past that have taken very aggressively anti-Israel positions. You've had some rhetoric in the party that I know has been criticized as going beyond that to anti-Semitic. You, as a Jewish party leader, have faced, as Justin Trudeau alluded to tonight, a lot of pushback from your own party members. Do you think the Green Party in its current form has an anti-Semitism problem?
I think that we have got to confront systemic racism, hate ideologies wherever they exist. I've said all along that there is no political party that is immune to that. In the case of my party, certainly there have been things that have been said that have been quite painful to me and my family, but I'm committed to doing the work, and I hope that anyone who is committed to doing the work towards understanding will do that. These things are extremely public, and as I said also tonight, I know that certainly I would have liked these discussions and to have been further ahead, given that we're in an election, but at least they're happening. And I certainly hope for the next Jewish person in my position, I'm only the second one in Canadian history, that it will be a little bit easier. It's been difficult.
We will take a question from the phone lines now. Operator, is there a question from the phone?
Yes, thank you. The next question is from Leila Savage from La Converse. Your line is now open.
I've been told not to look,
up at the sound. Hello?
Opérateur, est-ce qu'il y a une autre question? On n'entend pas personne.
Oui, bonjour. Je voulais vous demander, Mme Paul, hier, vous avez été la seule candidate à dire que vous souhaitez vous attaquer aux racines au lieu des symptômes des armes à feu. J'aimerais vous entendre un peu là-dessus. Quel est votre plan à cet égard et pourquoi est-ce que c'est important pour vous?
J'ai pas bien.
Opérateur, est-ce que c'est possible de demander à Madame de répéter la question? Nous ne l'avons pas bien entendue.
Madame Savage, s'il vous plaît, répétez votre question.
Oui. Madame Paul, hier, vous avez été la seule candidate à dire que vous souhaitez vous attaquer aux racines au lieu des symptômes des armes à feu. J'aimerais vous entendre là-dessus et savoir quel est votre plan à cet égard et pourquoi c'est important pour vous.
Merci pour la question. Et oui, en fait, tout est interconnecté. Je crois que la pandémie a fait preuve de ça. Si on parle d'abolir ou interdire les armes d'assaut ou des armes de poing, ça ne suffit pas. Il faut attaquer les racines. Parce qu'on sait, par exemple, que presque trois quarts d'armes qui sont utilisées dans des actes criminels ne proviennent pas des permis. Ils proviennent de le marché noir. Alors, c'est le moment finalement d'aller aux racines, de parler de la discrimination, de parler de la pauvreté, de parler le logement abordable, de parler de l'équité dans notre société. C'est comme ça qu'on attaque les causes des actes criminels et c'est comme ça qu'on évite ce qu'on a maintenant. C'est une surreprésentation des peuples autochtones et aussi le diaspora noire dans notre système de justice criminelle.
Mic number one, please.
Good evening, Ms. Paul. Justin Ling, freelance. I want to hear you talk a bit about the exchange you had with Mr. Blanchet. As you noted earlier, you're the first racialized woman to wind up or to earn her way onto this debate stage. What was your reaction to sort of being hectored by the bloc leader over supposedly, I think in his words, as he said earlier, calling Quebecers altogether racist?
I'm not sure he said that in this.
Oh, he said it out here for sure.
Oh, did he? Okay. I wasn't watching it, so I don't know what he said, and I certainly didn't say that. I mean, I have a great respect for the people of Quebec. When I was speaking, when I was on the debate stage with Mr. Blanchet, I simply made the point that if he is interested in learning more about the experience of people like myself or those who have said very clearly that systemic discrimination exists, and let's keep in mind that the United Nations, their working group on people of African descent, said just a few years ago that systemic racism exists here. Our Supreme Court has also acknowledged that systemic racism exists, and we can see it in the data as well. So if you would like to learn more about our experience, then I, again, extend my hand in friendship and in understanding toward him.
Mic number two, please.
Good evening. I'm Jenna Kokula with The Wire Report. Today, a member of your party tweeted that the Green Party was calling for a reversal of the CRTC's wholesale decision. I'm just wondering if this is an official party policy. And
sorry, which decision?
The wholesale decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, not as far as I know. I wasn't aware of that. I'd have to see the details, but based on what you're saying there, that would not be the case.
So then what are your thoughts on how to lower internet bills?
Oh boy, this is, we have a section in our platform dedicated to this. We know that this is one of these unfulfilled pieces of business. We need to invest in ensuring that every single community has access and affordable access to high-speed broadband service. We've seen during the pandemic, even in neighborhoods like Toronto Centre, which is deeply urban, that there are many people that simply don't have access to what we have to agree now is an
David
essential
Menzies
service.
is next.
We know that it's holding back rural and remote communities as well. And so in the next session of Parliament, it has to be a top priority to get that job done. And those who want to take a look at our platform will see our proposals for how we would do that. Certainly, we need to have a greater diversity of providers as well. That's part of the solution.
We'll go to the phones. Opérateur, est-ce qu'il y a une question au téléphone? Operator, is there a question from the phone?
Thank you. Yes, the next question is from David Menzies from Rebel News. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good evening, Ms. Paul. Hope you're doing well. Ms. Paul, clearly this debate is an insider's club for the political establishment. It banned Maxime Bernier of the People's Party of Canada, even though he is ahead of the Bloc Québécois and Jerome Party, the Green Party, in the polls. It banned me and Rebel News from even reporting until the federal court said that was illegal. Why have you not spoken out against this? Don't you think all voices should be heard in Canada?
Thank you for the question. We did have an opportunity to provide recommendations to the Commission establishing the rules for the debates, and certainly from our perspective, having more debates is incredibly important. It is incredibly disappointing that we only had 2 hours to discuss so many important issues. We spent, I think, 10 minutes or 20 minutes talking about Indigenous peoples, for instance. I don't think we spent even 10 minutes speaking about Afghanistan. So we can see what this new system has created. It's created less opportunities for people in Canada to get to know the parties, to get to know the leaders of those parties, to get to know our positions. That's not a good thing for democracy. In the case of those parties who are not included, I think we do need to find a way for small parties who are trying to establish themselves to have a way of participating and getting known. Otherwise, we do have the same old parties constantly monopolizing the discussion.
That's all the time we have. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, I'm so proud of David for asking that question so very well.
Yeah.
And I must give credit to Annemie Paul for answering it like a grown-up, instead of being a coward like the male feminists in the room.
Yeah.
You know what? And her answer wasn't bad. It was, I want more time. It's a shame we didn't have more time. I did give my advice, and we have to let new blood in, not just the old ones.
Great.
I think she answered well, certainly better than the male feminists in the room.
Yeah, I see some feedback online that people are upset that I was a little bit prickly, but I mean, he truly was acting like a baby, Jagmeet Singh. And what else could I ask? What else could I ask except asking him why he was acting like a child? Because we knew he wasn't going to answer my question. So why waste a good question on a lightweight who wouldn't be able to answer anyways and would refuse to?
Yeah. You know what? You're exactly right. We've already been through this Jagmeet Singh, nah, 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 I can't hear you. Like it really is. I can't hear you. I'm pretending you're not here. I'm pretending the federal court didn't twice order you in. I'm pretending I haven't been chided twice from the court for breaking the law called the Charter. I'm pretending that you didn't have a legitimate question. And I'm pretending that there is no other Canada that's been locked out of our little palace here. They have a palace that the government controls. The debates used to be handled by the media privately. They were nationalized by Trudeau in a palace guarded by RCMP, and they pulled up the drawbridge so we couldn't get in. They want to pretend that the peasants outside are all, you know, racist, anti-vax kooks, or whatever Trudeau said. A judge gave us, you know, let down the drawbridge for us. So we crossed the moat and got into their special palace with all the cool kids who turned up their nose at us peasants. And I think we asked some good questions today. If I'm not mistaken, we had 4 questions, right? We had Alexa asking
Lincoln.
Alexa asking Trudeau a good question and him being a big baby. We had Lincoln asking Blanchet a question that we knew he was just going to
Baby.
Big baby.
Big baby.
We had you just scorching Jagmeet Singh, the clothes horse. You know what a clothes horse is? It's someone who spends far too much of their money on clothes and just sort of, I'm a dandy, take a look at me. He walks
around. A macaroni, as they would say.
A what?
A bit of a macaroni.
I've never heard that phrase before, but a clothes horse, or there's a phrase, a dandy, who's just a little too pleased with how he's dressed. And if anything is a mirror or even slightly reflective, you'll find him glancing at himself and doing his blue thunder pose.
And all of his poses include his expensive watch.
He's got a $25,000 watch because, of course, he leads the Workers' Party. I think David's question was excellent, and I think the answer was, I'm going to say, very good. And
reasonable,
both of them did what they were supposed to do. Now, all of our journalists did what they was. Now, I'm outraged with the crooked nature of the debate commission that cut us off at least 3 times, maybe 4 times, I'd have to count. And I've been having some emails with our lawyer. Now, they did let us in the end, but I have to say, the idea of, there was a lot of incompetence that we saw today. I mean, I showed you the word perfect quality graphics.
MS Paint.
MS Paint on their GeoCities website. So never underestimate the incompetence of a government bureaucrat. And there were moments, for example, when there was no English translation. Because, who could have thought that might come up? So, for example, Alexa's great question was not translated. And part of me thinks, well, that's obviously because they're trying to undermine Rebel News. But another part of me thinks, well, maybe they're just that incompetent. They're granted millions and millions of dollars to basically do what a gazillion 16-year-old TikTokers do every day, and they couldn't pull it off. So I don't know, but I do know that Rebel News, once again, lived up to our promise to our viewers of telling the other side of the story, of being independent of everyone, of coming up with good questions for everyone, and how they answered is a shame on them. And I see online already that there's other media cheering the fact that Trudeau and Singh and Blanchet wouldn't talk to us, because they see getting back at Rebel News as a higher priority than politicians answering legitimate public policy questions from bad people. And they've decided that we're bad people. You know, it's interesting to me because, of course, I've been at Rebel News since I co-founded it with 7 others or whatever, 8 others way back in the day. You're almost a day oneer. But, you know, in our team, we have people who have joined us very recently. Alexa might actually be the most recent of the on-air talent, other than some of our Australian and our Brit who joined us. So it's funny because there's been different eras in Rebel News. There was the Let's Keep the Sun News Network Alive era.
Yeah.
There was sort of the Gavin, 2016, the sky's the limit. What censorship? That's not a thing on the internet moment. You know, Trump
No,
ascended.
that didn't last.
Yeah. And then there was other phases. And, you know, the pandemic has been a very interesting time for us. And our viewership has changed somewhat. Our focus on civil liberties is massive. And we have people who, like, I mean, I look at Alexa, sort of a slightly bohemian style, you know, Age of Aquarius.
Yeah.
And that's probably not who Rebel News was in 2015 or 16 or 17 or even 18. But, you know, moms concerned about the vaxes and working class people who hate the lockdowns and see how it's a corporate agenda. And so we're a little bit different than we were back then. So I think of Alexa, who knows us as great champions of the underdog. I guess we always have been. Who knows us as civil libertarians. And And I think I talked to her obviously, and I'm not, we're talking about her. She's probably watching her.
I know.
We talk to her every day. She can't understand what the heck this all is about. She sent me a translation of her question, and I'll just. Oh, I think we have a clip translated. We'll play. So, because she says, she's truly perplexed about why the Prime Minister will not answer a legit. So this is a rough translation. Let's take a look. Do you have it ready to play? Folks, this is a rough translation. We're working on getting a better translation because the multi-million-dollar Government Debates Commission didn't have an interpreter ready. Because who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk that maybe we'd need a French translator oh, whoops, we forgot about that. Anyway, here's our own rough translation. Take a look.
Bonjour, M. Trudeau. Alexa pour Rebel News. Donc, M. Trudeau, je vais revenir rapidement sur ce qui s'est passé hier. Vous avez diabolisé l'un des rares médias qui ne reçoit pas d'argent du gouvernement. Vous avez exprimé votre opinion en disant que nous propageons la désinformation. Si c'était vrai et si c'était le cas, la Cour fédérale ne nous aurait pas permis d'être ici aujourd'hui. Je suis moi-même scientifique et je me base sur les faits. Ma question est la suivante. L'Israël est l'un des pays les plus vaccinés au monde. Ils sont rendus maintenant à leur 4e rappel de vaccin. Ils ne considèrent plus que ceux qui ont reçu 2 doses de vaccin sont pleinement vaccinés. Ma question est, plusieurs Canadiens ne désirent pas avoir un rappel de vaccin. Allez-vous leur enlever leurs privilèges reliés au passeport vaccinal? Et aurez-vous l'obligeance de répondre à ma question en tant que Premier ministre ou allez-vous encore diaboliser mon média?
J'ai partagé ma perspective sur ton organisation hier soir. J'ai plus rien à dire.
Ça demande bien qui vous êtes. Merci.
That was a pretty good translation. Let's have it gone over one more time, and then let's have a better English grammar put on it. But that's a pretty good first cut. Thank you for that, Justin, and whoever's doing the translation. Appreciate it. That question was put with lots of brains and lots of heart by a true Canadian who actually, and perhaps somewhat naively, believes that her Prime Minister at a government debate, the only one in English, although the question was in French, perhaps naively thinks that a Prime Minister on a matter of public interest, on a question that has not been put yet, that is of interest to millions of Canadians, might think that that question would be answered. But Trudeau is too childish and too much of a trickster and too much of a poser and too much of a male feminist, and he hates women he can't control and who disagree with him. So it's a handy excuse for him to avoid a question that he very much doesn't want to answer, and that he knows he would never have to answer if it was just him and his bailout media boys, as it was supposed to be. And who was this peasant coming in from Rebel News? I thought I ordered you to keep those people out of here. I thought I ordered the RCMP to keep the rebels out of here. And then I thought I ordered our 7 lawyers to keep the rebels out of here. Who let the peasant in? Except for she's not really a peasant. She's smarter than Trudeau. She's a scientist. And every fact she said there was accurate. And her question was a sophisticated one. So he just simply does what he always does when he encounters a woman he can't control. He disrespects her. He ignores her. He dismisses her. And I understand we have Alexa Lavoie on the phone, or is it on Skype? There she is. Alexa, again, the hero of the hour. What a pleasure to see you, my friend, and thank you for putting a most thoughtful question to our Prime Minister. We have a rough translation of it that we just played for our audience. Tell us your side of things. How do you feel about how it went? Describe what happened.
So what I actually asked, I asked him that I say, first of all, I say, Mr. Trudeau, I will come back on what you said about us yesterday. You bring your opinion on saying that we spread this misinformation. But what I say to him, I say, if it was the fact, I don't think that the federal court would allow us to be present tonight. That is a fact. And I'm a scientist, and I'm base my stuff on facts. So this is my question. Israel is one of the most vaccinated country in the world. And now they are giving the 4th booster. And the people who have been double vaccinated are not recognized anymore as fully vaccinated. I say to him, I know that a lot of Canadians doesn't embrace a 3rd dose. Would you remove the privilege from the vaccine passport to them? And would you have would you answer to my question as a prime minister, or you will try again to demonize us? So it was just that, and he actually said to me, I answered yesterday what I'm thinking about your organization. I have nothing else to say, and I answered to him, that just shows which kind of person you are.
Yeah. Good. Well, I have to tell you that your question was excellent, and the Prime Minister disgraced himself by not meeting you on your level. He disgraced his office. I believe he failed in his responsibility, in fact, his duty as Prime Minister, to answer a legitimate question that was put in the public interest. And I think it was quite childish, too. And I wonder who else in public life he's treated this way, not just in Canada, not just his own staff, but for example, if he was in an international negotiation with someone who he didn't like personally, but he had to do a proper business, would he pout like the privileged, pampered, spoiled brat that he is with them? Like, who else does he treat this way? He couldn't be the bigger man. You came there with a thoughtful question, and he treated you in a bullying manner, in a manner beneath a prime minister. A prime minister is the most powerful man in the country. He doesn't need to play little psychological games to show his dominance. He is dominant. Look at the word, prime minister. But he's such a brittle little ego, that man-child, that fake feminist, that he felt the need in that moment to show his dominance by not answering a legitimate question. You're exactly right. He showed exactly who he is, Alexa, and you showed who you are, which is a young woman with great courage, willing to stand up to the most powerful man in the country, look him in the eye and say, you've tried to scare me away, you've tried to demonize me, but I am undeterred, and here I am again with a question for you. I know whose character shone through today. So I congratulate you again on behalf of our many viewers who are surely just as proud of you as I am.
And thank you. I was just feeling really sad at the end, because I was like, he should have answered my question, because it's a legitimate question that a lot of people want to have the answer, especially because here in Quebec, we are talking about the 3rd booster that we will give soon. And a lot of people wrote to me or talked to me about the fact that they don't want to take it, but they are afraid to lose their privilege that they have been granted because they took the 2 vaccine. That is something that he should have answered.
You're right. And you know what irritates me, Alexa, is that there were questions by foreign journalists, like there was a journalist from Germany, and his question was,
how are you feeling?
Yeah, Mr. Prime Minister, someone protested you. Are you feeling okay? So that question
Chin up, tiger.
Yeah, I hope you're okay. I'm here from Germany to say I like you. And hey, Canadians, on behalf of Germany, we like Trudeau. I mean, that's such a childish is the word that comes to mind. You had the most sophisticated, most informed, most serious, and most relevant question of the night, but he wouldn't answer you. I think it's because Trudeau hasn't even thought of that yet. Or if he's thought of it, he doesn't want the public to know his answer. Sheila, do you have any thoughts or questions for Alexa?
You know, when I was watching Alexa, And Ezra sort of pointed out that you're kind of like a little bit of a bohemian. And I thought, you know, if this were a different time and place, and if Alexa weren't so smart and so prickly and such a good advocate for the people that she speaks on behalf of, she would be Justin Trudeau's type. He would be right. She would be right up his alley. She would be the kind of lady that he would be groping in Creston, BC. She really would. And it makes me think about his treatment of Alexa. How many other women he has left in his wake, women he couldn't control like Alexa, and women he bullied, because we saw it firsthand tonight. He has absolutely no problem using his privilege and power to bully women. And even when he wasn't the prime minister, he was the prime minister's kid, a very wealthy guy. And there's no doubt that there are tons of women in his wake that this male feminist has bullied and manipulated along the way. But not you, Alexa, not you.
Yeah,
that is such a
but I invite you to check at the beginning. It was smiling to me, and it changed completely when I say that I was from Ruben News.
Yeah, you're right up his alley. You're right his type. I'm sure of it.
Yeah. You know, that's such a great point. I'm jotting that point down. Well, Alexa, I think you had the most character and poise of the night. I want to give a shout out to our other rebels who had good questions. David Menzies, who actually got his answered by Enemy Paul. Lincoln, who we knew that Blanchette wouldn't answer him. And Sheila, I think you put Jagmeet Singh in his place pretty well. Well, Alexa, this is your first leaders debate, and it's my, I think, second one. I mean, we had a great time at the last one in 2019. What do you have to say about the other people in the room? I have a question for you. Was anyone nice to you? Was anyone mean to you? Did anyone say hello to you? The other journalists, I mean. Were they resentful that you were there, or was anyone, hey, hi, I'm so-and-so, welcome? What was it like on the inside?
So most of the people are really cold. They are doing their stuff on their side. They don't really talk much. But I realized that I was really surprised. I didn't know that some media are related and work together, and I didn't know. I saw like Radio Cannes and Le Devoir speaking about which question they should ask, but I was like, it's not the same media, but they actually, I think they are related together. So that shows something as well. And I saw like almost 6 people from CBC tonight, so much more people all together and just talking to each other. I think the only people who I talked to was independent media.
You said some very interesting things there. The fact that the media party, you know, synchronizes their messages, that's very interesting, and it doesn't surprise me. It's sort of gross. It shows that there's one dominant narrative. The fact that 6 CBC reporters were clustered together tells us that it was a bit of a fake to have our 10 reporters put on the phone instead of in person. Sounds like that was fake. We saw everyone right next to each other. But you know what? Despite all the things they threw at us, Alexa, despite the lawyers trying to stop us, despite them trying to get you banned for a COVID test, I think we were still successful because we told the other side of the story, we put questions forward that no one else did, and we showed that we are not afraid. And you especially, because you're new to journalism.
Yeah.
I mean, you've only been doing this for a few months, and there you are, challenging the most powerful man in the country, and you get him to blink. You get him to, I'm not going to say panic, but I think to disgrace himself, because he had a choice: try and answer your question, which he didn't know how, insult you again, which would, I think, have looked really rough, or just be a child and go silent. You just stared down the most powerful man in the country, and I think you look great doing it.
Yep.
Thank you. I did my best.
Well, we're so proud to have you on our team, and I hope you continue to have your courage and your work ethic. You're very industrious, you're always on the go, and you've been a real wonderful addition to the Rebel team. Anyhow, I'm gushing over you, but I want to give you this encouragement, and I want to tell you what it looks like from where I'm sitting. And I know that everyone on the team enjoys working with you, and it's our lucky day that we connected with you. Sheila, do you have any more final thoughts for Alexa before we let her have a well-deserved break? She's been on her feet all night. Do you have any final thoughts?
She's been on her feet for 2 days. I mean, yesterday she was poked and prodded just so that she could attend this event. Alexa, I couldn't be more proud of the work that you're doing. You really, like Ezra said, you're new to journalism, but not scared. I mean, you've got politicians more scared of you and more anxious that you might turn up than you could ever be posing a question to them. And that says something to your skill and your tenacity and your bravery. And I think all of the Rebel News supporters appreciate your work as much as we do.
Thank you very much, Sheila.
All right. Well, good night, Alexa. Have a well-deserved rest. I know you're probably adrenalized from the night, but enjoy your time in beautiful Gatineau, and we'll talk to you soon. Another successful event. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too. Well, she's just the best, Sheila. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I think our team, despite the troubles thrown at us by the incompetent or corrupt debate commission staff, I think it was a successful night. I would rate the top 3 moments. I'm not sure the exact order. I think that Alexa's question was the best question. I think your denunciation of Jagmeet Singh, which is really what it was the most powerful moment. And David's question to Annamie Paul was the most successful, in that it actually elicited a thoughtful answer that was respectful in itself. And I know that we had 7 other people on the phone frustrated they couldn't get through. So I want to thank them. Drea was on the phone 2 nights in a row and didn't get through, and I regret that. And I won't go through everyone's name, but we had a lot of people on the phone. We should have had, between the 2 days, an extra 6 questions. But we did it. We did a great job. We did a better job than any other company, by the way. And
I think so too. We showed our hustle.
Yeah, there's going to be another election probably in 2 or 3 years. And so we had 2 reporters in 2019, David Menzies and Cian Bexley, who was there, our alumnus tonight. We had 11 reporters today. And if I have my way, Sheila, in the year, let's say it's 2023, there's another election, I will literally have every human who works for Rebel News register as a journalist. We will have 30 journalists. We will have 40 journalists, and let them try and stop us. We'll beat them in court again if we have to.
I would like to see you at the next leaders debate, because I remember when you were sort of wiggling in your chair and I was like, what's the boss going to do? And we were at the Media Freedom Conference in the UK, and you gave it to the Pakistani foreign minister. And I didn't know what was going on. You're just like, Sheila, get your phone out, get your phone out. I'm like, what's happening? And you're wiggling and anxious. I'm like, oh, something's going to happen. And then I just flipped my camera on, and that's when you were like, you censorious thug, and let him have it. So I think sometimes keeping your talent in studio and your energy in studio is, maybe let's switch it up next time. Let's get you out there. That's fun. It's fun to watch firsthand.
Maybe I should do that. I mean, I wanted to be here. I wanted to host the live stream, and we've got great talent, and so let the talent shine. Let there be many stars in our solar in our galaxy, so to speak. But maybe I will. I mean, I would have had some words to share myself. I really would have, but I'm delighted with how our team did. Well, listen, I can't believe it. It's actually 12:41 already.
Justin,
you know what?
Is Justin still alive?
Is that right? That's right. And
yeah, it is.
It didn't feel that way because I was so intensely focused on what was been going on and the conflict and the stress there. I can't even believe it. We had an interesting night, didn't we? We started off talking with Derek Sloan and Tariq Elnaga, and I really am glad that Maxime Bernier joined us. And the debate itself was was hot and cold. I didn't think it was that useful. The
boring. I mean, it was even more boring in English, if that were possible for me. I took a lot more notes yesterday than I did tonight. It was just, again, several different shades of off-white, vanilla, eggshell,
yeah,
cloud.
Well, at least Annemie Paul sort of acknowledged that herself. I thought her answer to David was pretty good. Well, listen, I thought it was a great effort. We have been going full tilt for 3 days. And by 3 days, I mean the legal team the legal team worked like 4 days in a row. Like they worked all the long weekend. Chad and he had a whole team with him. He was the only one in court, but he had other folks working with him because he had like 2 days to do this whole thing. And the other side had 7 lawyers.
And then he's dealing with stuff as it changes. So as they're trying to, make Alexa get a test that will take her through to 72 hours past the debates, he's working on that. And then again this morning, firing off letters about the technical issues that occurred last night.
Issues. I'll have to remember that one. Well, listen, Sheila, I think that the Rebel lived up to our mandate. And I think any shortcomings, I'm not even going to say failures, any limits on what we did were externally imposed. We were ready to have 11 journalists rock and roll. And the fact that it was only between the 2 days, I think we had 8 different people or 7 different people engage. Believe me, we tried. I think it was evident that we tried. And I think our questions were much more useful than, oh, hi, I'm from Germany. Prime Minister, can you tell me how it feels to be you? I mean, what a laughing disgrace that was.
Hi, I heard people are mad at you. Chin up there, Tiger. Love Germany.
I have seen a few comments online from, Robin Urbach of the Globe and Mail and Laurie Goldstein of the Post Media, saying, I think there is a consensus, abolish this monstrosity called the Debate Commission. And you know what? I'm embarrassed that my old friend Deborah Gray is on their board. And I'm
sad.
I think
I'm sad about that.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I like Deb. I have no beef with her. I've always liked her. I want to, for the sake of preserving my friendliness towards her, pretend that she had no idea what was going on. It's probably true. It's probably true. Do you think they were consulting her on who they were keeping out? I don't think so.
Probably not.
But she should know what is being done in her name. Well, Sheila, thank you again you've been in that chair for more than 5 hours now, in addition to, I think you did the live stream today at noon with Catherine, right?
I did.
So
yes.
You've just been working all day today, and I want to give a special thanks to our super duper producer, our friend Justin. Thank you for that. And Efron, who I know is there. And who else do we have here who's been working late? Was Mike here? Or Margaret? Or Margaret was here for a while? Is it just you two fellas? Well, thanks very much for that. And I want to give a thanks to our friends in the Capital Region, Gatineau. I presume it was Mocha who was holding the camera for Alexa there. And we've got Lincoln there. And we've got Catherine. And I think Alex is with them. So we had a whole team, and our
Calgary team. Don't forget the Calgary team.
We got Adam and K2 in Calgary, and of course Drea and Matt in Vancouver. Lots of folks. I sort of wish I had gone to Gatineau because it looked like they were having sort of a party.
It did look
down
fun.
There.
They sent me pictures, and I was like, oh, I'm just sitting in my dingy little studio, and you guys are out having fun wearing shorts. It looked really fun.
Yeah, it looked like it was gorgeous out there. Well, listen, a job well done. I think our viewers can honestly say that we gave them what they would want from us, which is we told the other side of the story, we asked the questions the other media wouldn't, we maintained our independence, we fought for our freedoms, and in so doing, won the freedoms for others as well. I mean, oh, you know what I want to do? I mean, it's 12:46 Eastern, and I'm a little tuckered myself, but I do want to acknowledge one more part. So I thanked our team, both the talent and the producers here. And I thanked you, Sheila, for being a true leader. You really are a leader
thanks.
in our company. People look to you for your experience and your guidance, and you really teach all the newcomers the Rebel way. But I also want to acknowledge our benefactor, the guy who puts in the dough. And by guy, I mean thousands of guys and gals. I mean thousands of people who give $5, $10, $53 is the average. And that's what allows us to hire. We've got 35 people in the company now.
Yep.
And I was joking when I said the guy, the one person, was trying to scare people for a second there or misdirect. We are supported by our viewers, full stop.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And that is why we can challenge the Prime Minister as opposed to saying, how does it feel to be you? And that's why I want to close out the last 13 minutes by reading the Super Chats, the Rumbles, the tips from the folks who just gave us some dough. Because even though I'm a little tired, my tush is a little sore, and you've been in that chair there and just
a long time.
Not a lot of folks come to our head office here because we keep a low profile, but for those who do, they see the walls, the brick walls. We have these fake brick walls. We have this wallpaper that looks like bricks. And we have hundreds and hundreds and maybe we can show an image of it, hundreds of names of all our donors on these brick walls, and many of them have little messages. And in our boardroom, we have a plaque with names. Those are the people who make this possible. We don't take a dime from Trudeau. We don't take a dime from corporate media companies. That's why we can do what we do.
Right. And that wallpaper is very prominent in the office. If we have to walk around the office, we see all the people who've pitched in their hard-earned money to keep us going every day. And it's a good reminder, it's a good gut check that that's who we work for every day. And just another thing about the night, we fought for our journalistic freedom. And in doing that, we helped other people. But we also did something else that I think is true to rebel form, and that's that we stood up for each other. Mm-hmm. When Jagmeet Singh and these politicians refused to take our questions, we let them have it. Mm-hmm. And that's been something that I think we do that a lot of other media outlets don't do. I see journalists from other outlets get assaulted all the time, and you never see that their boss is going to scorch the earth underneath these people that do it to them. But when you find out, and when we find out that our colleagues are assaulted, we move heaven and earth to get them justice and to make it right. And, you saw a little bit of that tonight in the debate where we held politicians accountable for treating our people like trash.
You're exactly right. And one of my favorite moments yesterday was when Catherine Krzyzewski jumped in on exactly that.
Yeah.
And I think that's a source of strength for us. It's absolutely a cost center. I mean, you know that Dion Buse commie who punched you at the Women's March. I mean, because I think you've seen the bills, how much dough we spent getting justice there, and then getting justice on top of the justice. But it's not about money. It's about if we do not hold the line, then who will? And let me say this. A week ago, I was talking to a couple of our lawyers about this constitutional challenge, and they were candid. They said, Ezra, you're going to lose, just so you know. Uphill battle. It was a miracle we won last year. They spent 2 years rigging the rules against you. They got 7 lawyers. Just so you know, you're going to lose. All right, I hear that every day of my life. But I said, we have to do it anyways, because if we don't, who will? And our people expect it.
Yep.
So we took the long shot, Chad Williamson in the chair, and we did it. And we just have to do it because who else would? No one else would. And I feel like it creates a team spirit. Because I think people know, like even today, one of our teammates said he was pushed around. And I said, send me the footage, send it to the lawyer. We're going to write a letter to the police demanding an investigation. Because anyhow, we're talking too much about the team spirit, but I feel it. I feel like we had great team spirit this past week. Let's go to the Super Chats. Let's read the Super Chats and let's call it a night. Do you want to take the lead?
Okay. I think we left off with a Rumble rant from Megama. Because it's $50, boy, that's generous. Thank you very much. And you sent that to us at 6:31 my time, so 4 and a bit hours ago. So hopefully you're around to hear my thanks. There's a Rumble rant from Malgeo, who says it's $10 and says, "Hey Sheila, show us your tattoos. I'm a modest lady, but you might have noticed that I'm getting a little bit more ink done on my shoulder. It's a long story. It's like though it's a religious thing happening here. There's like Joan of Arc, and I'm working in the Israel tattoos, and some imagery from my trip to Iraq. The statue of the Virgin Mary that overlooks Erbil. She's going to be on there too. Yeah. We've got a Rumble rant from Not In My Name. Gives us $50. Holy cow. Generous, guys. Great work. Rebel News never stop. Very happy to continue to support you all. Congrats to all your journos here and abroad, as well as your behind-the-scenes support teams. Thank you very much. Rumble rant from Kay Vanderstein, $10. Thank you for being real and honest journalists. We got a Super U tip from O'Nilson. He tipped us
Herman,
$50.
Thanks a million. I recognize that name, Herman. I appreciate it. I appreciate your texts also. Thanks for your support and your belief in free speech. I really appreciate it.
Very grateful. Thanks, O'Nilson. Congrats on the court win again. Keep them on their toes. I think we did. Rumble rant from Sister2, $10. Trudeau's Build Back Better is the great reset universal phrase. He wants communism. Yeah, there's a lot of aping Joe Biden in the first debate. That was for sure. I didn't hear a lot of it tonight, but it was definitely in the first debate. We've got a hyper chat from Buddy for Liberty. We can't invest taxpayers' money in any energy, any business. Jagmeet is talking corporate welfare. Yeah, for the Workers' Party, they sure are intent on making big corporations rich with somebody else's money. We've got a hyper chat. We've got a Rumble rant from Devastator. That's my friend Devin from Grace Life Church, I believe. Gives us $3 and says Erin O'Toole talks like a robot and might be the most off-putting leader in the debate. For a while there, if people were watching, to entertain myself, I was doing the O'Toole axe hands. He does this for some reason. He just all night long, he's just chopping wood. We've got a Rumble rant from Howdy D, $5. Thousands of envelopes torn and fresh ballots were remarked. Conservative 2020 race, August 23rd. Abigail Binman tweeted, several thousand ballots were torn by the machine. Those ballots needed to be remarked. Those were for the Conservative leadership race, and that was the big, long delay. And that was another night where me and Ezra had our butts in the chairs for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah, I got a little silly. Like 15 hours into it, I started getting a little silly.
Yeah, it was a long time. It was a very long time. These chairs are comfortable, but not 15 hours worth of comfortable. We've got a hyper chat from Buddy for Liberty. No carbon tax. Bring back plastic straws. You know what? Yes. Please, yes. Plastic straws. I think the only holdout out there on the marketplace right now is McDonald's. Is the only place where you can get your plastic straws. We've got a hyper chat from History Club World. Trudeau, like yesterday, is being dogpiled on. If it wasn't for my personal opinions on him, I would feel bad. Trudeau, it should be noted, was a drama-only teacher that, like a sports-only reporter, is to a news reporter. Follow History Club World to learn history. Ezra, you want to take over?
Sure. Super U tip, Annalisa, $20. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Fraser McBurney, $5. Sorry, Sheila, but tomorrow, Friday in Hamilton, join us at 1 o'clock in Gore Park for a rally against the COVID passports.
Fraser's a Fight the Fines recidivist, by the way.
Fine and Truth, $5. That was a mess. Trudeau lost. His people will think he totally nailed it. Quango Chef, it's good to hear from you again. Thank you. $5. I can't believe I had to watch Rosemary Barton debate the leaders and not Maxime Bernier. Hey, that's a great point. Yeah, she was a little bit, she wanted to be an activist, not a moderator. Isn't that the truth? Fine and Truth, $5. Bernier won that debate by not being there. Ecos pulled them at 11%. Yeah, we talked about that with him.
Yeah.
Rumble Lady Green Eyes, $2. UN site says UN will focus on its Agenda 21-2030 mission agenda, including one world government. I believe it. I mean, that's the thing about the Great Reset. Oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Well, is it a conspiracy theory when they have whole websites about it? Like the World Economic Forum. They don't hide these things. Trudeau uses
it's right
the
there.
phrase. Trudeau uses the phrase Great Reset.
And they all are saying the same thing. Let's use this COVID opportunity to have a green reset to the economy. Like they're all saying it.
Yeah. Where are we here? Craig McDonald, $10. This post-debate banter between the two of you is a million times more entertaining than that pile of dog new debate was. What a friendly USA.
Thanks,
then
Greg.
again, he said that 2 hours ago, so I don't know if he would share that opinion now. Rumble, 50 smackers from DJ4634. Rebel Patriots, break out your wallets and donate to the only independent news organization that can speak loud enough for Patriots. It's a duty of the free press to call out government tyranny. That's right. Cindy McSeven, $20. Well, thank you, Cindy. Conserve this, $5. Hi, Ezra and Sheila. When can we expect the Rebel at the event journalists get a chance to ask their questions? Oh, well, don't even get me started. I'm so mad. But you've actually, I mean, this was 2 hours ago you wrote that, so you've seen the answer. Rumble on Entwistle, $20. Thanks for the entertaining and non-biased reporting. Rumble rant from Fine and Truth. It was worth just watching him squirm when he had to listen to Sheila's question. Yeah, I really liked that, Sheila. That was really good. And Mark, $2. If Jasmeet Singh was modeling a watch or Rebel T-shirt, I would buy it. Shout out to Justin. Oh, that's fancy. Look how fancy that is.
I know, right?
That's more fancy than the Debate Commission graphics.
Yeah.
Hyper chat from Silvio 27. This might turn off people from Rebel News, but would bet it will cause a curiosity also. Okay, that was at 12:22. I don't know what he was referring to. Hyper chat from Rebecca Henderson. As someone who works with the disabled community, it's heartbreaking to not hear a word about disability issues and how lockdowns are destroying their mental health. You're so right. That pains me to hear it. I've heard such terrible stories. Hyper chat, History Club World again, Rebel. You've gotten the most questions out of any single formal group at 6. That's true. It's true. But I wanted all 11. Lady Green Eyes, Rebel will get more attention as people have seen for 2 nights they passed by your questions. It's true. You know, the hyper-partisans would say, woo, effect. Trudeau, you totally smashed that girl in the face. But a normal human would say, why didn't you answer that question? She seems like a charming young lady.
Yeah. I know.
Rumble rant from Fine and Truth. Great question. People need to know if they're going to lose their privileges if they don't take the booster. Many would go to the PPC if the answer is the truth. Yeah. Alberta Edge, thank you, Rebel, for covering this. It would be unbearable to watch without your commentary. Well, that's nice. You know what? I'm so glad, Sheila. Appreciate you being the co-pilot. I really, it's great to spend the time with you. Thank you. Rumble rant, what's going down? $10. Don't be afraid of losing privilege. Makes the politicians fear of losing everything they have. And Mark, $3. I'm so sad Ezra did not ask a question tonight for Justin Trudeau or other losers. You know what? All right. Yeah. You've convinced me. Next debate,
time you should.
I'm going.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. People have to see it firsthand. It's really something.
Well, I'll do my best. G867, $20. Good night, you wonderful guys. Well, thank you. Just a few more. You want to finish them up? Sheila, I think we got 5 more.
Sure. We got a Rumble rant from Emily 1084, $20. Thank you very much. Watching you live from Singapore. Well. Thank you for everything you do, Sheila and Ezra and everyone at Rebel. And big shout out to my homegirl, Alexa. Some of us Quebecers are good people. I'm very sympathetic to Quebecers more now than ever. Yep. CA's $25. Well, thank you, Sheila and Ezra and team. We absolutely need you to keep going. You better believe we will. We've got a hyper chat from Micah Jones. Thanks, Rebel. No, thank you. We've got a hyper chat from Howdy D. $2. Did you know that the government took away eye care on September 1st for seniors and children, but instead agreed to vaccine passports? That's very strange. Funds taken away from...
Yeah.
I didn't know that. From eye care funds into vaccine passports.
Yeah.
That's unusually fiscally... frugal of the government, actually.
Let's cut eye exams, and then let's spend
for the elderly and kids.
Yeah.
And Smokin gives us $3 and says, thank you very much. And that's it. We're all caught up, and it is 1 a.m. where you are, Ezra. 1 a.m.
Well, let's call it a night. I said yesterday to the team that I have
yesterday or like today yesterday?
Yeah, that's right. So I guess 2 days ago. What day would that have been? I said it on Wednesday. That what we did. I forget what day I said it. I said it this morning. I said that the first day of debate, let me just put it that way, was actually the proudest day I have felt about Rebel News since our founding. The team spirit, the success, the common purpose, the professionalism of execution, the courage, and the result was the most important and the finest hour we've had. And today, I think, added to that. And although I think the other side, and by that I mean the censors and the bullies, feel pretty good about themselves. I mean, imagine you're the most powerful man in Canada. You're the prime minister, son of a prime minister, millionaire, everything at your fingertips. And you go home and you say, oh, did you see how I totally stiffed that one gal who had the question? Woo, I still got it. Like, I mean, like you can't balance a budget. You can't, there's no Canadian peace. You can't evacuate our troops from Afghanistan. You can't get 2 kidnapped hostages out of China in 1,000 days. You can't get Joe Biden on the phone. You can't really do any bloody thing. But woo, you put that woman in her place. She was uppity. She had questions. I put her in her, but didn't I, guys? Come on, guys, didn't I? You saw what I did
high
there,
five,
right?
bro.
Like imagine him being proud of that. Like, you're the prime minister. You are at the top. No one's above you, but you just got to show everyone they're below you. You just got to show them that there's something wrong in his noggin if he felt he had to do that. And Jagmeet Singh is just too stupid to do anything with. He's as dumb as a bag of hammers. He should be a male.
Why waste a good question on him? Why waste a good question on that guy?
Is straight out of Zoolander. I mean, Zoolander, Hansel, you had Zoolander, you had Hansel, and don't tell me that Jagmeet Singh wouldn't fit right in there, except for on the set they would be saying, hey, Jagmeet, can you just look at the mirror a little? Hey, can we cover up those mirrors? Can we get those mirrors out of here? It's distracting the talent. Get the mirrors out of here.
Yeah.
He reminds me of that in that Zoolander when they had the gas station hose fight. That's the kind of thing Jagmeet Singh would be a part of. Oh, you nailed him. Anyways, it's 1:03. I got to go have a snooze, and I got to be back here tomorrow. Yep. Sheila, thanks for everything. Thanks to the whole team and the whole staff. Thanks to our donors who keep the lights on here. Good night, everybody. From all of us here at Rebel World Headquarters and from Sheila out west to you at home. Good night. Keep fighting for freedom.